Chapter 1. Any Other Way to Die. Sylvanus watched happily as Selene's victim whimpered on the wooden floor, trying to free herself from the frayed rope tied around her wrists and ankles. Mascara ran down her dirty skin in small trails, and her eyes shuffled back and forth, hidden by strands of brown, scraggly hair that stuck to her sweaty and round face. He extended his hand out to her, seeing if she would take it. Instead, the victim screamed, but the gag in her mouth muted her terrifying plea. He liked looking at her. Like many victims from his murky past, she shifted her shaking body away from his gesture, whimpered, and closed her eyes. "Is it too tight?" he asked gently. Her lips quivered under the tightened rope. Sylvanus smiled and quietly chuckled. He had pulled her short, pink and white dress up to her chest, revealing her soiled undergarments and her white bra straps dangling over her breasts. Her appearance alone turned him on. Selene knew how to pick them. She knew he preferred his human victims to have light-coloured hair. Their blood tasted sweet, and they were easier to handle. Now they became hard to come by, and he felt lucky if he had at least one a week. The human in front of him wasn't a whore, but a waitress on her way home from Barney's restaurant located in downtown Minneapolis, but she'd suffice. The body of another waitress with her throat ripped open and her lifeless eyes staring at the ceiling lay motionless next to his victim. Blood oozed from 2 puncture wounds on her neck, and it peppered the ceiling and the wall in dark spots. Smeared blood trails travelled on the tile floor in different directions. His dead victim had a fighter's spirit, which Sylvanus hadn't seen in ages. Only until Selene beat her into unconsciousness did he realise how much human women had changed over time. No longer did they assume the role of maidens in distress. There wasn't a white knight in shining armour to come to their rescue. No, they seemed weaker, yet more confrontational. And her blood itched when it swam down his throat. It tasted stale and old, not like the fresh, sweeter blood he craved. Not the best meal, but a free catch nonetheless. Sylvanus looked at Selene while she sat on a leather couch in the opposite corner of the room. Her long reddish hair draped over her shoulder, and she crossed her legs as she drummed her fingers on the chair's armrest. "You seem preoccupied, my dear Selene. What's on your mind?" Instead of replying, she remained silent. Nothing about her had changed since the first time Sylvanus met her. He remembered their encounter as if it had happened yesterday. Mid-1400s, northern Italy. He had laid waste to a small village near the border. The scent of honeysuckle mixed with the concentrated smell of iron and blood wasn't hard to miss. She watched him from the shadows as he glorified in his kills. He heard her snickers as he played with the scared children of the family he slaughtered. He looked in her direction and heard her gasp in delight. When night came and the town stood silent, she finally appeared from the solace of her hiding spot among the forest, and like a furtive Lugat, she drained any psychic imprints from the remaining buildings, objects, and eventually the dead. Later, she helped him set fire to the small wooden shacks lining the only road into town. They then parted ways for what Sylvanus thought would be forever, until she called for him to come to Minneapolis just months ago. Selene believed that getting rid of Kai in Minneapolis was the best thing for all Deamhan. From what he learned and witnessed with his own eyes, Deamhan were out of control with no one to guide them. The Ramanga with their sharp-pointed fangs butchered any human they set their eyes upon. The Lamia preferred draining the life force from the more antisocial humans, which included small defenseless human babies. The most cautious Deamhan, Metuspa, no longer cared if their victims saw them feeding off their auras. The Lugat, who Sylvanus called bottom feeders, sucked away any leftover psychic imprints of humans they never attempted to eat from in the past. The only daimon who kept them in line was Lucius, and Kai placed him in Limbo. Without him, things ran amok. What Kai did to his sire couldn't be forgiven, not by Sylvanus, and especially not by Selene. Order needed to be restored, and only an ancient like Lucius could do it. Minneapolis wasn't Sylvanus's home, and Lugat disputes weren't his problems. But Selene offered money if he came to help her, and who could resist money? She freed Lucius, and he helped her dethrone Kai. Now, finding himself swimming in the comfortable throes of ecstasy, he came to her sanctuary to collect on her offer. When Selene finally returned last night, dragging the two humans into her sanctuary and explaining to Sylvanus that she'd joined Lucius in his search for Kai, he knew she lied to him. Every Deamhan lied. It was part of their nature. Something else also troubled him. Things didn't feel as easy as they looked. Sylvanus believed in premonitions and predictions, and he trusted his gut feelings. They told him to get out of Minneapolis, to stay away from Selene, and to watch his back. When are you going to kill the human? Selene's green eyes gazed around the room. Oh, so you speak. Sylvanus folded his arms across his chest. I don't want to be greedy. You can have the first taste. It's my gift to you, for coming here in my time of need. She stood up, swiped her hair to her back, and walked across the room, over to a large window. Sylvanus watched her pull back the thin white curtains and look calmly out at the small lake in the backyard. The water thawed due to the mild spring weather. Stars dotted the sky, and the moon's glow brightened the darkened lake, glistening on the small ripples. I had nothing else better to do, Selene, and I like money. Yes, you want your payment now, I suppose. I'd like that. After you finish the human, my gift to you. Sylvanus cocked his head to the side. Something definitely wasn't right. I'd like to share this meal with you, or we can save her for later if you like. I've already eaten. She won't stop her whimpering. It's annoying. Kill her now. He knelt near his victim. He placed his hand on her thigh and squeezed until she let out a painful scream. But I like it when they whimper. That's not the point. She closed the curtain. They plead. They scream. They beg. It's like playing God, wouldn't you say? He stood up. What more is there? He stared at her. Again, his feelings told him to get as far away from her as possible. However, he wasn't afraid. He had age, speed, and strength on his side. Selene sighed and slowly walked over to him. We're not gods. He watched her hips move sensually from side to side in her white satin gown, stained with splotches of blood and human hair. The fabric gently grazed over her breasts. Never said we are. She approached his victim and without hesitation lifted the woman to her feet. The very first demon were gods. She dug her nails into the woman's arms. The pure ones, and we are not them. The woman screamed and blood trickled from her pinpoint wounds. Selene examined the warm blood over her hand. We can never be them. We're nothing but half-breeds. We're poor examples of what true demon are and should be. What's on your mind? She placed her index finger over his mouth. Nothing. He opened his mouth slowly, allowing for the liquid to touch the tip of his tongue. Pure ones was a term Sylvanus hadn't heard in years. In fact, he couldn't recall any time when Selene used that phrase to talk about the very first demon. He considered it to be inexact. His own sire had told him stories about the very first Deamhan, the pure ones, who were stronger than he or anyone who came after could ever be. Being the very first Deamhan, they were immune to sunlight, and they could live without feeding. At first he didn't understand how anyone, human or demon, could believe in those mythological tales. He thought of them as lies, told to his kind to keep them in line, just like ancient biblical stories of God versus Satan, good versus evil. All that changed centuries ago when he finally realized that there was truth behind those stories. Be careful, my dear, he said. You're making it sound as if our existence means nothing. It isn't compared to our creators, she answered. When did you start to care about this pure demon stuff? He opened his mouth wider. Selene inserted her finger into his mouth, and he began to suck, his tongue twirling the blood. She removed her finger and placed both of her hands on the woman's outfit. Her eyes fluttered. "Since I was awakened." She quickly snapped her victim's neck. Sylvanus chuckled at her evil display. "And here I thought you weren't hungry." "I'm not." He watched her body gracefully accept the energy she took. Sometimes he loathed her urbane ways. Maybe because his kind, the Ramanga, the bloodsuckers, felt tousled by the way they fed. Even he had a hard time not spilling blood. Nevertheless, Selene's kind, the Lugat, didn't take nor need blood, which made them weak among the Ramanga, according to him. The human psychic energy slowly regenerated Selene's body. Sylvanus felt the blood in his mouth absorb into the inside of his cheek, and it rushed through his system. Immediately, he felt a quick, sharp pain in his mouth, and his legs began to wobble underneath him. Blood is such a tricky substance. She walked over to a tall bookcase next to the couch. He clutched his stomach, feeling the blood circling. He felt the inside of his body tense and retract. He felt the stings of the blood like pinpoint needles. Then the heat came, followed by tremendous pain. It was foul. He opened his mouth to speak, but another sharp pain brought him to his knees. Through his emaciated vision, he saw Selene reach for a stake on the top shelves of the bookcase. "What is this?" His question went unanswered. He never felt this horrid before. He concentrated. Think. Tainted blood had no effect on a Lugat, but it had the ability to cause major harm to a Ramanga. You knew it was tainted? No longer could his knees hold his weight. He fell to the floor in the small pool of his victim's coagulated blood. "Why would you trust another demon to pick your meal?" She approached him, still gripping the wooden stake in her hand. Before he could question her, she spoke again. "I didn't think you would have been so naive to fall for that old trick." She stood over him and watched his eyes flutter. "You're an ancient, Sylvanus, older than me. You should have known better." Her statement meant little to Sylvanus, and he attempted to raise himself off the floor. "I guess I just trust my own kind more than you do." She placed her foot on his chest. "And that is where you fail." She kicked him back to the floor. He stared into her eyes and tried to notice her thoughts, but a strong barrier blocked his attempt. "Are you going mad?" Again, something wasn't right. "I'm not going to kill you." She raised the stake in the air and prepared to strike. "That stake says otherwise." His eyes widened. Throughout the centuries that he had walked the earth, he had never experienced what it was like to be staked. Sure, he knew a stake wouldn't kill him unless it struck his heart, but no one in their right mind would have the balls to do to him what she attempted to do now. With what little energy he had left, he reached for her wrist and held on tight. Even though weak, he felt strong enough to counteract her strength. He watched as her eyes widened, but a slight gust of wind caught him off guard. Hard hands gripped him by his shoulders and forced him back down onto the floor. He looked up to see a familiar Deamhan kneeling over him. "Lucius!" For a short moment, Sylvanus thought he had gone mad. His mind filled with scenarios as to why Lucius appeared. As Selene's sire, he had a duty to protect his own. However, it was her who followed his every word. She worshipped the ground he walked on, unlike Kai, who hated him. This had to be Lucius's plan. Selene plunged the stake into his chest, just inches from his heart. He moaned and wrapped his hand around the wooden stake, unable to pull it free. A sharp, excruciating pain shot through his entire body. He needed to pull it out before she made her next move, or before they killed him. He chuckled under his breath. The stake hurt like a son of a bitch, and it'd take strength that he didn't have at the moment to remove it. Like sire, like offspring. Lucius tilted his head to the left, staring at the spectacle. His thin lips parted slightly, and his brown-coloured short hair fell forward. His face, covered with small scars, added to his mystical appearance. "Don't bother hiding your thoughts. I'm able to read them as clear as day." "Why should I?" Sylvanus whispered. "I don't have anything to hide from you." He stared at Lucius. "So how can I be of assistance?" Lucius spoke quietly. Kyra. He hadn't heard from her in decades. She had the title of being one of the oldest Deamhan on the living planet at one point. Older than he, Lucius, and Selene combined. The last time he saw her, she helped him when he declared a decretum against another Deamhan in Chicago decades ago. Lucius wanted to know about the Dark Curse. Sylvanus tried to penetrate through Lucius's thoughts, but Lucius forcefully kept him out. He then felt the force beginning to burrow into his own memories, and Sylvanus tried to push it back. Mind-reading came with being a Deamhan, but like humans, Deamhan could train themselves to keep others out of their thoughts. However, he felt useless as Lucius continued to dig. Sylvanus grasped the stake and attempted to pull. His strength faded and his arms began to quiver. "I don't know where she is." He felt his face growing numb and his speech slurred. "That's the truth." "You were once close to her, were you not?" Lucius replied. "You followed her orders then, and you do so now." Sylvanus chuckled and felt his blood gurgling in his throat. "If you call a one-time meet in which she scared and frightened all Deamhan in the city, claimed what she wanted, then disappeared close, then yes, we were close." Selene twisted the stake, and Sylvanus let out a howl. The pain became unbearable, and he begged for her to stop. "Read my thoughts. I don't know where she is." A trickle of blood ran from the left corner of his mouth. "She contacts me when she wants to be found." He felt Lucius continue the onslaught on his thoughts. He'd never felt a force as strong as this in his entire existence. Sylvanus came to one conclusion. Whatever happened to Lucius while in Limbo had somehow made him stronger. "He's telling the truth." Lucius stood up. "So how are we going to find Kyra?" Selene asked. "He isn't the only other Deamhan who knows." He continued to stare at Sylvanus. "There is another one out there, a young Deamhan who also follows her orders." "Who is this Deamhan?" Selene questioned. "Aiden." Selene narrowed her eyes. "Should I remove the stake now?" "No, we will kill him." Selene stepped back. "But you said—" "Don't question me." Selene folded her arms across her chest. "He is our friend and a strong ally." She glared down at Sylvanus for a second. "Are you sure that we have to? He could be useful." "This is what she demanded of us, Selene," Lucius replied. "Do you want to disobey her?" Selene slowly lowered her arms. "Of course not. Then kill him and be done with it." Sylvanus watched Selene kneel down next to him. She gripped the wooden stake with both hands and immediately pulled it out. Sylvanus felt the pain subside for a moment, but his body still reeled from the attack. His watered eyes watched Lucius turn away and clasp his hands behind his lower back. She raised the stake and aimed the pointed edge just above his heart. He felt his body tense, and at the same time he began to heal. Just a few more seconds before he would be strong enough to get to his feet and defend himself. But he didn't have any more seconds. Selene thrust the stake into his chest, and he felt the pointed edge embed into his heart. Sylvanus closed his eyes and waited for the pain to subside. He always thought of death as something that would never catch up with him in a million years. He'd lived longer than the majority of the Deamhan who ever existed, and he never thought in those years that he'd go out like this. 2,000 years. He sniggered at that thought. In reality, there wasn't any other way he wanted to die unless it was by the hands of another Deamhan. He felt relieved that his species hadn't lost their touch. Chapter 2. To serve. The blood intoxicated Anastasia. It filtered through the air, mixing in with human sweat and fear. She closed her brown eyes and let the smell tickle her nerves while it travelled through every inch of her body. It circled through her heart, and it would have made it beat faster, if it pumped at all. The sanctuary saturated itself in it. The human minion continued to tussle with her. He scratched her wrist in an attempt to free himself. She felt the warm liquid from her previous victim sticking to her face, covering her eyelids, and slowly dripping into her mouth. She opened her eyes, letting it drip into them, and she blinked, absorbing it into her body. She stared into the eyes of the terrified human male. Tears rolled down his dirt-stained face, creating small, clear trails. His eyes shifted nervously, left to right, at the mutilated bodies surrounding him. She had killed every one of them, with her bare hands, and fed from them. He would be her last. One more time. She increased her grip around his neck and pulled him in closer. And do not lie to me, human. His eyes bulged and moved from her to the 3 bodies positioned on the couch, all leaning on one another in the living room. He saw one body of a female surrounded in a pool of blood in the middle of the floor. Near the kitchen, 3 more bodies lay on the floor with their throats torn open. Another body remained seated at the kitchen table with its head lolled back, revealing a bite mark on its neck. He turned back to Anastasia, who continued to stare at him with dark, menacing eyes and sharp teeth. I don't know anything, I swear, he stuttered as he spoke to her. Anastasia increased her grip around his neck. You know what I can do, what I will do, so tell me what I want to know and I won't hurt you. He nodded frantically. All the Deamhan left. She sighed and she slowly released her grip. She examined the area while in thought. In a 3-hour period, she had decimated 4 sanctuaries in her search for any Deamhan who supported Kai, and in every sanctuary, the minions fought her to the last person. It made no sense to her. Why try to fight for a demon that cared nothing about them? In each sanctuary, the Deamhan abandoned their human minions, their servants, in fear of Lucius's reprisal. Selene declaring a decretum, an order condemning Kai and his followers, ended up being the best thing that happened for the demon in the city in a while. The minion rubbed his throat and smiled, showing off his mottled teeth. The sun is out, Ramanga. It's morning. Anastasia looked over her shoulder at the window. Between the cracks in the white bloody blinds, the sun peeked through, slightly blinding her. Her first instinct was to retreat into the darkest corners of the room, but she didn't want the minion to see an ounce of fear in her. Ramanga Deamhan feared nothing. She feared nothing. The minion slowly raised himself to his feet with the support of the wall behind him. I swear, I'm not lying to you. She picked at the clumps of hair and matter underneath her fingernails. You minions are known to lie to protect the one you serve. No! The minion dropped to his knees. I swear, please. Who do you serve? Anastasia picked at the unwanted pieces of human flesh in her dark hair, and she flicked it at him. Who is your master? The minion forced a weak smile on his face. I only serve you. I don't need a human to do my work for me. She grabbed him by the arm and lifted him to his feet. Answer my question. He remained silent. She placed her hands on the side of his face and glared into his eyes. Staring into them, she felt herself slowly entering his thoughts and losing all control. Quick images of his rocky childhood and his mischievous teenage years slammed into her with full force in sharp images. She caught a glimpse of his business career cut short by his wife cheating with a co-worker. In a sanctuary on the coast of Virginia, he brought prostitutes from the street to his Deamhan master. For his reward, they promised immortality. To Anastasia, these thoughts weren't relevant. What she wanted to know remained hidden from her. Surprised, she lowered her hands. You're blocking me! She squinted. The minion fell to the ground, wiping the blood that trickled from his nose. He then looked up at her. I'm not hiding anything, he said in his drowsy state. I'm telling the truth. I don't know anything. So it seems. Anastasia lifted him back to his feet. She stared at him, contemplating her next move. She could easily kill him and move on to the next sanctuary. His constant fidgeting brought her back to reality. She snapped his neck, and his body fell to the floor. She walked slowly over to the blinds, wiping the blood from her victims on the back of her black pants. The bright morning sunlight singed her eyes, and she moved back into the darkness. She didn't fear sunlight, nor did she hate it. If only her kind could go out during the day, she'd take advantage of it. The sun wouldn't kill her instantly because of her age. However, too much exposure for a long period of time would still slowly boil her from the inside out. Stories of her kind being able to survive in the sunlight passed down from generation to generation, but in her 400+ years of existence, she'd never come across any Deamhan who could survive in the sun without some kind of protection. Then again, much of what her sire told her, she didn't believe anyway. Since Kai and some of his supporters fled the city of Minneapolis, everything seemed different. They'd left a gaping hole, which began to fill with vampires and other sorts of creatures she hadn't seen in centuries. Even though she loathed the vampires more than Deamhan, they became much easier to deal with than the other creatures. The smell of blood returned to her nostrils, and she closed her eyes again, basking in the odour. She flicked her dark black hair from her right shoulder to her back, and she retracted her sharp Ramanga teeth. She walked into the kitchen and slowly approached the basement door. Gripping the knob, she opened it slowly and glared down into the basement's obscure darkness. The first wooden step was rotted through, and she tested it by placing her foot gently on it. Satisfied of its strength, she retreated down into the dark abyss and reached the cold floor within seconds. The smell of dank, wet concrete tingled her superb Deamhan sense of smell. She swiped her hand on the wall, looking for the switch to turn on the light, but her eyes slowly adjusted, and slowly the outline of 3 rows of coffins appeared to her. She never liked coffins, even in her day when many Deamhan she knew vouched for them. When she did own one, just for the sake of owning one, it felt too confining and too close to the superstitions that humans had of vampires. She didn't bother stealing another. She walked slowly through the aisle, placing her fingers on each empty coffin that she walked by. At the end, a white-polished coffin exuded the stench of an unfamiliar odour. It made her roll her eyes. Leave it to a Deamhan to fulfill the stereotype of a vampire. A small whimper from upstairs interrupted her thoughts. She abruptly turned her attention to the basement stairs. She remained quiet and with all her concentration focused on the noise. The whimpering continued, followed by slow-pacing footsteps. She walked over to the edge of the stairs and her nose caught a whiff of the unfamiliar scent again. She didn't smell it when she first walked through the doors, but she knew this sanctuary smelled different when she first entered. A mixed sanctuary wasn't anything new to her. She had visited many like this one in her past. Centuries ago, she took refuge in one. She walked up the stairs, taking her time, careful not to make a noise. She reached the top, and the smell became stronger, seeping from the direction of the stairs to the second floor. Anastasia slowly ascended the stairs, reaching the top landing of the second floor, when the footsteps and whimpering stopped. She stood glaring at the dark hallway ahead of her. Anastasia walked by a poorly unkempt bathroom, glancing in to see its only window covered with makeshift cardboard, and the bathtub filled with plastic bottles and other garbage. Cockroaches ran freely along the base of the hallway floor and across its stained, worn-out carpet. She placed her hands on the wall and continued down the hallway. She could never compare all of the smutty, overcrowded sanctuaries she had destroyed in Minneapolis with what real sanctuaries should be. The minions maintained the cleanliness to please their demon masters, but in this sanctuary, they lacked that specific talent. The fetid smell became stronger, and this time it tickled her nose. The stench overpowered her. Whomever the smell belonged to, she had to be careful. Any Deamhan was a potential threat. She had to stay out of reach of the Metusba, who fed on the aura of their victims. She had to stay feet from the Lamia, who fed off the life force, which emulated from a victim's mouth. She had to stay inches from the Lugat, who fed off the leftover psychic imprints. However, she didn't mind staying close to her own type, the Ramanga who fed off blood. The confrontation itself would soothe her already disgruntled nerves. "I know you're here," Anastasia reached out to touch the walls, feeling the grime and dirt sticking to her fingertips. She reached the door and heard a set of 2 footsteps pacing. She paused in front of the door before twisting the doorknob to open it, but it was locked from the inside. Beneath the door, she saw a shadow scurrying from left to right. Anastasia placed her hands on the door and pushed it open. It flew across the room, splintering in half, and it hit the opposite side of the bedroom wall. Stained yellow dots peppered the wall, and the air smelled like old rainwater that exuded from the roof. A stained mattress with ruffled covers sat in the middle of the floor. Anastasia saw them in the dark, huddled together in the corner. She stepped in, viewing the scattered toys around the room. In the corner, the 2 young females stood silently with their eyes concentrated on her. Anastasia stopped in her walk. The dictum, a set of laws for the Deamhan, forbids their kind to sire someone so young, but no one paid attention to those laws anymore. Even she found herself guilty of disobeying a few of them. But the discovery of these 2 young girls silenced her voice. They smelled like demon, but she had yet to figure out what type of demon they were. She grinded her teeth, and her mouth dropped slightly. "What are you?" The 2 young girls didn't speak. The youngest one cradled her torn teddy bear further into her chest. "Why are your scents masked?" Again, they didn't answer. "What clan are you from?" The question seemed ridiculous to her, but only after she had said it. She finally got her answer. The oldest girl gripped the younger one, and they shifted further back into the shadowed corner. Then, without warning, Anastasia witnessed sharp fangs in the oldest girl's mouth. Her eyes bulged. Ramanga? She knew of all the Ramanga Deamhan in the city, but these 2 children didn't appear on her radar. Now she questioned who sired them and why. She sniffed again to ensure her discovery. Still staring at them, she continued to wonder how many other Ramanga lived in the city right under her nose. Anastasia acted fast. She took another step forward, and the girls sulked themselves further back into the corner. She stopped in mid-stride. "I won't hurt you." She wanted to stop them before they disappeared into the shadows. "You must be the oldest." She pointed to the older girl with short brown hair. "Is she your sister?" The youngest girl nodded, but still didn't speak. Anastasia understood why they feared her. Still covered in dried blood, the girls smelled her Deamhan's scent. Every Deamhan feared the Ramanga, even other Ramanga. They had the sharpest teeth. "Who sired you? Where are you from? How long have you been here?" Becoming impatient, she inundated the girls with questions. While she wanted to know every single detail about them, her thoughts drifted to ripping their throats with her teeth. The oldest girl stood up slowly and straightened the ruffles of her dirtied pink dress. Besides their obvious ignorance of cleanliness, they represented the other spectrum of their environment, and this added to Anastasia's curiosity. They belonged to someone, perhaps a minion Anastasia killed downstairs or someone who sired them and left. The youngest girl remained seated, cradling a small, naked doll near her chest. "I won't hurt you, I promise," Anastasia lied. The oldest girl slowly stepped in front of her sister. "I'm not afraid of you," she said in a shaky voice, as her eyes turned black. Anastasia slightly smiled, knowing that wasn't the case. "Don't come any closer," her childish voice warned. Anastasia had no intention of doing anything to them yet. She watched the oldest girl ball her tiny fist, preparing herself for Anastasia's attack. Anastasia sensed the little girl's bravery, and if it were any other circumstance, she would commend it. The little girl also reminded her of another girl, a human, whose family she'd slaughtered years ago in northern Minnesota during their hiking vacation. The memory began to singe within her. It wasn't normal to think of her victims that way. Just the hint of sorrow made her feel weak, and she immediately silenced the thought. "I won't come closer if you answer my questions, girl." "We know who you are." The oldest girl lifted her sister to her feet. So then you understand why it's in your best interest to answer my questions. The oldest girl wrapped her arm around her younger sister, pulling her in close by her side. Anastasia leaned against the wall. They looked beautiful, so young and so innocent. Beautiful. Nothing should be beautiful. Were all Ramanga children like this? She had to admit she fancied the thought. Where is your sire? The oldest girl shrugged. What are your names? Anastasia asked. Still sensing that they didn't trust her, she continued, I won't hurt you if you tell me what I need to know. The older girl spoke up. Aisha and my sister Annabelle. Okay, Aisha. Anastasia lowered herself to the floor in front of them, crossing her legs. Who sired you? Annabelle looked up at her sister, who stared at the floor in hesitation. Anastasia placed her elbow on her leg and she leaned her face into her hand. She couldn't remember the last time she was ever this resigned. We can't tell you, Aisha answered. Can't or won't? Can't. Fine, she rolled her eyes. But if not me, then who would you trust? A minion downstairs. Aisha shook her head no. You know that I am also a Ramanga. I can protect you. If others find out that you're here, they won't take their time killing you. Finally, the little girl opened her mouth. You won't kill us? She quickly glanced at the girl. No, I won't. For the first time in her existence, she didn't know how to respond. She was usually quick on the draw, but this time, she felt something that she couldn't explain. Her maternal instincts kicked in. She'd never felt anything like it, even before she became a Ramanga. She still remembered her human life and the need she had to be a wife and have children of her own. She spoke to her fiancé at the time, Robert, and they began to make preparations. Being the only child in her family, Anastasia remembered they had a magic number of 5 children, 2 girls and 3 boys. But all of that went away when her own sire ripped out Robert's throat. The caring, the understanding, the nurturing of these 2 children made her feel weak, but nowadays she was starting to feel more and more vulnerable. These thoughts afflicted the demon in her. She couldn't love, she couldn't feel, but yet she found herself more and more concerned with the well-being of others, humans and demon, around her. If she liked it or not, she had to admit that she could only decimate and kill minions for so long before it ate at her. She wanted to react and snuff it out of her system, the demon way. Are you going to kill us? Aisha's soft voice snapped Anastasia from her thoughts. No. Annabelle comforted her older sister. She's not going to kill us. The little girl's growing faith in Anastasia would be her undoing. Like I said, I didn't come here for you. Anastasia watched Annabelle slowly move behind Aisha. In her tiny hands, she continued to caress the disheveled hair of her weathered doll. Did a minion bring you both here? Both of the sisters nodded slowly. She stood up and stared at them in silence. She contemplated her next move. She couldn't leave them here, but could she? Walking away was better than tearing their little bodies apart. Her eyes reverted to the window blinds. The sun is extremely bright this morning. I will take you to someplace safe. She turned around and walked out of the room. She didn't hear them following her, and she looked over her shoulder. I have a human friend who will help you. He will keep you safe and get you out of the city. The friend she referred to was Nathan, the owner of Blind Bluff Manor. She knew that he would indeed shelter them and take care of them. She continued to walk, listening carefully to their slow, cautious footsteps following her. The girls followed her down the hallway and to the stairs. Anastasia descended down the steps and back into the carnage she had left earlier. She turned around, seeing that they had stopped abruptly at the bottom step, glaring at the bodies below. Annabelle grabbed her sister's hand and immediately turned around, rushing back upstairs. Anastasia stopped briefly before she picked up her speed, knowing that she was much faster than they were, and she caught up with them. Knowing that she couldn't let them get away, She grabbed Annabelle's arm and Aisha by her waist and descended back down the stairs. She drowned out Aisha's screams and Annabelle's cries by repeating just one sentence in her thoughts. "The sun is extremely bright this morning." "Please," Annabelle cried out. "Please don't do this, please." Their cries continued, and Anastasia, now knowing what she had to do, ignored them. A sharp pain in her forearm made Anastasia quickly drop Annabelle to the floor. She saw that Annabelle's fangs were covered in blood. The little girls fought back, doing what they could to get away from her, but Anastasia knew that they didn't have the strength to stand up to her. Anastasia grabbed onto Annabelle again, and the little girl's cries turned into piercing screams. She slapped at Anastasia's arms. Anastasia held on tight as she approached the blood-stained blinds. She twisted them open, allowing the sunlight to blast through, blinding them all at first. Her motherly thoughts bombarded her mind again. Do not kill them. Let them live. Save them. But she couldn't. She wouldn't. Anastasia tossed Aisha into the sunlight, letting the bright light do its work. Aisha let out one last terrified scream before her skin began to bubble. She ran for the dark corner of the room, but Anastasia pushed her back into the light. The child then burst into flames. Annabelle covered her eyes and dropped her doll as Anastasia picked her up. The little girl didn't cry, nor did she fight when she entered the sunlight. Nothing more but smouldering ash and pieces of clothing remained of the little girls. Anastasia closed the blinds and she leaned up against the wall. Her body tingled and her skin felt loose. Either way, it was better that they didn't continue to exist. She noticed the tattered doll and picked it up from the floor. Its right eye was missing, the socket stuffed with cotton. She smoothed back the doll's tangled hair and examined it before tossing it into the kitchen. She let her body slide to the ground and she clasped her hands together. She had to wait for sunset to leave, and she hated waiting. Chapter 3. Same dream, same outcome. Anastasia slowly opened her eyes. A couple of seconds passed before her sight adjusted to the dark environment around her. Cracked lines on the white stucco ceiling of her bedroom came into focus. They spread along the surface like varicose veins. She lifted her head slightly from her pillow, glancing at her feet near the edge of the bed, with her mind still recovering from her reoccurring dream. What does it mean? The same dream she had yesterday and the night before about her human family haunted her again. But this time the dream left her empty and angry. As a little girl, she watched from the windows of her family's home, while her father sat on horseback in the fields, watching their servants till the ground for harvest. The sun's rays warmed her skin, and she loved basking in its light. She became anxious, like any little girl would while waiting for her father's return. When he opened the door and walked in, smelling like wet grass and outside air, Anastasia grabbed his hand and led him over to his favourite chair, where he plopped her on his right knee and began to sing to her. Only 10 years old at the time, Anastasia remembered the song. It was her father's favourite and hers as well. He grabbed the hairbrush from the table and began to run it through Anastasia's long dark hair. She closed her eyes and she let his hoarse voice fill her ears. At that age, she knew her father wanted a son and he prayed for a miracle. However, it didn't stop him from loving her and giving her all the attention a little girl her age needed. Aurelia, is your mother filling your head with thoughts of acting? Aurelia. No one had called her that in a long time. She shook her head no, remembering that her dream of becoming an actor was a secret only she and her mother knew. If she promised to hide her fascination and give more thought to the idea of becoming some lucky man's wife, her mother promised to take her to see a Shakespeare play in London someday. Her father handed her a small brown box. Here, daughter, I have a present for you. Excited, she opened it, only to find a bloody and fresh human heart. She felt her stomach beginning to twitch and she grew tired. Her eyes fluttered and she slightly turned her head to look over her shoulder. Her father's icy hands slid further down Anastasia's small-framed body into her back. She immediately stood up and turned to face her father. "Honey, what's wrong?" Her father's lips moved slowly. Anastasia noticed a gaping hole in his chest, and she looked back down at the box. A female voice echoed inside her head. At first, she had trouble hearing it. Then it became louder and louder, and she realized that she'd never heard the voice before. But she felt that somehow she was connected to it. "Come to me, Anastasia." The voice also echoed around her. She looked back to her father, who held out his arms, and he opened his mouth. "Come to me, Anastasia." "Who are you?" She continued to step back, away from whoever had taken over her father's body. "Why are you invading my dreams?" "Come to me, come to me," the voice repeated over and over, deafening her. She then woke up. She turned off her night lamp, which rested on a stand next to her bed. Enough sunlight crept from underneath her bedroom door to see in her semi-darkened room. A pile of bloodied clothes rested on the floor near the edge of her bed. No matter how many times she dreamed of the day, running into her father's warm arms, her father kissing her on the forehead and telling her that everything was going to be okay, she knew her parents were dead and they would never come back to her. The realization proved more than what Anastasia could handle, and she picked up her night lamp, throwing it to the floor. Before the lamp landed, she quickly got out of bed in demon's speed, and she dressed herself in a loose white t-shirt and blue jeans. The noise of the lamp crashing into the floor didn't break her stride. She slipped on an old pair of house shoes and left her room. The silent hallways of Blind Bluff Manor soothed her calm nerves. Sometimes dark during the day, depending if Remy or Hallie roamed them, she never felt threatened by its atmosphere. Thick, multi-level Greek curtains blocked out the slivers of sunlight that reached the floor. The cold air fondled her skin, and her footsteps vibrated through the silence as she walked down the hallway and toward the balcony. From the edge, she saw the light from Nathan's study. She slowly proceeded down the stairs, remembering the first time she had stepped foot inside his mansion years ago. Had it been so long? Time seemed irrelevant to a Deamhan, especially one such as herself. Being over 400 years old, she made sure nothing, not even life, would have a chance of becoming sacred to her. The first time they'd met, she threatened Nathan, thinking that he had something to do with Lucius's disappearance. After finding out that he didn't, he welcomed her with open arms and invited her to stay with him at his home. In return, she kept him off her menu, protected him, and headed off his calls. Never did she think that she could ever be this close to a human. Through all of this, she made a mental decision to mention nothing about the children she encountered and killed at the sanctuary the night before to Nathan and the others. No one in the sanctuary knew about her nighttime activities as well. She reached the bottom steps and slowly walked by the Roman statues that decorated the front foyer. Beautiful, constantly kept free from dust by Nathan himself, and why he didn't hire a maid for the morning hours confused her. The statues showing Nathan's curiosity about the history of Rome and the Brotherhood, an organization he was once part of that watched, studied, and documented her kind. Human researchers gave their lives to write down every piece of information on every demon they could find. Only in recent years did the organization move toward a neutral stance when it came to Deamhan affairs, or so the demon thought. That all changed when Veronica's mother, a researcher, disappeared while following Lucius years ago. Veronica came back to Minneapolis to retrace her mother's footsteps, only to find that her own father, with help from Kai, had killed her mother and placed Lucius in Limbo, a magical hold void of time for Deamhan. Anastasia smoothed her hair back with her hands to straighten the wild strands, and she peered into Nathan's library, watching him resting in his chair with his head immersed in a brown, withered book. She picked up on his thoughts that circled in hypersonic speeds, revealing to her the book he read. It once belonged to a 15th century researcher from Madrid by the name of Gustavo. It chronicled Lucius's brief appearance in the city in 1530 and the confrontation with his sister Lucia on the shores of River Manzanares on a Friday, shortly after midnight. Nathan's interest didn't surprise her. For years, he took special interest in Lucius and helped Veronica in her search. When Lucius and Selene left Minneapolis, hot on Kai's trail, he promised Lucius he'd look after Veronica. After all, Lucius had fallen in love with Veronica's mother, and he believed that saving her from harm was the least he could do. Now Anastasia didn't know what was going on with Lucius. He commanded her to raid every sanctuary in Minneapolis with ties to Kai, and she followed his orders blindly. Nathan's eyes drifted from the book to her. He removed his reading glasses from his face and smiled, revealing wrinkles extending from the corners of his mouth and crow's feet from the corner of his deep blue eyes. He hadn't slept yet. She could see it in his tired eyes. There was also something else she sensed about him. He was different, and his body was starting to show years of neglect. Morning. He closed the book and placed it on his lap. Anastasia remained quiet. She paid close attention to the aging process for a human. When she'd first met Nathan, he had brown hair, and his face showed no signs of stress. Now, grey streaks extended from roughly around his ears to the back of his head, and his hair thinned on the top. "You look tired. Did you sleep well?" he asked her. He knew only because she allowed him to know. She thought maybe, just maybe, he knew why she suddenly dreamt of nothing but her dead human parents. "Same dream. Same outcome," she replied. "I can no longer sleep. It wakes me when the sun is out." "Have you tried going back to sleep?" "Yes, but it starts all over again. From the beginning. I will deal with it." She heard a light tapping behind her, and she quickly looked over her shoulder, staring at the front door. She could already smell Veronica's scent travelling through the small crevasses of the door's frame. She heard the jingling of keys and the doorknob twisting. Veronica's thoughts also seemed to circle wildly through her head. They felt commingled and thought of nothing but her mother, Lucius, and her father. The door opened, exposing Anastasia's body to the sunlight. It singed her skin, but she didn't move. When Veronica saw her, she immediately closed the door. Soon, her thoughts went silent, and she blocked them from Anastasia. It was one thing Anastasia detested about anyone associated with the Brotherhood. They knew how to block their thoughts from Deamhan. Veronica slipped off her brown hoodie, and she draped it over one of the Roman statues. She walked quickly past Anastasia and into the study, cradling a bag of donuts and holding 2 cups of coffee. They were out of decaf. She handed a cup to Nathan, and she placed the bag on his lap. Anastasia felt her skin beginning to heal itself. Her attention turned to the fireplace. "Ever since I left the cave after Lucius was released, my dreams have become more disturbing." She turned her attention back to Nathan. He sipped his coffee and paused before speaking again. "Have you heard anything from Lucius or Selene?" "No, I haven't." "You'd think Lucius would confide in you since you practically worshipped his very being," Veronica spoke up. Anastasia's eyes darted in her direction. The humans still didn't like her and didn't trust her, but Anastasia couldn't blame her. In reality, she didn't care. But Veronica's snotty remarks dug into her cold skin, and this time she felt the need to reply. "Humans can't understand the bond a demon has with another," she said with clenched teeth. Since Lucius freed her from the casket her sire put her in centuries ago, she felt a sense of loyalty when it came to Lucius. She considered him to be her true sire. "No, I guess we can't." Veronica leaned back in her chair. For a moment her thoughts became unblocked, and Anastasia picked up on them. She sensed Veronica's lack of reassurance in regards to her father and the Brotherhood. She still didn't know what they did to Sean, her best friend who came to Minneapolis to help her in her search. She felt betrayed by those around her, and the only confidence she had left remaining was to Nathan. "Once Lucius returns, Sylvanus will let me know," Anastasia said. "Until then, I'll assume that he hasn't found Kai yet." The smell of cold death filtered into Anastasia's nostrils. She knew that annoying scent, like the back of her hand. She watched Nathan glance behind her at Remy. Anastasia looked over her shoulder. Veronica's thoughts leaked from her conscious again and became available for her to hear. Veronica trusted Remy just as much as she trusted her. She also sensed that Remy picked up on Veronica's thoughts as well, like any demon coming across a free thought would. He gently tapped his fingers on the wall and his lips pulled back, forming a mischievous smirk while his eyes danced. "You're both up early." He slowly crossed his arms over his chest, then he turned slightly over his shoulder, looking out the window and hummed lightly. "It's about 10:30 in the morning, isn't it?" "Are you also having problems sleeping?" Nathan asked. "Me?" He placed his hand on his chest and chuckled. "Not even in the slightest." He straightened his crisp white shirt and he glared down at his black pants before saying, "Although you all speak so loudly that I can hear you in my sleep." He then focused in on Veronica. "Good morning." Veronica remained quiet. There wasn't anything about Remy that Anastasia liked. His selfishness was apparent. He liked to sulk in the darkened corners of the manor, eavesdropping on others' conversations and, like all demon, he couldn't be trusted. He offered nothing, and that made him a demon she wouldn't mind killing one day. However, like her, Remy had grown attached to Nathan and he had his own personal reason to stick around. She began to wonder if Nathan wasn't the only human person Remy became attracted to, and that maybe he had started to grow fond of Veronica. "Remy, is there something I can help you with?" Nathan asked. He walked into the study and leaned against the mantel on the fireplace. He stared at the smouldering fire for a second before answering. "Just curious on how that research is going." His eyes meandered over to Veronica. "It's going," she finally replied to him. Anastasia's eyes centered on each of them individually. Clueless on what Veronica searched for now, she tried to read her thoughts but found herself blocked again. "If you're wondering, Anastasia," Remy said, "I've offered my services to Veronica." "Services?" Anastasia's eyes narrowed. "Yes." Remy stood tall and he cleared his throat. "She's a researcher. That's what she's trained to do. With the Brotherhood chapter reopening their services, I'm sure she'll cross paths with them in the near future. And well, since Lucius is so bent on her protection, and with you being busy with your nighttime activities, I thought I'd step up to the plate." Anastasia wondered what he had planned. Every smart demon who remained in the city knew of Veronica's protection, so there wasn't any need to coddle her anymore. Now, an outsider, Veronica found her itch by researching and helping Nathan. The only thing Remy could possibly offer her was trouble. "You're wasting your time," Anastasia replied. "Those human researchers are small compared to the real dangers." "Like who?" "The demon you kill at those god-awful sanctuaries." Remy rubbed his hand along the surface of the mantle. Nathan and Veronica turned their attention to her. Anastasia saw confusion in their eyes. "There are demon in the city who still support Kai," she said. "Lucius wants them destroyed." "All of them?" Nathan questioned. "Yes, all of them." She turned back to Remy. "Unlike some demon, I follow the set rules of ancients." Knowing Remy's distaste for authority, Anastasia expected him to make a sly remark. Instead, he slicked back his short brown hair. His muscles underneath his shirt twitched slightly, and Anastasia saw how Veronica reacted to it by staring at his lean upper mass. He wasn't an eyesore to gaze at. In fact, Remy, the only lamia in Blind Bluff Manor, was highly attractive. Even with his sexual attributes, Anastasia didn't understand why Veronica was so tolerant of his childish behavior. "Sounds like it." Remy rubbed the dust from the mantle between his index finger and his thumb. His tongue glazed over his bottom lip, and his brown eyes continued their stare at Veronica as he continued questioning Anastasia. "From what I've heard, you've been making somewhat of a mess in the city. Can we say Genocide much? Only those who supported Kai, Anastasia replied. Ah, yes, those bad Kai supporters. He pulled back the curtains slightly, allowing just a sliver of sunlight to travel into the room. He smiled. You're a big girl, aren't you, Anna? Lucius, sergeant at arms. He shielded his eyes from the sunlight and he chuckled. What I do in my spare time is none of your business. She eyed Veronica and Nathan. And it's not human-related. Yes, I agree, Nathan said. We don't have a say in the matter. He readjusted himself on the couch. But thinking about the number of sanctuaries in the city, there are a lot of them, Anastasia. Veronica grabbed her cup of coffee, and without warning, she left the study and headed up the stairs. I don't think Veronica liked your response. Remy continued to watch Veronica until she disappeared. She wants to do more, Nathan said. She blames her mother's death on the very organization her father is part of. And of course, she blames all the Deamhan. I've been trying to help her cope with her loss and to redirect her energy on positive things. She wants revenge. You should let her have it. Remy smiled. Nathan exhaled. Revenge would be the worst thing for her, Remy. Perhaps, but it's a fun road. He clasped his hands together as he walked out of the room and headed upstairs after Veronica. Nathan turned his attention toward Anastasia. I will admit, I am a little apprehensive that Lucius has remained so distant from you and me. Kai did a lot of damage to the demon in Minneapolis. Lucius needs to fix it, make it right. Nathan began to cough and he covered his mouth, turning away. Anastasia tilted her head to the side. The air emanating from Nathan's cough smelled thick and tart. It was the smell of sickness. Are you okay? I'm fine. Just a cold. Nathan cleared his throat. Are you sure? It smells like more than just a cold. I'm fine. He turned back to her. The telephone rang and Anastasia watched Nathan pick up the phone receiver. His hand began to shake, and again the putrid air from his cough circled in her nose. She stepped out of his study and into the hallway. Like her, Nathan was keeping a secret. She couldn't place the smell, and there wasn't any other clue related to his health that she could pinpoint. Whatever it was felt like more than a common cold or flu, and she hoped that wasn't the case. Chapter 4. Games we play. Remy watched Veronica lean back in her chair and look up at the ceiling of her bedroom from the hallway. It wasn't the first time he'd stalked her. After she came back from Kai's gathering, where Lucius slaughtered any and all demon there, she walked slowly to her room where she stayed for 2 days. During those 2 days, he stood outside her door, listening to her breathe erratically, sob hysterically, and tell herself that everything was going to be all right. During that frantic time, he wanted nothing but to walk in and comfort her in his arms, and at the same time gently seduce her, only to take just a little of her life force to sustain him through the day. Now she searched her notes savagely, setting a few pieces of paper aside, while crumpling others and tossing them in the corner with her other unwanted notes. The pile grew in size with each crumpled paper. He felt sure that she was looking for something or anything that could convince her that her mother wasn't dead. He watched the beads of sweat trickle down the sides of her face, and she wiped them with the back of her hand. She sipped her coffee. One document she held up to the dim light in her room, read a few lines, then proceeded to toss it in her wanted pile. Her actions slightly turned him on, and his mind went unbridled with what he could do to her. What she needed was to be protected, and Remy felt he was the only one who could offer her that chance. Lucius's promise to Veronica's mother fell through, and Anastasia became preoccupied with her mission to rid the city of any remaining demon who supported Kai. Veronica reminded him so much of Doll, the servant girl his human parents hired before Remy became a Deamhan. Those days of his human existence seemed like a long time ago. What he did remember, he kept close, writing down those thoughts he felt he'd forget forever. He'd admired Doll and loved her secretly. It was unthinkable for someone in his class of wealthy bourgeoisie to have any desire to copulate with a servant girl. But no one knew him like she did, and he kept their relationship hidden from his parents and from his younger sister, Marie. That all changed when his parents were murdered in 1848. The people of France rose in insurrection, and his parents became casualties in the uprising. All their servants left to join the protesters, except for Doll. The time felt right to Remy, and he promised to take her and his sister away from the turmoil, to land his parents owned outside of Paris. Instead, he ran into Julian, his sire. He never knew what happened to his sister. As a new Deamhan, any thoughts regarding the well-being of a human became non-existent. Yet now here he was, standing outside the door, watching Veronica wallow in her confusion. The thought of siring Veronica crossed his mind. Siring a Deamhan wasn't like siring a vampire. It didn't take a night. It took several nights, depending, and even then, there was a high chance that the human wouldn't survive. He questioned taking that chance. Veronica stacked the papers that remained and she placed them in the top drawer of her desk. Remy sensed her thoughts of being frustrated, and the fact that she felt uncomfortable in Blind Bluff Manor ate at her. She questioned why she remained there, among Deamhan, who she partially blamed for her mother's death. She longed to know what happened to her best friend Sean, who was taken back to San Diego by orders from her father, president of the Midwest Division of the Brotherhood. Remy quietly knocked on her bedroom door, and Veronica quickly stood up from her seat. "What do you want, Remy?" She breathed in heavy, and she placed her hands on her tiny waist. "To rip you open." Remy closed his eyes, then reopened them. "Just thought you needed company." "Well, I don't." "Everyone needs company once in a while, even a Deamhan." He walked in slowly. "I don't need your company. I'm perfectly fine alone." "That's not what your thoughts tell me," he replied, and sat on the edge of her bed. She exhaled and returned to her stack of papers. "You know, sometimes I wish you were a vampire so I can take back my invitation and kick you out of my room." "Doesn't work like that." He tapped the side of his forehead in thought. "Actually, I don't know how that works." He watched her walk over to the stack of crumpled papers and began to gather them. He stood up and approached her. She slightly jumped at his presence and stood back while he began to clean her corner quickly, placing the balls of paper in her trash. "Why are you doing this?" Ignoring her question, Remy glanced back at her. "You're going to need another trash bag." Veronica held up her hands. "Just stop! Stop it! Right now!" Remy stood up. "I want you out of here." "I'm helping you tidy up your space, that's it." "No, you're up to something." Remy sensed emptiness emanating from her as she raised her voice. He didn't understand why she strained to come to the realization that he only wanted to help her. "I scare you?" Confused, Veronica paused. "What?" "I'm sorry if I'm scaring you, Veronica. I just want to help." "You can help by leaving my room." "You just remind me of someone I used to know. One of your many victims." Veronica rolled her eyes. "No, someone I knew when I was human. A woman I was madly in love with." Veronica's eyes narrowed in on him. "You were in love with someone?" Her researcher side began to show. He knew that besides searching for her mother, she also investigated the backgrounds of himself and Anastasia. At one point, she investigated Hallie's history, trying to help her find whoever sired her. "I don't know how to approach you and make you feel not scared of me," he said. "I don't know what I can do to make you feel safe around me." "You're a Deamhan," she replied. "I'll never feel safe around you." "But you don't have to be." Veronica huffed. "What have you done that wouldn't make me scared of you? Think about it." He paused. He couldn't come up with one solid explanation. "I could kill you right now if I wanted," he replied. "But I'm not because I don't want to." Veronica shook her head in disgust. "There are a lot of things you'll never understand." "I get it. I get it." His eyes lit up. You think that I won't ever be able to act human, that I will never ever know passion, desire, and love because I'm a demon. Damn right. In demon speed, he quickly ran over to her bed. He saw in her eyes that their speed astonished her. It always astonished humans because it looked like a blur to them, followed by a slight gust of wind. I'm not playing a game, Veronica. He paused and he hummed. Unless you want me to. He sat on the edge of the bed and he laid back. See, this is exactly why I won't ever trust you, Remy. You're disgusting. She walked over to the bed. If you won't leave my room, then I will. He moved quickly and he grasped her in his arms. She stared back into his brown eyes and she quickly looked away. Am I hurting you? Veronica attempted to push herself away, but Remy increased his grip. He liked it when they fought back. I could hurt you, but again, I don't want to. She struggled again and he moved in closer, sniffing her neck. His eyes rolled back in pleasure. I'm being serious. I want to help you. At that moment, he wanted her. Not all of her, but just a taste, enough to satisfy his craving for human. He heard footsteps outside of her room, and before he could react, he saw Anastasia standing in the doorway. When their eyes met, he slowly released his grip, and Veronica quickly moved away from him. He loathed Anastasia. Somehow she always knew when to crash on his parade and show her dominance, being the oldest demon in the manor. He pretended to take her threats lightly, knowing that she could easily kill him. But he wasn't afraid of anyone or anything. Plus, her recent behavior changed after Lucius' release, and he started to notice her doubts when it came to destroying sanctuaries. Come to crash my party? Anastasia moved quickly, and she stood face to face with Remy. She spoke with clenched teeth. Veronica is still protected. By who? You. Remy waved her off. If she doesn't want my help, all she needs to say is no. No, Veronica said. I don't need your help. He caught his breath in thought. He knew the only thing Veronica wanted more was her mother who was dead. What better way to fuel her frustration by offering the next best thing? Even if I told you I could help you get revenge on the Brotherhood and your father for the death of your mother. Anastasia quickly pushed Remy aside with force, and he slammed against the wall, falling to the floor. He quickly stood to his feet and wiped himself off. I guess that is a no, after all. Anastasia grabbed Remy by his shirt, and she slammed him against the wall again. A bit overreacting now, aren't we? He grabbed her by her wrists, and he yanked himself free from her. With one swoop, he pushed her back. All I'm saying is, what if? He watched her body tense up. Anastasia, I know you're doing this for Lucius, because you guys are like clothes or something, and you follow all his commands, even if they're wrong. Her eyes slowly changed from brown to a stark black, and her Ramanga fangs dropped from her gums, signaling she was preparing herself to attack. Knowing that if he fought her back, she would possibly maim or kill him, Remy headed for the door. I'm not going to fight you, Anna. He looked over his shoulder at Veronica. Like humans say, revenge is a dish best served cold. Think it over, Veronica. Your choice. Before he walked out of the room, Anastasia spoke. Nathan wants you to come down to the study. Remy turned around. For what? She looked back at Veronica. And you as well. Must be important. Remy rubbed his hands together. Guess we should be going then. Anastasia moved past him and walked down the hallway. You're very annoying, Remy. I could say the same for you, he replied. But something tells me you don't care. You're right. I don't. In demon speed, he caught up to her. Well, that's a damn shame. I thought you were learning to care. Anastasia walked forward and pushed him aside. Move out of my way. Or what? Remy laughed. You're going to manhandle me like you did back there. The all and mighty powerful Anastasia versus the annoying Lamia. He continued to watch as she disappeared down the stairs and to the foyer. She stopped just shy of the study, watching Nathan standing near the fireplace mantel in deep conversation. Veronica caught up to Remy, and before descending the stairs, he whispered slowly, "The Brotherhood is a vast organization, Veronica, but I'm sure you know that." "I don't need your help," she whispered back. "You sure about that? There's nothing you can do to bring down the Brotherhood. Bringing down an organization like that is quite easy, really." He stood on the stairs. "You just need to know the right buttons to push." He leaned over the balcony and watched Anastasia below. Eventually, Anna's going to realize that her big sister routine is running out of steam and even she can't protect you. Veronica headed down the stairs and toward the foyer when Remy spoke up again. "I personally think you have every right to go after the Brotherhood for what they did to your mother. Everyone has the right to seek revenge. Anna decimates sanctuaries just for kicks. Lucius is hunting down Kai to the ends of the earth. Why can't you have your fun?" "That's different." "No, not really." His response left her stirring in her own thought. He slowly descended the stairs, catching up with her. "Killing is killing." "You have no idea what's truly going on, Remy," Anastasia scoffed. "Maybe not everything, but I think I know what's going on with you," he replied. "You can't fool me. You're changing. You're starting to actually care." He continued his barrage. "I have to admit, it's a little awkward for me to watch the old bloodthirsty Anna slipping away." "The only thing you care about is drama," Anastasia replied quietly. "True, but I hope you know that I really do miss the old Anna. I found her rather sexy." He now stood only inches from her and grabbed her hand and placed it on his chest. The Anastasia he heard about in his past was nothing like the Anastasia now. Maniacal, heartless. All Deamhan feared her and her sire. She killed anyone in her path. Demon, humans, researchers, and vampires. She betrayed the Deamhan she sired, and she never thought twice about killing anyone or anything. "I wish I had a reputation like you." He moved her hand toward his right breast, then over to his left. They glazed over his pierced nipples, and he finally moved her hand toward his belly button. He looked to Veronica, who stood just a few feet from them. "You know, Veronica, none of those researchers who have ever followed me got it right. What they wrote in those crappy books about me, it made me look like a saint compared to Anna. What they wrote about your current housemate was absolute perfection. Release me." He watched as Anastasia's eyes grew dark and void. "I remembered my sire telling me about the scary Ramanga." He placed his hand underneath her chin and pulled her in close. "He said if I ever crossed her to run the other way. He feared her as much as any other Deamhan did." He moved in a little closer, expecting Anastasia to throw him off, possibly breaking a few of his bones in the process. Instead, she didn't resist. Remy scoured her thoughts and found them empty. He placed his lips over her mouth, and at that moment, he took advantage. He sucked, feeling her essence entering his mouth. He didn't prefer the taste of a Deamhan to a human. It made him cringe, and if he decided to drain her completely, he too would fall victim. However, Anastasia's essence had a sweet yet tart taste that he found to be addictive. He felt her energy traveling through his system. It jolted him at full attention, and he wanted more until the energy suddenly changed. It felt weak and heavy, and its taste turned wretched. As quickly as it began, she pushed him away with such force that Remy tumbled back, catching himself. "What in the hell are you doing?" Anastasia screamed at him. He wiped his mouth and laughed slightly. His body felt weak. "I just wanted a taste." He watched her blurred movements as she reached for the wooden handle on the staircase, ripping it from the ledge. The sound of wood splintering only meant one thing, and he tried to move, knowing his reaction time was less evolved than hers. Taking the sharpest edge of the piece, she rammed it into his right breast. Pain shot through his entire body, and he gasped, quickly falling to his knees. He gripped the wood, trying to yank it out, But the more he pulled, the more the pain burned at his insides. He never understood the significance of wood and how it played an important role to Deamhan. Sharp or dull, small or big, wood was like kryptonite, a thorn in the side of Deamhan. A small shard could weaken them, making them vulnerable. Taking one to the heart meant instant death, while taking one to any other part of the body just felt annoying. Now this was the Anastasia he knew, the Anastasia he missed. He loved playing with fire, playing with her emotions, and the thought of coming close to death became enough to excite him for another go around. He smirked, and he leaned over in pain. Why the attitude? Idiot! Anastasia rolled her eyes and she growled. I'm not some human you can seduce. You could have killed us both. Through his grunting, Remy heard Nathan's rushed footsteps heading in their direction. He looked up with his hazy, weak eyesight, seeing Nathan gazing at the spectacle in complete shock. Knowing there wasn't anything Nathan could do, Remy quickly spoke. I'm fine. She missed. Again he pulled at the wood. He felt the shards inching further from his chest, and he let go. Anastasia gathered herself and she turned to face Nathan. You wanted to talk to us, she said in a calm voice. Still focused on Remy, Nathan nodded. Yes, I need to talk to all of you. I'm fine. Gathering his strength, Remy stood to his feet. Well, nothing a little midnight snack can't cure. He limped into the study, followed by Veronica, Anastasia, and Nathan. He looked down at his wound, finding that his skin had already begun to heal itself. Part of his skin near the wound pulsated, and he reached in gently, pulling out a small sliver of wood. Nathan stood next to the large Roman statue of Apollo that stood near the back wall. You missed, or was that intentional, Anastasia? If I wanted to kill him, I would have. Her eyes moved to two black suitcases resting next to another Roman statue just inches away. Are you going somewhere? That's why I needed to talk to all of you, Nathan answered. I leave for Chicago come morning. Chicago, Veronica repeated as if she'd never heard of the city before. Is everything okay? Something came up, Nathan replied. I will be gone for a week. Upon hearing Nathan's answer, Remy looked to Veronica, reading her thoughts, wondering if his travel had anything to do with Lucius. He knew the streets of Chicago, overcrowded with hordes of Deamhan and other hostile creatures. The Deamhan in that city made the Deamhan in Minneapolis look like fairies. But he seized this opportunity as his chance to get Veronica where he wanted her, under his wing, and trusting his every word. Will you be comfortable staying here when I'm gone, Veronica? He then looked to Anastasia and Remy. And will you not try to stake Remy again? Anastasia remained silent. I won't be gone long, Nathan promised. She tilted her head to the side. Does this have anything to do with your sickness? He shot her a confused look. No, I'm not sick. I'm perfectly healthy. Remy squinted. A demon had the ability to smell a human disease from a normal common cold to something as serious as cancer. He couldn't pick up on any scent, and he wondered if Anastasia had made a mistake. I'm meeting an old friend down there, Nathan said. No, not that, Anastasia interrupted. I don't care about Chicago. In Deamhan speed, she positioned herself in front of him. Earlier, you smelled of sickness. She brushed her dark hair away from her shoulders. I promise you, I'm fine. Who is this friend? A Deamhan? Veronica asked. A Deamhan my father knew. Anastasia huffed. Chicago is not safe for someone like you. I will be okay, Nathan replied again. Someone should go with you. I will be fine. I will call you when I land. Anastasia turned and headed out of the room. Nathan sighed and turned to Veronica. You have my number, Veronica, if you need anything. She'll be fine, Remy replied. I'll make sure of that. Nathan nodded with a look of concern in his eyes. I have a few more things to pack. He left the study and slowly walked up the stairs to the second floor, disappearing from their sight. Veronica sighed. and from the corner of her eye she stared at Remy. She opened her mouth to speak, but remained silent. "So," Remy said, "still interested in my offer?" She bit her lower lip in thought. "Don't worry, the only blood spilled will be on my hands, I promise." "That's not what I'm worried about." She started to walk out of the study when Remy quickly blurted out, "I can give you Kai." She stopped in her tracks, and without looking back at him, she replied, "How could you do that?" "For someone like me, he wouldn't be hard to find." A wide grin appeared on his face. Chapter 5. Selene. The digital clock resting on the mantel read 10:30 in the morning. Only 2 minutes had passed since the last time Kenneth Dearhorn stared at it. The air in his office grew stale among the quietness. Only 3 tables with 4 chairs positioned evenly throughout the room kept him company. He straightened his white tie and repositioned himself on his plushy office chair. The television was turned off, and the only noise he heard was the motor cooling down the soda machine in the corner. It wasn't a space he enjoyed spending much of his day in. 2 days ago, Joanne, his assistant, handed him a package mailed from the Brotherhood headquarters in San Diego. Inside the package, Kenneth found a letter written by Mr. Austin with orders for the Minneapolis chapter. At first, Kenneth thought the Brotherhood had changed its mind again and decided to abandon the chapter. Anything seemed possible, especially with the fact that Mr. Austin continued to be concerned for his daughter's well-being among the demon. Somehow Kenneth found it in himself to not question his boss's actions. Promoted to region leader of the Midwest Division, a position Mr. Austin once held for decades, he treaded carefully when it came to the old man. He followed Mr. Austin's orders persistently. His researchers under his care stayed out of demon affairs, only to watch them from the shadows like researchers did before them. If it were up to him, his researchers would annihilate the demon instead of researching them. A lot had occurred since the last time Mr. Austin left Minneapolis, and Kenneth grew irritated that Mr. Austin didn't seem to care. Deamhan had evolved. Dethroning Kai meant the Deamhan could gather, plot, and continue their nefarious affairs. They didn't fear the Brotherhood anymore. In fact, they welcomed the confrontation. All of this didn't bother Mr. Austin. All he thought about was his daughter, Veronica. Kenneth believed the old man had lost his way. Last night he received word from one of his researchers about a massacre at a sanctuary just south of the city. An anonymous tip led police to the carnage. They counted 15 bodies ripped to shreds. The bloodbath had demon written all over it. It reminded Kenneth of the other ravaged sanctuaries in the city. Maybe it was Lucius's way of regaining control and weeding out anyone associated with Kai. When he told Mr. Austin, the old man did nothing. It was then that Kenneth began to concoct a plan that would place him as the president of the Midwest Division, thus securing him a definite place among the most respected members of the Brotherhood. He needed to show the other prominent members that Mr. Austin was no longer fit, and that he was the only one who could save the Midwest Division from complete shambles. To do this, he had to go to San Diego and schedule a secret meeting with the presidents of the West Division and East Division, and somehow get them on his side. With their support, he could finally speak with the headmaster, the man who ran the whole organization, the most powerful man in the Brotherhood, Marcel Alvaro. By telling Mr. Alvaro everything that Mr. Austin did and didn't do, he knew that the headmaster would immediately demote Mr. Austin from his position. He'd reveal to them that secret deal he made with Selene to get rid of Kai. At the time, Kenneth stood by the decision, hoping that by remaining loyal, he'd become region leader. As the old man constantly looked over his shoulder, criticizing the chapter, it was then that Kenneth realized that Mr. Austin placed his own daughter's well-being over the Brotherhood itself. Mr. Austin had to go. Kenneth heard the sharp clicks of a woman's high heels in the hallway. A female researcher walked past the office with her eyes focused on a portfolio she carried in her hands. He watched her stroll by, and he sighed. He pulled back the curtains, blocking the window behind him, letting the sun shine through. He watched solemnly as the cars and trucks drove by, pedestrians walking in groups on the wet pavements, conversing with each other. Wet garbage tumbled across the sidewalk. The loudspeaker on his desk beeped, and he jumped. "Kenneth!" Joanne's voice sounded mechanical. "You have a visitor." Kenneth pressed the speaker button. "I'm not expecting anyone. Tell them to make an appointment." I don't think that's possible." "Make it possible." He glanced around the office. Long black leather couches sat in the middle of the room, surrounded by a glass table. Pictures and photographs of wildlife, a scenic image of downtown San Diego at night, flowers, the picture of Earth from space, and other photographs of important figures in the Brotherhood lined the white walls. He thought about the pending conversation and how the presidents of the West and East divisions would take his information. They respected loyalty and the truth. If they knew how Mr. Austin had involved himself in demon affairs, they'd take away his position immediately. "Hello, Kenneth," a sultry female voice said. He turned to look toward the front door of his office. A woman, who he only knew by first name, stood in the doorway grinning back at him. Her carrot-coloured hair fell gently on her shoulders. She took off her black-brimmed hat and her dark raincoat. She held an umbrella in her left hand, and she slowly pulled her sunglasses to the rim of her nose, revealing her dark green eyes. She was the last person he expected to see, and he didn't understand how she had made it through the front door unless she'd murdered Joanne and the other researchers in the front portion of the chapter's office. She was Selene, offspring of Lucius, who was the most powerful Lugat demon in America. "Don't worry, I didn't kill your human workers." She read his mind as clear as day. Kenneth cleared his throat. He looked over her shoulder, staring back at his assistant, Joanne, who shrugged her shoulders. "It's okay. It'll only be a moment." She nodded and quickly closed the door shut. "I thought sunlight was bad for your kind." He watched Selene drape her raincoat over her forearm. Her eyes moved from left to right, scanning the room. "Umbrellas do come in handy." She slowly walked toward him. Her tongue glazed over her full lips. "And it'd take more than a small speck of sunshine to harm me." She approached him, moving her hips seductively from side to side. Her outfit did wonders for her small frame, breaking his concentration. He was sure that it'd only take seconds before her skin started to bubble from the sun, but he assumed her response was her cocky way of saying she couldn't be harmed. She tossed her belongings on his desk and glanced around the room. "We have business to discuss." "I don't discuss business with your kind," he quickly retorted. His eyes quickly glanced underneath his office desk. Somewhere there had to be a distress call button used in situations like this, but he couldn't find it. "Sorry to intrude." She lowered herself in a chair and crossed her legs. "We haven't spoken to each other since that night." He lowered himself in his chair, and like all well-trained researchers, he proceeded to block his thoughts from her by imagining a red brick wall. He didn't know what she wanted, but he was sure it wasn't good. After Selene left the office the last time he had seen her, he spent the majority of his free time researching her past. He ordered old researcher files from the Brotherhood's San Diego office to be sent to him. In a month's time, he knew about her human life in the 800s, growing up as the daughter of the chief in a remote tribe located in this country now known as Scandinavia. Her human mother became just one of the many wives the chief had. Selene, whose human name was Ingrid, had older and younger brothers. She worshipped the teachings of Freya, the Norse warrior goddess of love and beauty. It was a fight her clan had against another rival clan, which created an opening for Lucius, who saved Selene from being killed, to sire her. Centuries after being sired, she stayed close by Lucius's side, worshipping him like any follower would. Needless to say, Selene convinced Lucius to reconcile with his sister and Anastasia's maker, Lucia. When they were at each other's throats, centuries later. The only recorded incident of Selene's disapproval for Lucius was when Lucius sired Kai in the 1840s. Even then, she didn't trust her new Lugat sibling. However, she remained loyal, so it made perfect sense to Kenneth that Selene would be the one to come to Lucius's aid once she heard that Kai had placed Lucius in Limbo. "You don't need to block your thoughts from me, Kenneth. I didn't come here to spy on you." "It's a precaution." He leaned back in his chair, like second nature. "We need to work on that trust thing if we're going to work together," she replied. He forced a weak smile on his face, knowing that he only tolerated her because Mr. Austin ordered it. He felt that the organization could handle Kai, Lucius, or any daemon on their own. They had the knowledge and the power to do so. Only if Veronica didn't cloud the old man's judgment. She was his weak link, and the demon in Minneapolis knew that. "I think it's against a demon's nature to even speak of the word trust," he said. "Well, Kenneth, you forget that we were once human. Just because we aren't now doesn't mean that we've forgotten our roots." "Forgive me if I find that funny. What do you want, Selene?" "Business. Mr. Austin isn't here." "I know." He tapped his fingers on the edge of his desk. A moment of silence followed their conversation. He continued to block his thoughts. Along with her precarious nature, he knew she never failed at reading them. He didn't want to give her any opportunity of scouring his deepest ones. Kenneth twiddled his thumbs, then replied, "So whatever business you have is between you and him." "What if I want business to be done between you and me?" He leaned back in his chair. "He's the president of this chapter, not me." "Are you sure of that?" She lazily waved her hand. "Your thoughts and desires tell me otherwise." Kenneth didn't reply. "That's why I like you, human." She slightly shook her head. "So cocky that it's almost cute." Kenneth smiled coldly. Even though the Deamhan didn't breathe, she exhaled. "But the Brotherhood has something I want, something that doesn't belong to them." He folded his arms against his chest. "And what makes you think I can get whatever that is for you?" "Because I will give you what you desire in return." He shook his head in disfavor. Dealing with Demon was like playing with a Rubik's Cube. He could never solve it, no matter how hard he tried. He stood up from his chair and lowered his arms. "I'm not like Mr. Austin. I don't make deals with Demon." He walked from behind his desk. "And I'm not going to start now." He stood mere feet from her with no desire to get any closer. He knew she was a Lugat, and he knew how they fed from humans. "But you haven't heard what I want, and what I could give you in exchange for it." "What could I possibly want from you, Selene?" Instead of backing away from her strong advances, like he was trained to do, Kenneth held his composure. She stood up and walked to the opposite side of his desk. Her fingers moved along the rim of the desk and concentrated. Kenneth watched as she slowly absorbed the psychic imprints left on the edge, just like a Lugat needed to do to feed. Her eyes fluttered and her lips curled in exhilaration. "What woman did you have on your desk?" He remained silent. He knew the imprint she felt within her was Joanne's. Selene clasped her hands. "Mr. Austin represents the Brotherhood in its former glory." She walked to him. "But he's old and tired." She stood in front of him. "And I need a younger and stronger human for what's to come. Like I said, I don't make deals with Deamhan. You desire power." She placed her cold hand alongside his left cheek, and she leaned in, planting her lips on his right. "I could give that to you, you know. Power." Kenneth's eyes squinted. "This is your chance to become the president of the Midwest Division. That is what you want, right?" It was exactly what he wanted. His father wanted that position back when Nathan Tiernan and Veronica's mother were just researchers. After he was killed by a demon, Mr. Austin took over the position, closed down the division, and had Kenneth and his daughter move to San Diego. Since then, he craved the spot. He could taste it on the tip of his tongue. Still, he didn't need a demon to get what he desired. He placed his hands on her shoulders and pushed her back. "If you think I'd betray the Brotherhood for you?" Selene laughed. "No, you wouldn't." She brushed his cheek with her hand. "Still, I know what you want and what you'd do to get a taste of that power. I've never lost sight of this world and how it has changed. Everyone, everything, desires to be on top. That is your desire, is it not?" She gently removed his hands from her shoulders. Kenneth's face drew blank as he stared into her sultry green eyes. He had to admit, she read him like a book, but he could never find himself working with a Deamhan to achieve his ultimate goal. He was strong and influential enough to do that on his own. "What is this thing that you need, Selene?" he asked in a whisper. "There's a piece of a clay tablet in the Brotherhood's archives in San Diego." "A clay tablet?" "Yes, in the archives that you researchers guard so perfectly. Filled with antiques, old documents, and other assorted historical objects dating back to the first days of the Brotherhood, the archives was perfectly guarded by a state-of-the-art security system and mercenaries willing to risk their lives to protect their valuable information. Once housed in Chicago, that all came crashing down when the building was attacked by Deamhan and burnt to the ground decades ago. All new researchers were taken to the archives at least one time in their life to reflect on the importance of being part of the organization. He had no way of getting in there unless he got special permission from the higher-ups, someone like Mr. Austin, or better yet, Mr. Alvaro. Kenneth huffed. "I've only been down there once, and I don't remember seeing a clay tablet or a piece of a clay tablet." "It's there." She placed her hand on his cheek. "Hidden oh so well by the researchers who came before you." He gently removed her hand from his cheek. "Have you heard of the Dark Curse?" Through all his life as a researcher, he believed he knew everything about the Deamhan, but he had never heard of the Dark Curse. "No, I haven't. Is that what it is?" "That clay tablet piece is part of a historical document on the beginnings of my kind. It doesn't belong to humans." She grabbed his wrist and she slowly sat him down in the chair. "Get it for me, and I will give you power. It must be of some value if you want it that badly. It belongs to the Deamhan, not researchers." She straddled him and lowered herself onto his crotch. "Have you read the Havamal, Kenneth?" "No." "Uncomfortable," Kenneth replied in a shaky voice. "I thought your organization researched human history as well as Deamhan history." She again placed her hand on his cheek. "We study both." Again, Kenneth grabbed her hand and removed it. "There's a quote in the Havamal." She leaned into his right ear. "It was a popular text for my people in the old days. In fact, I missed it so much that I had my human minions find me a copy and bring it to me." She placed her hand over his stomach and began to massage his skin. His body shuddered and he desperately wanted her to let go, but the more she wheedled, the more he enjoyed it. "I read it over and over, and suddenly, it came to me one day. After hundreds of years, I finally understood what it all meant." He watched as her eyes slowly reverted from green to black, a signature sign of a demon. "One quote fueled me to seek revenge against those who chained Lucius to the dark. It motivated me to go out and seek my desires, or what you humans say, to get mine." She lowered her voice to a whisper. "Wake early if you want another man's life or land. No lamb for the lazy wolf. No battles won in bed." Kenneth felt his body growing weak. She was feeding from him. He immediately pushed her away, and he moved to his feet. Selene's eyes reverted to green. She licked the corners of her mouth. "I need it by the end of the week." She grabbed her jacket and umbrella. "And in return you'll just clap your hands and make me powerful." Kenneth spoke in a sarcastic tone. "In return, Lucius will kill Mr. Austin, and you will be president of the Midwest Division." She dressed herself. "Lucius?" "Remember, 1 week." She opened the door and walked out of his office. Kenneth stood frozen. The thought of Lucius killing Mr. Austin wasn't the path he wanted to take. He rubbed his chin in thought and watched as Joanne quietly stepped into the room. "Are you okay?" she asked. "Yes, I'm fine." "We need to report her visit to Mr. Austin immediately." "No," Kenneth quickly replied. "Not yet, I'll do it." "But Kenneth—" "Joanne, I said I'll do it." He took a deep breath. "I need you to schedule a flight for us to San Diego immediately." He raked his fingers through his hair. "I need access to the archives." "Oh, okay," Joanne nervously replied. "Access to what in the archives specifically?" Kenneth stared at Joanne before replying, "I need access to the Dark Curse." Chapter 6. I give, you take. Anastasia opened her mouth, taking in more of the smells around her. The air carried a blended fragrance of wet wood, grass, and pollen. The wind blew from the west, but it didn't warm her. It could never warm her. Her nose picked up the scent of buds and flowers beginning to bloom, like they always did, signaling the onset of spring. The smells stuck to the back of her throat, and it mingled with the scent of humans around her, making her feel somewhat nauseated and dizzy. She slowly walked down the street, with her eyes on a newly remodeled house, surrounded by a white, 6-foot wooden fence. All the information she'd gathered during her night's prowling led her here. The home was supposed to be a sanctuary, hidden among the middle-class human homes. But what she smelled and witnessed proved otherwise. She saw the outline of a man carrying a box in his hands as he walked toward the living room. Another figure of a woman carrying a pot of food to the kitchen appeared behind him. In the upstairs bedroom window, she saw the outline of a little human girl who looked no older than 13 years of age. For once, her information had led her to the wrong place. A feeling of hunger grew inside her, boiling and making her body feel unusually warm. However, she wouldn't and couldn't feed. Not now, and not on these humans. This worry turned into sadness and forgiveness, feelings that were supposed to be foreign to her. The little girl managed to somehow expose what Anastasia wanted to hide. She reminded her of another girl Anastasia had the pleasure of running into only a month ago. She invaded the human girl's life by killing her parents, and those vivid images of their deaths played over and over in Anastasia's memory, like a bygone movie. It was at the family outing, a camping trip in northern Minnesota. When the sun set in the sky, arranging the heavens in commingled colours of reds, oranges, and purples, Anastasia remembered waking up from her temporary burrow underneath a pile of rotted wooden logs. She'd been chasing a Deamhan couple, supporters of Kai. But when Anastasia awakened, her rabid mind thought nothing but food. She remembered dirt clotting each and every strand of her dark hair as she took her first steps of the night in a puddle of dirty water, and she remembered the cold liquid elevating her body, reminding her of what she really was. She crawled from her hole, and her keen sense of smell picked up on 2 human adults and a child half a mile away. She ran toward the scent, depending on the moonlight overhead to lighten the darkest parts of her trail. Twigs snapped from her weight, branches slapped her across her forehead and her face. Nearby deer scurried away from her, including a black bear that growled and turned the other way. Their smell became stronger, and it mixed in with the smell of sizzling meat, spices, and marshmallows. In the distance, the moon reflected on the lake's dark surface. She stopped shortly before the clearing, watching a man and a woman sitting around an open campfire. Near the lake's edge, a little girl sat, immersed in playing in the waterlogged sand. Anastasia lowered her body, her mind concentrated, her peripheral taking notice of the lightning bugs around her and the bats that flew overhead. She remembered the sound of the girl's feet in the wet sand as she ran back to her parents. Together they gazed at the twinkling stars in the clear sky, and with her father's help, she located the Little Dipper. Scouring her victims like a hyena on the prowl, Anastasia snarled, and she licked her lips every so often. Soon the family retreated to their tent, and the campfire withered to sizzling embers. The night ended with a falling star disappearing as fast as it appeared in the horizon, and a satellite whisking across the sky. Then Anastasia slithered from the darkness and, targeting the adults first, she ripped their throats out. She found the little girl cowering under her covers. She grabbed the girl's ankle and pulled her out. The girl's cries echoed through the trees. Her hazel eyes filled to the brim with tears, and her face grew red with every wail. A whimpering plea came from her father, who lay next to the shredded body of her mother, her lifeless eyes staring up at the sky. Before he gurgled another word, Anastasia bit into his neck, draining the remaining blood from his limp body. She then tossed him into the lake and returned her attention to the girl, so juicy and so ripe. Anastasia remembered the blood dripping from the tips of her pointed canines. The smell of sweet-scented soap and river water exuded from the girl's soft hair and smooth skin. But something else also struck her. The girl's thoughts weren't those of a young child, but those of a matured little girl. The little girl had mentally prepared herself to die. Not once in her inhumane existence had any girl that age known and accepted that her death was near. Anastasia didn't discriminate, nor did she feel anything for any of her human victims. But this little girl, she wasn't like them. Her thoughts floated, and they were pleasing to read. The little girl felt so much different that Anastasia began to question her actions, her existence. This little angel, this delicate petal, became someone that Anastasia wanted and needed to protect. She carried the girl, now silenced, to the nearest gas station, dropping her off on the front steps. Before leaving the little girl, she opened her mouth to speak, but only her lips moved. Sorry wasn't enough. It would never be enough. It was only coincidental that the girl in the bedroom of the home reminded Anastasia of the event. Things changed since that night. From every night after, Anastasia thought twice about what humans she killed. She still followed Lucius's orders, destroying sanctuaries and slaughtering humans, but no longer did she want to be responsible for the death of an innocent. She watched her victims, only choosing who she deemed not important to live. Children and adults with families left her menu, replaced by drug dealers, criminals, and minions. But she still scrutinized her own, regardless if they happened to be adults or children. Deamhan didn't deserve another chance, not even her. A male shadowy figure climbed the steps and appeared in the girl's bedroom window. Before she could make out what they were doing, the odor of spring forthcoming found itself replaced with the familiar scent of a demon. She quickly spun around. "What are you doing?" Remy stepped from behind a tall oak tree. He smiled and showed off his cocky demeanor by licking his thin lips repeatedly and standing in her path. She didn't have time for him, or for this. She walked around him and continued down the street. "Well, hello to you too." He followed her. "Go away." She continued to walk. His presence irritated her like always. He placed his hands in the pockets of his short black jacket, and he increased his stride, reaching her before she turned the corner. "No." He again stood in her path. Their eyes met, and a tense-filled quietness overcame the mild spring air around them. "That stint you pulled at the manor, stabbing me, that actually hurt, but I forgive you. It was meant to hurt. Well, since you're feeling all remorseful, I thought I'd let you know that I killed a college student along the way so I could heal." He rubbed his stomach. "Her death is on your hands." His comment moved her to quickly look at him. "I don't care who you eat." His eyes glanced toward the home and back at Anastasia. "So you wouldn't mind if I ate her?" Anastasia ignored him. The very sound of his voice made her feel disgusted, and all she wanted to do was to silence it once and for all. They had nothing in common besides being demon. She didn't like him, and like many other demon, she wanted to kill him just to silence his snarky comments and annoying remarks. She let him get away with things that, in her past, she would have reacted too quickly. Remy tilted his head to the sky. taking in any scent that he could in the air. Well, the girl definitely isn't a demon. Who is she? Anastasia didn't answer. Telling him how she truly felt about killing humans was more than enough to make Remy bombard her with stupid questions. Even now he questioned why she followed Lucius's orders, slaughtering minions and any demons she found in the sanctuaries. He didn't understand why she spent most of her time at night in those decrepit places. Sometimes she didn't understand it either. "It's none of your business, Lamia." He tilted his head back in laughter. "You might be fooling everyone else, Anna, but you aren't fooling me." His eyes protruded. "What you're feeling now, that little guilt trip, humans call it remorse. Ridiculous. We don't feel anything. We can't. And the lies just keep on coming." She abruptly stopped walking, and yet here you are, spying on Veronica, trying to seduce her to make her like you. You know that she won't stoop so low. "I'm not denying my agenda, dear Anna. Are you denying yours?" "Hardly. I know what I am." "Ah, yes. I know you now. A Ramanga who came to Minneapolis to avenge Lucius. A Ramanga who now watches and protects. Tell me, what would your enemies think if they saw how you now act around humans? What would your enemies do if they found you?" The little information Anastasia had about Remy was based on suspicion. She remembered the day he arrived at Blind Bluff Manor, secretly and only willing to speak to Nathan. What and who he ran from he didn't reveal, which didn't bother Nathan as much as it bothered Anastasia. He held his breath, then said, "Unlike you, I don't have a reputation to uphold." He cocked his head to the side. "And I don't mind relying on acquaintances for assistance." Her movement was quick, giving him little time to react. She reached out and with her left hand gripped his throat and lifted him up onto his toes. Her eyes had turned black, filled with the uncontrollable rage that made her a Ramanga. She began to squeeze, waiting for the moment that she'd hear the crunch of his neck snapping into tiny pieces. It would cause damage, but not enough to put him out of his misery. Instead, Remy released a choked laughter. His comment wasn't directed at her, but at her actions in the previous months, particularly the night she'd slain Branda and her sister Brandy. Both of them Ramanga she'd sired centuries ago to save Veronica's life. Her thoughts reverberated back to them and other demon in her past that she sired and tried to kill as well. There wasn't any mistake. She would do it again, in a heartbeat, if she had one. She sensed this from Remy's thoughts, and she released her grip and stepped back. He rubbed the noticeable indentation ring around his neck. Instead of retaliating, he resumed his mockery. "See," he pointed at her. "If you were the Anastasia of the past, you would have killed me without hesitating. Why stop yourself? Because killing you won't solve anything." "But it'd feel really good," Remy preached. "You are a demon. It's what we do. We kill, we cripple, we ravage. We don't stay outside the homes of humans, feeling for them because we act out in our nature." Anastasia snarled and took a step forward. She slowly opened her mouth and her tongue slowly swirled across her transforming canines. "That ferociousness that I sense inside you, that's the Anastasia I know. It tingles, doesn't it? The sensation excites you. Well, it excites me." He wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her in closer to him. "You know you want me." His chest pressed against hers and she felt the cold, hard steel of his nipple rings against her breasts. "Come on, Anna, you know you want to take me." He slightly opened his mouth and she felt the feral pressure of their bodies touching. "You want to incapacitate me?" "No, I don't." Remy let out a short chuckle. "Are you a vegetarian demon now?" Anastasia pushed, but he pushed back, quickly pressing his lips against hers. She felt pressure tingling from her mouth down to her stomach, and she jerked. He slowly began to feed, sucking the essence from her body. Everything around her, from the sidewalk to the trees, to the musty smell seeping from the driver of a taxi, slowly driving past them, to the suburban houses lining the street, melted away. Anastasia felt her legs wobbling underneath her. If he didn't stop, he'd kill her along with himself. She had to make him stop, and fast. But Remy pulled back, grabbing just enough of her life force to stun them both for a few seconds. I wish we demon could feed off each other. He held his head back in his woozy state. I love this feeling. His breath, now warm and not bitterly cold, slightly touched her cheek. You're a killer, Anastasia. He slid his rejuvenated hands up the side of her body to her face. He leaned into her again, his lips locking onto hers. She pushed hard on his shoulders, but she felt her body slowly arching back. Remy hummed in ecstasy, but a small pinch on his lower lip silenced his joy. He rolled his head back and felt blood trickling down to the back of his throat. He pulled back immediately, staring into her black voided eyes and sharp fangs. Interesting. He glazed his tongue over his wound, tasting the salty iron flavor. See, I knew you could do it. She lunged at him, striking her hands into his chest. He flew backwards, landing on top of a bed of sharp twigs and undergrowth. Blood streamed from the deep wound on his lip. That wasn't so hard. He stood up and wiped the dirt from his clothes. I give, you take. You give, I take. He swiped away the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. Enough. Why are you here? Remy's lips curled, forming a smile. Kai. Anastasia turned away from him. She didn't have to ask Remy why. She already knew Veronica accepted his help back at the manor. You think finding Kai will get you closer to Veronica? That, or close enough to get in her pants, Remy shrugged. Whatever works. Lucius won't let you. Let me worry about that. He approached her. By the way, do you know where I can find him? No, Anastasia quickly replied. I'm not looking for him. We're talking about the same Lucius, the demon you'd follow until the ends of the earth, right? I haven't spoken to him in weeks, you know that. He placed his hand on her shoulder. Oh, come on, Anna. I know you know more than that. Lucius will kill you if he finds out what you're trying to do. Why do you care? If he does, I'll be out of your hair and you'll be the only Deamhan in Blind Bluff Manor. Well, besides Hallie, but she doesn't count. Anastasia had had enough. She readied herself for her swift trip into the city. Hopefully, while she travelled in demon's speed, she would lose him along the way. Warm air brushed against her cheek, and suddenly, she found Remy unexpectedly standing in front of her. Annoyed, Anastasia leaned to the side. In the past, she would have never allowed any demon to continue their utterance for this long. Maybe Remy was right. Maybe she was losing her touch. She retracted her teeth and closed her eyes, giving them time to revert back to their normal shade of brown. As much as I like to get under your skin, I didn't come here for that. He stepped in closer to her, and Anastasia could feel the air tense. You're weak, Anna. I don't like seeing you this way. You need to feed. At that moment, she felt her legs wobble underneath her, but she caught herself. Remy had taken a little too much of her energy. He was right. She needed to feed before taking demon speed again. He placed his arms around her shoulder. There's an outside art exhibit near the Mississippi River, victims for days. No, she pushed his arm away. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. He dropped his arm. Fasting now? You're wasting my time. She looked over her shoulder, giving him the evil eye. He shrugged and stepped back. What else is there to do around here? Anastasia gathered her strength, but again her legs failed her. She leaned against a nearby tree, trying to gather what strength she had left. Here, I'll help. He wiped his hands on his black pants and he looked up. Suddenly, he climbed in demon speed up the tree, grabbing a squirrel by its throat. I'm afraid that all this tree has to offer is squirrel. He softly landed next to her. With a quick flick of his wrist, he broke the animal's neck and tossed the carcass to Anastasia. Eat up! You need your strength if you want to out-demon run me. She caught the squirrel, and she stared at its lifeless body. She didn't want to admit it, but Remy was right. The last time she had human blood was at the sanctuary a few days ago, and even then, it wasn't enough to satisfy her. She was running out of minions and criminals to eat. "Drink up," he said in a sly tone. "Or do you not like squirrel?" She hesitated. "Well, if squirrel doesn't suit your taste, how about some younger, sweeter blood?" His eyes drifted back to the White House. "I'll end you if you harm anyone in there." "Whoa, calm down." He held his hands up in defense. "I was just making a suggestion." She lifted the squirrel to her mouth. She felt her sharp canines drop and she bit into the animal's side, crushing its bones. The warm blood flowed into her mouth and down her throat. As she continued to drink, she felt the blood being absorbed throughout her body. So, back to Kai. She dropped the empty cadaver and wiped the corners of her mouth with her eyes still centered on Remy. "Lucius and Selene have been searching for this inbred since the day Lucius slaughtered his followers," he said. "But I'm not really comfortable not knowing why they haven't found him already." She looked down the street. Before she wanted to know everything there was to know about Kai, his whereabouts, his sanctuaries, his followers. Now she didn't care because Lucius told her not to. Eventually, they'd find him and make him pay for his crimes. Doesn't it intrigue you that both of them can't find one simple young demon by now? His question was worth acknowledging, but she didn't know the answer. At that time, she wanted to join them in the search for Kai, but Lucius had forbidden it. It did make her a little suspicious that Kai was still out there somewhere. But she knew how Remy worked. He loved to twist the truth. "I don't know where he is, but maybe someone else does," Anastasia replied. "Who?" "I'm not telling you." She gathered her strength again and she started to move, increasing her speed until the objects around her began to melt together. She ran as fast as her demon legs could carry her, swerving around cars and people, crossing streets, yards and empty parking lots. She didn't know where she was going. Not yet, anyway. But anywhere away from Remy would suffice. But she heard his steps behind her, followed by his annoying chuckle. He too travelled as fast as he could in demon speed, and he kept enough distance so that he wouldn't lose her in his sight. She abruptly stopped in an empty parking lot near downtown Minneapolis. Seconds later, Remy appeared in front of her. That was fun. He swiped the few wild strands of his brown hair from his face. Anastasia turned away from him and continued to walk. "So, this someone else. Do they know where I can find Kai?" Remy followed her. "If you want to know about Kai, why don't you go to the one person who keeps track of our kind in the city?" "Selene," Remy repeated with uncertainty. "She hates me more than she hates you." "Not Selene, you idiot." She looked to the distance, seeing the tall buildings that made up the downtown area. Their tops were brightened with lights, glowing in a darkened hue. "Lambert." "Lambert." "Yes." Anastasia continued to walk down the street. He knew about Kai, the Gathering, and the Brotherhood reopening their chapter. Remy tapped the side of his head. "Yeah, he does know a lot about our kind," he said in agreement with her. "So, I guess we're going to Dark Sepulchre." The last time Anastasia stepped foot inside Lambert's club, Dark Sepulchre, she'd saved Veronica from Brandy and Brander. The place catered to both vampires and demon, and somehow Lambert managed to keep both species in line and content right under his own roof. A Lugat scent carried by the wind caught Anastasia's attention. It rushed into her nostrils, and soon Remy picked up on it. "We're not alone." Her body grew tense, and she lowered her voice. Her keen eyesight didn't pick up on anyone around them. Other various scents came to her. The sick and dying in the hospital, strong cologne, the greasy smell of rotting French fries in the garbage can nearby. She felt her fangs slowly retreat from underneath the comfort of her gum. Her upper teeth rasped against her lower ones, and she waited. Somewhere near them, a Lugat lurked. The thought drew quickly, but not as quick as the Lugat who appeared. the Deamhan launched himself from a row of waist-tall bushes behind Anastasia and Remy. Feeling the push of wind from behind her, Anastasia moved to the side, watching the long brown trenchcoat that the Lugat wore skim the side of her face. He landed on his feet and spun around, again with his coat blocking her view. She felt a strong force against her face, and she fell back, realizing that her cheek had just met the bottom of his steel-toe boots. Remy stepped back, eyeing the tall, muscular male who eyed him back. He wore a dingy white t-shirt and dirtied blue jeans. In his left hand he carried what looked like a makeshift stake, its edge sharpened to a fine point. Anastasia eyed his uncanny appearance. Lugat Deamhan preferred stirring in the thoughts of their victims, and they weren't known for being strong in a fight unless pushed. She concluded that somehow she herself had pushed this one too hard. I guess that squirrel blood is going to come in handy after all. Remy's stark comment didn't faze her. She jumped to her feet, somewhat startled. It had been too long since a Deamhan got the first hit on her. You don't want this confrontation. The male remained quiet and launched at her again with the stake pointed directly at her chest. She easily caught his wrist, and she flipped him over onto his back. He tried to kick again, but her foot met his neck instantly. She pressed down slowly, watching him wither and snarl until she heard a large crack exploding from his neck. She grabbed his stake, raised it, and embedded it in his chest, striking his heart. His body arched and his eyes protruded from their sockets. His body convulsed for a few seconds more until it began to disintegrate, drying itself out until nothing remained but a pile of blood and dust. Anastasia and Remy stood over the remains. Note to self. He picked up the stake. Next time, find you a bigger squirrel. Nah, screw that. I'll find you a dog or a damn cow. She searched the surrounding area, finding a ripped cardboard box. With her foot, she began to sweep the remains onto it. When she finished, she carried the cardboard box to the nearest dumpster. Now, that's the Anastasia I know. He stood off to the side and clapped gleefully. She tossed the cardboard box into the dumpster. Were you able to read his thoughts? She slammed the lid shut. You killed him too quickly for me to read him, he replied. But I did pick up on one thing, though. She wiped her hands on her pants and she turned. What? Revenge, he calmly replied. For Kai. Chapter 7. Lambert. The complete renovation of the outside walls became the first thing Anastasia noticed when they approached Dark Sepulchre. No longer did the windows exhibit a dark shade of black. Now they came in different colours: purple, pink, and red. The sign itself looked bigger than before, with all the lighted letters of the name Dark Sepulchre blinking in unison. Like many previous nights, humans lined against the side of the building, waiting to get in. The sound of music's bass thumped through the walls. On the roof of the building, strobe lights pointed to the sky, and a lighted billboard with the club's name sparkled with various colours. The building had gone through several renovations since it was built long ago. First, it served as a bottling factory for 50-plus years before being turned into a bus station for 10 years. When the city cut back on its transportation services, the building was abandoned and placed on the market. That was when the vampire Lambert bought the old building, renovated it, and a year later opened the doors of Dark Sepulchre, catering to the dark and the unusual. They walked to the front, approaching two tall and muscular human bouncers, wearing shirts with the words "Security" emblazoned on the front in white letters. She pushed them out of the way and walked in, bypassing the cashier. She pulled back a long black curtain, which separated the outside of the venue from the inside. The odour of vampires and not Daemon almost suffocated her. Decorations, the waitresses, the bartenders, and the stage looked vastly different from the last time she'd been there. Rotating disco balls now replaced the life-size macrame figurines that once hung from the ceiling. The dance floor had expanded, and the black boxes which used to house scantily clad dancers were now gone. Everything had changed except the attendance of humans, who Anastasia saw behind the bar counter, standing in the corners, dancing on the dance floor, and crowding the seating booths around the dance floor. Remy's mouth curled in pleasure. More humans. More meals. She hid her amazement, and she walked through the crowd with Remy following her. The VIP balcony, located above and to the right of the dance floor, hadn't changed. That didn't surprise her. Regardless of who attended Dark Sepulchre, Lambert still needed his space to stalk and feed. Her eyes scoured the crowd, vampires from all walks of life, younger-looking ones to the older-looking ones intermingled among the humans. She watched as an older male vampire wrapped his arms around a young human woman as they danced slowly to the fast-paced music. Refusing to believe that she and Remy were the only Deamhan at Dark Sepulchre, Anastasia looked around the venue again. Where are all the Deamhan? She thought out loud to herself. Not here, that's for sure. She watched as a vampire couple walked by with their menacing eyes scanning her and Remy from head to toe. Compared to their kind, vampires were saints. Or so Anastasia wanted to believe. She hated them and didn't think twice about killing them. They loved the spotlight and the attention humans gave them. They relished the humans' fascination and they sired anyone. Where Deamhan stuck to secrecy, it was the vampire who exposed themselves, gaining access and acceptance in human culture. And to what do we owe this visit? A familiar voice behind them said. Feeling the presence of vampire eyes staring at her, she slowly looked over her shoulder, watching Alexis, Lambert's consort, sip blood from a metal chalice in her hand, with not a care in the world. Anastasia didn't recognize her at first, but her foul and wretched vampire scent gave her away. A blonde, fitted wig cut into an even bob diverged attention away from her caramel-coloured skin. Heavy makeup, sparkling blue eyeshadow, bright red lipstick, and a drawn-in beauty mark in the shape of a dot slightly above the corner of her mouth covered her face. Nearly naked, wearing only a black bra and a matching black thong, she eyed them both. My, don't you look all skanky? Remy smirked at Alexis. Just the way you like your women. Alexis smirked back. Not only did Anastasia loathe vampires, she also hated the way their presence alone could tense up a situation. Where's Lambert? Alexis turned her head sharply to Anastasia, just enough for the strands of her blonde wig to gently smack Remy across his face. Lambert's in the VIP section. She took 2 steps away and lazily motioned with her hand toward them. Didn't expect you both to come here after Kai's fall from grace. Take me to him. Alexis paused, then replied, Follow me. They walked through the crowd in single file, reaching the stairs that led up to the 2nd floor. Alexis gracefully climbed the steps, sliding her hand along the railing and staring down at the crowd. The crowd looked small from the 2nd floor. The music changed to a faster rhythm, and the gyration of the crowd soon followed. Alexis reached for the doorknob, but Anastasia pushed her aside and opened the door herself. It swung violently open and slammed against the wall, creating a loud enough thud that it echoed over the music. It startled the occupants inside. Lambert sat in the middle of the room, surrounded by 4 vampire girls, dressed identical to Alexis. His hair was no longer the brown colour that Anastasia and Remy were used to. He had dyed it black and cut it short. He wore a one-piece leather-matching outfit with a long trench coat to match. A dark mask with a red and black Florentine design covered the upper half of his face. He swiveled his chair to face them, making his appearance seem taller in height. He removed the straps of his mask from around his ears, and he carelessly tossed it to the side. I told you it was her. He looked at one of the women sitting on the floor next to him. Only Anastasia makes an entrance like that. Like a king to his servants, he waved the women away to leave his VIP section. They stumbled slowly out, walking by Anastasia and Remy. The last woman mumbled incoherently into Remy's ear and blew him a kiss. He winked back. "Come in." He raised his voice over the music. Lava lamps rested on small lamp tables in the corners of the dark room. Even though the area smelled of lavender and incense, the stink of vampires caused Anastasia to curl her nose. Remy sat across from Lambert on a red leather couch, while Anastasia chose to remain standing near the door. "Anyone hungry?" Lambert directed his attention to Alexis. Before they could answer, he continued. "Alexis, be a dear and go grab the fresh girl from the chamber." Remy suddenly snapped his fingers, interrupting him. "She's not one of Alexis's throwaways, is she?" Alexis rolled her eyes and closed the door behind her. Music pouring from the speakers near the dance floor now sounded muffled, absorbed by the cushioned walls in the room. Anastasia glanced out the window, staring at the human dancers below. They moved so frantically, whipping their hands over their heads, gyrating their hips from side to side. Many of them danced as couples while others danced in groups. Precarious vampires stood on the sidelines, staring haplessly at their human counterparts. There were so many of them in Dark Sepulchre that for a short time, Anastasia felt that just leaving the club could turn into a problem. She knew her past actions didn't help maintain her welcomed status in the demon world, nor the vampire world. For Anastasia, vampires were in a whole other level below demon. Yet they considered themselves distant cousins to the vampire, and they had a lot in common. "So," Lambert smiled, "how can I be of service to my two favourite demon in the world?" Anastasia dug deep into her pocket, pulling out a wad of cash. She tossed it at Lambert and he caught it in mid-air. He scanned the wad with his eyes, and within seconds, he tossed it back to her. "I don't need your money." "Of course. Looking at the attendance, you probably have more than you can spend." She nodded in the direction of the dance floor. "Business has been booming since a majority of demon left the city," Lambert replied back. "I guess you of all people should know that." "But we smell so much better." Remy lowered himself into the plush seats of the couch. "I thought vamps had that sense of smell thing." He smoothed his hand along the back of its surface. "We all have different qualities, Remy, just like your kind." "Oh, so like how your kind need an invitation to enter a human's home when my kind can, just walk right in." Remy placed his hands on the back of his head in a triumphant pose. "Or how we vampires can sire a human overnight, when it takes a few days for your kind to sire a human," Lambert replied. "And let's not talk about demon feeding habits being so difficult." "What can I say? We are a complicated but superb species. Would you also include the fact that we can control our humans with thoughts alone?" "At least we can read their thoughts," Remy added. Tired of their antics, Anastasia groaned. "Stop." She folded her arms across her chest. Lambert squinted his eyes at her, and Anastasia knew he had the perfect lie to say to her. She couldn't read his rolling thoughts, but she was good at reading his body language. He loved rubbing in the fact that vampires now outnumbered demon in the city. "So, how can I help you, Anastasia?" Lambert's comment didn't change her stance. She remained still and erect. He sighed. "It's been rather peaceful since the decretum was ordered." He leaned back in his chair. "Thanks to you and Selene and Lucius. So what would you like in return?" His sarcastic tone annoyed her, but he spoke the truth. Somewhat. Selene ordered the decretum against Kai. Anastasia wanted to, but she wasn't an ancient demon. However, she did most of the cleanup, and ever since then, the sanctuary fires in the city came to a halt. "You knew this would happen," Anastasia said. "Of course, I planned on it." Lambert clasped his hands together. "I was there at Kai's gathering when Selene ordered it, Anastasia, or did you forget?" "I remember." "And you got Lucius back from Limbo. Like you all wanted." Lambert scrunched his eyebrows. "But you're not here to talk about that, are you?" "No," Remy spoke up. She's not here for anything. I'm here to talk all things Kai. Just because I cater to the Deamhan doesn't mean that I know everything that goes on in the Deamhan world, he replied. Why should I even care about that imbecile? He stood up from his swivel chair and held out his arms. When this is all I care about? Because you take the time to know everything about us, Anastasia answered. That's what you do. Oh, and you allowed Demon to hunt right here under this very roof, Remy added jokingly. And you knew that Lucius didn't like that. Hunting under the roof of Dark Sepulchre had its perks. Humans by the hundreds flocked to the venue, lured by advertisements for cheap liquor and scantily dressed girls, packaged all together to make the club sound alluring. There wasn't any need to hunt in the open, fearing that a human would see them. Dark Sepulchre became the natural aphrodisiac environment for Demon. Allowing your kind to hunt here, contained, meant that I didn't have to worry about the humans finding out about us. It kept my kind happy. It now keeps your kind happy. That is, whatever Demon are left remaining in Minneapolis. We vampires have no competition in choosing our food, be it here or out there. Lambert took off his jacket, revealing his pale, masculine arms. Anastasia relaxed. What he said was true. Hunting in the venue curbed the necessity of her kind to dispose of the human remains. It kept Demon content. Dark Sepulchre provided everything a Demon needed to survive. But as you can see, Lambert continued, there are no Demon here tonight. The majority of them are either hiding or left the city, or maybe they're in their sanctuaries, hiding from Lucius and Selene. The problem with that theory, Lambert, is that if humans find out about us, they will eventually find out about vampires as well. Remy smiled. And when we can't hunt them, who do you think will come after next? He leaned in closer. Demon loved the taste of vampire just as much as the taste of human. Is that what you two came here for? Lambert asked. To threaten me? He tilted his head slightly. No offense, but I'm delighted your kind are few and far between. Attendance is up in Dark Sepulchre. My vamps are happy. He paused. But you, Anastasia, you are now walking a thin line. Anastasia remained quiet. You and Lucius and Selene, Lambert continued. If I were you, I'd rethink my association with them before it's too late. That's none of your business. But it is. Lambert shook his head. Do you know that Selene and Lucius have been back in Minneapolis for a few weeks? Oh, Selene went to the local Brotherhood chapter a few days ago. How about Lucius, who came here just last week and slaughtered some demon on the dance floor in front of my human and vampire patrons? His eyes widened. Should I go on? For the first time since she could remember, Anastasia felt defeated. Never would she allow any demon or vampire to speak to her the way Lambert did. If she had the strength, she would have attacked him, tearing him into shreds. But he had no reason to lie to her. If Lucius and Selene had come back to the city, why didn't they tell her? She had no clue what to do next. She started to doubt what she'd accomplished in the first place by going from sanctuary to sanctuary, killing any demon that supported Kai and his betrayal in the first place. She once respected the dictum, the rules of the demon, but now she broke them on a daily basis. Again, she couldn't help thinking that Remy was right. She was not the same Anastasia of the past. Oh, your mind is racing. Now in tune with Anastasia, Remy tilted his body toward her. Continue. She snapped from her doubtful thoughts, and her eyes darted over to Remy, who giggled slightly. Boy, would I love to know what she's thinking right now, Lambert added. Anastasia returned to her search and quickly replied to Lambert's statement. How do you know this? He chortled. Like you said, it's my position to know. The sound of the door opening interrupted their conversation. Alexis walked in, dragging a male human victim slightly behind her with a leash. His hands were chained together and his mouth was gagged. Tiny fragments of concrete littered his greasy brown hair and dried blood plastered his scuffed, dirty jean shorts. Alexis rejoiced. seeing Remy's flabbergasted stare. "We're out of women." She pushed the tired male toward Remy. "But he's the next best thing." She placed the leash on Remy's lap. The intense smell of the human's repugnant body odor engulfed the room, making Remy cover his nose. "I might have to skip out if this human is all I have to choose from," Remy joked at the victim's appearance. The human collapsed to the floor at Remy's feet. "Never mind that." Lambert pointed to the victim. "Food is food." He turned his attention back to Anastasia. "Would you like a bite?" "She eats squirrel now," Remy joked. Lambert chuckled. "Perhaps I can find her a few out back. Or maybe that rat that none of my human workers can catch who raids the garbage in the alleyway." Alexis chimed in. "Squirrel is low on the food pole, Anastasia. Even for you." She ignored their comments. "Do you know where Lucius and Selene are now?" "Maybe." Lambert shrugged. "But I would be careful. There was something different about them, if I remember correctly." His eyes widened. "Lucius acted a little strange when he was here. He smelled different." Remy lightly kicked at the human, trying to get it away from him. His body tumbled forward but then rolled back onto Remy's leg. He looked up, his eyes widened the size of golf balls. "Don't you get them alive and clean anymore? They expire so quickly." Lambert shook his head. "It takes work to keep them alive." The human moaned in pain. Remy moved his legs onto the couch, avoiding the human like the bubonic plague. "Smelled different?" Anastasia's curiosity grew. "Lucius smelled older," Lambert spoke slowly. "It was odd to me, but I know it wasn't his usual scent." Lucius was also very commanding. Alexis picked up on the conversation. "And Selene wasn't any better." She slowly lowered herself into Lambert's lap and wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing him on the forehead. He returned her affection by kissing her gently on her cheek. Anastasia sucked in her lips, watching their copulation reaching a level that she didn't want to be around to see. "And Kai?" Remy asked. "Why do you want to look for him?" "I just want to have a conversation with him, demon to demon." "Well, Kai, I'm not sure, but Selene. Last time I heard she was going to some rat hole on Industrial Boulevard and Broadway," Lambert answered. Alexis began to lick the side of his face. "An old truck gas station with a brick building in back. Used to belong to the city of Minneapolis, but it was abandoned years ago." He placed his arm around Alexis's waist and grinned, exposing his white, lucent fangs. "That was a few days ago." Anastasia stood up. She turned to walk away before Lambert stopped her. "Oh, one more thing before I forget. Word on the street is that something huge is happening in the demon world, and Selene and Lucius are behind it. If I were you, Anastasia, I'd watch my back." Anastasia scrunched her eyebrows. "I'm not afraid of anyone." She looked over to Remy, who was still mesmerized by the besmirched human victim. He looked up at her. "Have fun without me." With his foot, he forced the male onto his back. The victim let out a small whimper. "I'm going to snack." She opened the door, and without looking back, she quickly headed down the stairs. The music thwacked her ears along with the opened thoughts of the humans she passed standing on the stairs. When she reached the lower level, she felt a gnawing stare tickling her back. She looked over her shoulder, observing two men and a woman staring back at her. Their vampire scents filtered through her nostrils. She strolled through the crowd and toward the front door. On her right, she felt the cold, hard stares coming from a group of male vampires, watching her every move. On her left, she sensed a young vampire, newly embraced, who took a delighted refuge in watching the other vampires who watched her. She pushed the front doors open, and they swung violently back, knocking against the outside walls. Without thought, she walked around the building, away from the line of humans, and she placed her hands in her pocket. Anastasia felt her muscles relax, and she took off in demon speed. The stares of vampires inside Dark Sepulchre still nagged her, and thinking about how Selene and Lucius came back to Minneapolis without telling her delved deep into her skin. She followed Lucius's commands, and now she grew tired of being his demon minion. She wanted to know what was going on. She also had to be careful and play it safe. The demon leaving the city created a void, now teeming with vampires and other little uglies. This path she made for herself proved to be dangerous. First, she had to find Selene and Lucius. Then she would go after anyone in Minneapolis who threatened to kill her. Chapter 8. The Pure Ones. Broadway Avenue ran from east to west and Industrial Boulevard ran north to south. Just blocks before the intersection, Anastasia noticed a group of rowdy teenagers walking down the uninhabited street. Just like Lambert said, abandoned buildings with boarded windows and empty parking lots surrounded the area. A used truck shop sat vacant on the corner. A vibrant neon sign that read, "Used trucks sold here," illuminated the street corner in sporadic light. The smooth spring breeze brushed against Anastasia's arms, slightly lifting her dark hair back and forth. In the distance, she heard the sound of cars cruising down the freeway and a train blowing its stacks. The noise proved to be a slight distraction, but she concentrated on the shadowy figures on the opposite side of the street, headed in her direction. The group of teens crossed the street, unaware of Anastasia's presence. She didn't try to hide it. They weren't on her things to kill tonight list. Instead, she stepped on a broken piece of the glass and it shattered underneath her feet. Two males and a female quickly glanced up at her and slowed their pace. Anastasia stared straight ahead. Their strong scents, mixed with an odor of marijuana and beer, were seeping from their pores. One of them, the taller male with dyed red hair, inhaled his cigarette. His tenacious scent intrigued Anastasia. For once in a long time, she actually thought about interrupting her mission with a late-night snack, but she quickly remembered her promise to herself. She wasn't going to kill any more innocents unless they gave her a reason to. The teen tilted his head back and blew the smoke smoothly from his lips. "Hey." His tongue glazed over his bottom lip. His eyes scanned her from head to toe. It was her black jeans and her tight-fitted shirt that caught his attention. "What's up, shorty?" Shorty. Slang speech racked her nerves. The teenagers of this century, especially this decade, lived unhealthy lives. They filled their minds with thoughts of sex, money, and power. The human teen lusted after her. She didn't think of herself as attractive, even during her human years. Those days and those memories blurred together thanks to her long existence. Yet she remembered small, fractured details of her human family, and the night she found herself in the unsteadied world of the Deamhan. Anastasia turned her attention back to the task at hand. She didn't respond to the teen. She continued forward, staring at the houses ahead. Nowhere did she see an old truck gas station, and nowhere did she see a brick building that Lambert spoke about. "If you're going to the party, it's too late," the shorter teen said. Anastasia stopped quickly and looked over her right shoulder. The female leaned on the other chubby male for support. She sensed her intoxicated state. "Some chick came in and busted it. Told us to go." The tall teen inhaled again. "They threw everyone out. They even told us to take the kegs. What the fuck is that shit?" "Where?" she asked sternly, knowing they could have been talking about the place she searched for. "Around the corner," the shorter teen answered. "No reason to go now. The party's a waste." A waste for them could turn into a godsend for her. The location they referred to could be the exact location of where she needed to go. The short male gripped the female by the waist, and she pushed him away. She curled her lips as if he had somehow disgusted her by his forceful grip. He ignored her gesture and played it off by repositioning his stance. He stood up straight with his shoulders back and chest protruding. His thoughts ran freely, making it extremely easy for Anastasia to pick up on. The youngest of these delinquents posed as the tough one of the bunch, even though he lacked the courage to take risks. He feared treading in dark places. He slept with his lights on, and he always exaggerated the truth when he told his friends about his fake run-ins with the police. He feared pain and strong women. He pictured Anastasia with him in the back seat of his two-door shit of a vehicle, with her head immersed in his crotch. She continued forward, and she turned the corner. The darkness of the street fooled her vision for a short moment, making distance seem farther than normal. She crossed a defunct railroad track, sunken deep into the asphalt of the street. She finally saw the old gas station and the boarded-up brick building surrounded by a chain-link fence. Her eyes picked up on a gaping hole, large enough for an adult to fit through near its edge. She crouched and walked through it. She looked up, seeing a large, rusted water tower positioned on the roof. She stepped over shards of broken bottles and large pieces of wood. An abandoned Ford truck sat motionless with all four wheels completely deflated and its doors' windows completely shattered. A female's raucous laughter travelled in the air. Anastasia quietly lowered herself behind the front of the truck, watching another group of teens walk through the hole in the chain-link fence and down the street. When the scent of humans dissipated, she continued forward, keeping her eyes and ears open. She didn't know what to expect. The large building was unlike any sanctuary she ever visited in Minneapolis. She didn't understand why Selene would come here. Maybe she still hunted Kai, and she was the woman the teen spoke about earlier. She looked up at the only window on the third floor that wasn't boarded. The light flickered. Possibly a candle and a shadow moved across the wall. Someone was still there. A loose board that creaked as it swung back and forth in the wind covered the entrance to the building. She walked in, stepping on a dirty blanket. The smell of rotten wood mixed with ammonia from dog urine swirled in her nostrils. The walls were stained yellow and black from years of accumulated dust and filth. While Anastasia kept her hearing sharp, the smell she now encountered became commingled. The distinct smells of demon, especially Metuspa, Lamia, and Lugat, were apparent. However, the smell of any Ramanga, besides herself, didn't exist. She walked up the stairs and slid her hand up the railing, reaching the third floor. The tiny sharp ends of her fangs rested on her lower lip, and her eyes slowly filled with the darkness that made her Ramanga. Her body became rigid. If she was going to move, she needed to move now. In demon speed, she jumped forward, spanning a non-human distance. She landed silently in a crouched position, with her nails gripping the boards in the floor. Her skin tingled to the slight touch of air around her. Her mind became blank, and she became alert, ready for the kill. It didn't matter if her life ended that moment. The lure of virulent behavior that made her Ramanga now consumed her. Anastasia leapt again and landed next to the door. She leaned her body against the wall and she sniffed the thick air. The smell changed, but she knew the intrusive scent. She stepped into the doorway, staring into Selene's cold and dark eyes. Her appearance in the dank small room stiffened Anastasia's posture. Selene, now second most ancient demon in the city, the woman that Anastasia helped last winter to push Kai on the run, the woman who knew her own maker, acted unhinged by Anastasia's surprised appearance. Her bright, carrot-coloured hair that always sparkled when Anastasia saw her now looked darker in the flickering candlelight. The smile she flashed at Anastasia was cold as ice. She flipped back the few strands of hair from her shoulder to her back, and she licked her reddish lips. Her human minion, Jessica, stood close to Selene. Surprised that she hadn't picked up on Jessica's scent before, Anastasia came to the conclusion that Selene had somehow masked it. Anastasia sensed nothing from her, not even a thought. But in her attempt to conceal her thoughts, Anastasia sensed the minion's fear. "Anastasia," Selene welcomed in a monotone voice. She tucked her hair underneath her loose black jacket that she wore. She wore a black dress that fell just above her knees with knee-high boots. The candlelight flickered just enough to reveal the squalid conditions of the room. An old torn mattress was propped up in the corner. Garbage was strewn about the room. An old desk leaned against the wall, supported only by 3 legs. Anastasia relaxed, allowing her body to revert to normal. The tension between them would never change, neither would the way they greeted each other. Parting after meeting usually ended up with Anastasia in wretched pain and close to death. As with many older Deamhan, it didn't matter what clan they belonged to. Selene was older, thus harder to kill. Her age protected her. Anastasia knew she could never kill Selene, but the thought of testing Selene's strength tickled her Ramanga instincts. The dictum forbids the killing of their own kind unless ordered. Technically, Selene could call for her death, like she did Kai. But Anastasia knew her secretive side all too well. Like her, she worshipped her sire, Lucius, and he treated Anastasia like his own daughter. If Selene killed her, Lucius would end Selene's existence. Only Lucius strongly believed in following the rules of the dictum. Anastasia remembered a time when he strongly believed in keeping the Deamhan out of the spotlight. Let the vampires expose themselves to their heart's desire. When the time came to shine in the spotlight, the Deamhan would be ready. But now he chased after Kai like a rabid dog, seeking his revenge because of his stint in Limbo, and he hid secrets from Anastasia. Selene motioned to Jessica to kick over the mattress in the corner. Without hesitation, Jessica removed the mattress, revealing a pile of trash and dirt. "When did you get back to Minneapolis?" Anastasia asked. "A few weeks ago," Selene replied. "You found Kai? That's none of your business." Selene lifted her nose in the air. "It is my business. What do you want with the Brotherhood?" Her abrupt question made Selene immediately turn and stare at her. "I know you went there." "Again, that's none of your business." Another scent drifted in the air, making Anastasia stop speaking in mid-sentence. She looked across the room, to a doorway leading to another room not yet explored. Like Selene's scent, she knew this one very well, and this time she welcomed it. Lucius walked into the room, and he stopped as their eyes met. Months had passed since she laid eyes on him. Then he looked vastly different, covered in blood from the Deamhan he killed during Kai's gathering. She remembered his look being tarred and ratted. His brown hair was cut short. He wore a white and grey-coloured shirt with tight-fitting blue jeans and black shoes, reflecting the modern times. After being released from Limbo, he disappeared for a few weeks, only to reappear at the gathering. When she asked him about Limbo, he refused to answer. Instead, he was more concerned with helping Veronica find out what happened to her mother, who was his former lover. He motioned for her to approach him, and Anastasia stepped forward. A feeling of relaxation and undying loyalty engulfed every fibre of her being. While being in his presence, she felt the bond between a sire and their offspring, even though he wasn't her maker. His sister, Lucia, would always be her sire regardless if their bond was broken centuries ago. As she had lain in the metal coffin her sire had placed her in, it was Lucius who rescued her warped body 100 years later and took her under his wing. He taught her what it was to be a Deamhan, the bad and the good, and he helped her rid her mind of any thoughts pertaining to her own sire. So when she found out that he went missing, Anastasia travelled to Minneapolis in search for him. At first, she thought Nathan was responsible, and Anastasia killed anyone in her way without a thought. She made it her goal to learn about Lucius's every move in the city before he disappeared. When Selene finally arrived and placed protection on Veronica because of Lucius, Anastasia followed the order without question. She loved him with her dishevelled heart, and she would die for him. Anastasia slowly kneeled in front of him, and she lowered her head. "You look well." He placed his hand underneath her chin and lifted her head. "Stand up, Aurelia." He was also the only one she'd allowed to call her by her human birth name. She stood to her feet. "Why didn't you tell me you were back in the city?" He gently rubbed the side of her face, and he looked at her for a few moments before speaking again. "I was going to call on you when I felt that you were ready." "Ready?" Anastasia stepped back from him. She watched him walk towards Selene. Confused by his actions, Anastasia shot Lucius and Selene a bewildered stare. "What's going on? You aren't telling me something." Lucius stood still. A deal must be made with the Brotherhood to secure the future of our kind. Deal? Anastasia couldn't believe her ears. Did you forget about the last deal they made with Kai? You ended up in Limbo. He hasn't forgotten, Selene said. Anastasia pointed to her. I'm not talking to you. Lucius raised his hand, ceasing the rising tension in the room. You'll understand in time, but for now, you must stop this bickering. You've been lying to me. It's not important, not now. Anastasia folded her arms across her chest. It wasn't like Lucius to give up on a chase so easily. Selene turned to Lucius. She isn't ready to know. Yes, she is. Lucius nodded. Aurelia, he looked at her. Kai's scent still lingers throughout the air in this city. Anastasia stood still. No Deamhan was strong enough to differentiate all the scents of their kind in a city as big as Minneapolis, including Lucius. Answering Anastasia's thoughts, Lucius spoke. I am more powerful now. His reply startled her. How did he do that? Yes, she questioned Lucius in her thoughts, and she hid them very well. She was good at it. How did he read them without her feeling him penetrate her mind? He looked to Selene and nodded. Tell her. Selene opened her mouth and hesitated, but with Lucius' continued glare, she nodded in affirmation, and she faced Anastasia. Do you know the origins of our species? Before Anastasia could reply, Selene interjected. Of course you don't. I don't think your sire knew or cared. It was a time when vampires ravaged ancient cities, robbing babies from the arms of their human mothers. They devastated small towns, killing any human they could find. They found their way to Sumer, and desperate, the humans prayed to their pantheon of gods for answers, for hope, but their prayers went unanswered. Anastasia heard small stories here and there about demon origins, but she considered them nothing more than fables, created to give Deamhan a sense of purpose. She remained quiet while Selene continued. But one night, the vampires killed the wrong human, the son of the town's Kashapu, a priest of magic and worshipper of the Iara. Very powerful and ancient magic, Lucius added. The Kashapu called out to the Iara and they listened. They gifted this human the ability to use dark magic, and in doing so, he created the very first Deamhan in human form. The dark magic needed human hosts, so 4 humans were chosen, thus creating the very first Ramanga, Lamia, Mitospa, and Lugat. The very first, the pure ones, had none of the weaknesses we have today, Lucius said. They walked in the sun, they could not be killed. They were truly immortal and served their human makers. But soon, they began to kill the ones they were created to protect, Selene said. Desperate, the Kashapu wanted to reverse the horrors. He called out to the Iara. 4 more humans were chosen. Thus the Adzi, Ekimu, Empusa, and the Estri Deamhan were created, with the goal to battle the first 4 Deamhan and the vampires. Why are you telling me this? Anastasia asked. Ignoring Anastasia's question, Selene continued. And like the first 4 created, they also turned on the humans. The human king had enough of this Kashapu and his dark magic. He was ordered to get rid of them. At first, he tried cursing them with weaknesses akin to vampires, light and wood. When that didn't work, the Kashapu used the same magic to create an astral plane, void of time, to hold these 8 Deamhan. We call this place Limbo. He also created amulets for protection against them. Selene's green eyes glowed in the flickering candlelight. By then, the pure ones learned how to create more, and these offspring managed to escape out into the world. Anastasia took the story with a grain of salt. She didn't believe in deities, so the story made little sense to her, and she didn't understand why they believed it. She started to feel Selene probing her mind, looking deep for answers, and she didn't try to hide them. Whatever she was looking for, Anastasia knew she'd eventually find it. But something didn't feel right. Selene managed to enter her thoughts easily, making Anastasia rethink her decision to give them full access to her mind. Now she pushed back, trying to force Selene out. The harder she tried, the more her brain began to burn. She closed her eyes and looked away. Somehow Selene was too strong for her to block, or maybe she was too weak to defend. Selene pointed to Jessica and ordered her to leave the room. In a hurry, she walked past Anastasia, glancing up at her only once before exiting. She looked to Lucius. She hasn't been feeding. She isn't any use to us. Any use? For what? Recovered from Selene's onslaught, Anastasia walked around the room, taking in the plethora of smells. She spread her hand along the wall, feeling the slimy texture of dirt on her fingertips. She needs her, Selene. I need her. Yes, just like we need that researcher you want me to constantly flirt with, she replied. Soon you won't have to. She can't function on a diet of animal blood alone. She looked to Anastasia. Don't question our orders. Lucius's voice raised and Selene backed off. Their interaction proved mysterious, and Anastasia moved away from them, not knowing what to expect. If what you told me is true, then the pure ones are still alive in Limbo. The thought drew Anastasia back to the cave where both she and Selene had gone to free Lucius. While there, Selene had made some deal with Amanirdis, Queen of Limbo, and a pure one in her own right. They want out, Anastasia, Lucius said. They want to be freed. You're going to free them. Anastasia eyed him suspiciously. How are you going to do that? Before the king had the Kash-Shapu executed, the Kash-Shapu wrote down the spells used to create our species on a clay tablet. He also instilled the magic in his descendants so that in the future they would be the key to unlocking the spells used in his rituals. After his death, the tablet disappeared from history, only to appear 1,000 years later. It was broken into 2 pieces to make sure that the magic would never be practiced again. Selene's thin lips slowly curled into a conspicuous smile. Anastasia wanted to know what stirred inside their minds. Sure, she could probe, but the risk seemed too great when in comparison to Lucius's power alone and what he could do to her if she tried. Instead, she decided to flesh out the information from them the old-fashioned way, by talking. So, I guess you want me to get on my hands and knees and thank the pure ones for my existence. Anastasia's snotty remark quickly dissipated the smile on Selene's face. Lucius approached Anastasia. When the time comes, you will have no other choice. I don't bow down to anyone. Selene huffed, and again her lips curled into a snicker. You bow down to Lucius. She turned to Selene. Yes, because he deserves it. He has my respect. The pure ones don't. Anastasia. Lucius approached her. Choose your next words carefully. A moment of silence overcame their conversation. She knew he meant business when he started to call her by her demon name. Anastasia watched Selene's eyes focus in and out as she stared back into hers, while her mind still rattled on why Lucius acted so differently. The time I spent in Limbo, I spent as servant to the pure ones. His face drooped in discontent. They showed and taught me so much. What could they have taught you that you don't already know? We are a dying species and we need to be saved, he replied. Only they can save us from what is coming. Just then, Anastasia saw Lucius' eyes change from brown to dark red. Amazed, she broke their stare and stepped back from him. Something wasn't right. Your eyes. What's wrong with them? I was given power to help free them. Power? What kind of power? She knew the answer to her own question, but she couldn't believe it. They will turn on all of us. You can't trust them. Anastasia placed her hand on his shoulder. Selene tilted her head back and exploded into laughter. I told you, Lucius, she wouldn't understand, not like I have. No, It's just that I'm not easily manipulated, Anastasia replied. The only thing I felt when I walked in that cave to free you was pure evil. Nothing more. The pure ones were placed in limbo for a good reason. Selene rushed toward Anastasia in demon speed and pushed her up against the wall. Anastasia gripped onto Selene's neck, but in a quick movement, Selene grabbed Anastasia's wrist and yanked her arm away. She then placed her elbow on Anastasia's throat, and she pushed. The pressure ached at her trachea, and Anastasia, with her Ramanga teeth fully exposed, snapped at Selene. Selene placed her hands on Anastasia's face. Her touch converted from ice cold to burning hot as she began to feed. Anastasia felt her body becoming weak while she still struggled unsuccessfully to free herself from Selene. She knew that Deamhan couldn't feed off Deamhan without killing themselves in the process, so she expected Selene's attack to cease. Instead, Selene continued, and now frightened, Anastasia grabbed Selene's wrists and she dug deep into her skin, but Selene only increased her grip and pressure. She was also stronger than normal. Anastasia looked to Lucius for help, but he remained still, watching the spectacle unfold. She felt her legs wobbling underneath her. Her body became heavy and her mind distorted. She felt her skin beginning to tighten, then wrinkle. The blood flowing in her veins began to dissipate, and as she began to lose consciousness, her arms fell loosely to her sides. Lucius finally spoke. "Selene, that's enough." Selene released her, allowing Anastasia's weakened body to slide against the wall and to the ground. "This isn't part of their plan." His voice turned into a whisper. "Anastasia, do not stand against us. Do not do what Sylvanus did." Anastasia grinded her teeth in pain. Since when could Selene feed from Deamhan? It was just another question to add to her already long list of what the fuck moments. "Did you do something to him?" She forced her eyes to glance up at his face. "Do you know where Sylvanus is?" "He's dead," Lucius said in a sorrowed voice. "If it makes you feel better, his death was quick." "Not quick enough." Selene casually walked out of the room. With widened eyes, Anastasia rubbed her throat. "It doesn't make me feel any better." She couldn't believe the news. She didn't want to believe it. She never saw eye to eye with Sylvanus. Throughout the centuries, he had always proven to her that she was nothing more than a demon who shared the same lineage with him. He viewed her as a bastard child, a demon who had to be watched and kept under control. He flexed his age and power over her, and he threatened her life numerous times, but never had the balls to act through on them. She didn't miss his passing, but for Lucius to kill him, it made no sense. "You come from a long lineage of feared Ramanga." Lucius moved in and crouched to Anastasia's level. "Consider this moment to be special." "There isn't anything special about this moment." He placed his finger over her mouth to hush her. "The pure ones have chosen you like they have chosen me." He removed his finger and stood up. "You have the chance to stand alongside them." He lifted her to her feet and leaned her up against the wall. "And what about Veronica?" Anastasia asked. "You've forgotten about her." "I haven't, but she's human, just like her mother. I was wrong to fall in love with her. It blinded me, made me forget my true purpose in the city." "And what is your true purpose, Lucius? Even I don't know." "I've already told you, to save Deamhan from what's coming." Anastasia opened her mouth to respond but found her voice silent. "Amenerdis, the Dark Mother, has instilled in me great power that you could never imagine. She has opened my eyes and I have opened Selene's. I want to share this gift with you as well." Anastasia stared back into his eyes, knowing that whatever she tried to do from that point on, she couldn't hide her intentions from Lucius. He knew enough about her past, which included Sylvanus and the Dark Curse. He knew how she once helped Sylvanus secure one of the descendants of this so-called Kashapu, but then sired her into a Ramanga to save her own skin. However, She thought the problem had been solved decades ago. The Descendant was no longer deemed important, which meant that Lucius was after the other demon. Kyra, taste me and heal yourself. He held his wrist up to her mouth. She slightly turned her head away. You know I can't. Yes, you can, and you will. She hesitated, but she knew in her state she couldn't deny his request. Her fangs slowly dropped and she bit into his wrist. His cold blood streamed down her throat, and immediately she felt her body beginning to heal. It didn't reject his blood. In fact, her body craved it. Power swam through her entire body. The age his blood carried felt stronger than any blood she had ever consumed in her life. She wanted more and she sucked harder, taking in as much of the ambrosia until he forcefully pulled his wrist away. What just happened? Fully regenerated, she stepped back and her fangs retracted. Why was I able to feed from you? She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Her body wanted more, and she rushed at him. It's their gift to us. He held out his hand, stopping her from coming any closer. My blood is mixed with blood of a pure one. The blood continued to progress through her veins. Her senses heightened to a level she'd never felt before. No human or Deamhan blood ever did that. It just didn't seem possible. Place your differences with Selene aside. We must pull together. We must start acting like a family once more. He dropped his hand. The blood felt too damn good. She couldn't deny it. But what he asked of her, what he planned to do, and his strong belief in the pure ones. That wasn't anything she could just overlook. I have walked this road before in my past, Lucius. It never ends well. Yes, but things are different. He placed his arms around her and he brought her in close to his chest. I trust you and Selene. With you both by my side, this can be done. And Kai? What about Kai? She increased her grip around Lucius. She knew no matter what the cost, no matter what it was, she would follow him blindly. Plus, she didn't have any other choice unless she wanted to see Lucius and Selene kill Nathan and the others at Blind Bluff Manor. For now, she had to play it safe and show her obedience toward him as a sign of good faith. And his blood. She wanted more. We have one piece of the Dark Curse tablet, and the Brotherhood has the other. He increased his embrace. Kyra, Nathan's old friend, is the key to unlocking it. We must find her at all costs. Anastasia nodded. Now you must start feeding again to be strong. He smiled. You're no good to us if you aren't at your full strength. Chapter 9. Kyra. Nathan waited outside in the passenger pickup of O'Hare Airport in Chicago, watching the taxis, shuttle buses, and cars drive by. The hectic traffic and the sound of several car horns overlapped each other in the thick and dense air. He placed his small suitcase on the ground next to him and put his hands in the pockets of his slacks. It had been a long time since he'd been to Chicago. His own father had grown up in the city in a family of well-respected researchers and members of the Brotherhood. In his father's time, the organization grew to be well-respected. They had their moments and many questioned its clouded history, but nonetheless, his father taught Nathan to look toward the future and the time when he would replace his footsteps and become a researcher himself. Nathan learned a lot in Chicago, and at the age of 18, they handed him his very first assignment: to track down an ancient as old as time itself, who sailed from Greece decades before his assignment. Any Deamhan over 500 years old was considered ancient, because Deamhan usually didn't live that long, and this one was well over that age. It wasn't long until the ancient had tracked him down to his apartment in Los Angeles, off La Brea and Santa Monica Avenue. He had walked into his apartment near midnight to see a female demon standing in his living room, examining his plants in the windowsill. She had long, curly dark hair, oval eyes, and smooth skin. Her lips were full with a pink hue. He saw a circular tattoo that only minions were branded with on her upper right arm. Usually minions were branded on their wrists when they were considered property of another Deamhan. Dressed in a long evening gown, appropriate for a woman about the town, she turned to him and smiled. Her feet seemed to float over the cold wooden floor as she walked over to him. Nathan found himself lost in her trance. He had had sinister expectations for his first encounter with a Deamhan, but she proved to be the opposite of what he learned as a young, promising student. She understood him, she respected him, and most importantly, she didn't threaten him. She addressed herself to him as Kyra, all the while letting him know that she would never harm him unless he gave her reason to. She revealed that she knew of him through his father, who had helped her in her past. She also became used to researchers following her for as long as she could remember. It wasn't a problem for her, as long as they didn't interfere. She had revealed everything about her history to him, and she made Nathan promise her that he wouldn't tell anyone about her arrival. She was the oldest Ramanga alive, and before leaving him to go into hibernation, a deep sleep for Deamhan, she promised that she would return to him in time. Days later, a new Brotherhood chapter had sprung up in Minneapolis, and along with Veronica's father, Nathan settled in the city. By that time, Kyra had disappeared, and he thought he'd never hear from her again until a few nights ago when his phone rang in his study. His body tingled when he heard her soft voice over the phone, yet this time her voice was filled with urgency. She needed him to come to Chicago, offering to pay for the first flight that he could take. Without hesitation, he took the offer, hoping that she wasn't in trouble. A black limo pulled up in front of Nathan, making an abrupt stop. The tires skidded along the street and the side door opened. Nathan grabbed his suitcase and stepped in, closing the door behind him as the limo pulled off. He sat across from her. A thin black veil covered her face, and it matched a long black dress. Nathan began to think that she never wore anything different. Kyra. He felt his lips curl into a wide smile. How long has it been? Ages. She lifted up her veil. Her face still resembled the same woman Nathan remembered seeing in his apartment decades ago, except that now her curly hair was cut short. Nathan admired her beauty. You've grown older. Her oval brown eyes sparkled. They rapidly focused in and out, sometimes changing to the ever-noticeable black that all Deamhan had. You remind me of your father. She bit her lower lip. Nathan wouldn't object, no matter how much her beauty caught his breath. Being sired as one of them wasn't worth the risk. You look as beautiful as ever. She flashed a weak smile. On the outside, yes, but on the inside. She placed her hand over her chest. I hurt every day. You've cut your hair since the last time I saw you. She combed her fingers through her curly strands. I always cut my hair after waking from hibernation. But now I wished I would have kept it. The long hair helps shield the thoughts of Deamhan around me. What's troubling you? She closed her eyes. I heard him cry and scream and moan. He's never done that. He's never called out for my help. Who? His cries woke me up from my hibernation. She lowered her hand. Things have grown worse since I fell asleep. This is not the same world I left decades ago. Yes, the world has changed. This city has grown larger and there are more people. No, not that, she interrupted. Not the human world, but my world. I thought that this problem was solved years ago. I was wrong. A lot had changed, and Nathan hoped to explain it to her in time. He couldn't comprehend her sensitivity. Being one of the oldest Deamhan he knew, older than Anastasia, Kai, and Selene combined, her senses heightened themselves to a point that she felt every Deamhan emotion around her. Her eyes carried the imprints of places and people that Nathan could only dream about viewing. What problem? Nathan asked. Who woke you? I felt his anger, her soft voice carried. I felt his rage. Kyra's voice grew louder. His thoughts told me that they are searching for me. Who? Nathan rubbed his chin. As with many elders, Kyra resorted to hibernation to pass the time. It wasn't a new concept. Nathan knew of many Deamhan who had done the very same thing. Hibernation left their bodies vulnerable, so they chose crypts, grave sites, and caves to protect them. But Kyra still heard everything around her. She knew what was going on. Lucius betrayed him. Lucius! What does he have to do with this? Everything. Who did he betray? Sylvanus. Her eyes locked on Nathan. He betrayed Sylvanus. Her eyes widened. My body aches for him, Nathan. I miss him already. You have always felt for Deamhan, Kyra, Nathan replied. You are different from many that I've met. Maybe that is why I'm the fool. She looked out the tinted windows of the limo. Sylvanus trusted them, and for that, he paid with his life. Nathan paused at the revelation. At first he thought he misheard her. Lucius killed Sylvanus. Are you sure? The corner of her lips turned downward. I have no doubt. Nathan crouched to the floor of the limo and he moved over to her. When did this happen? He sat next to her and placed his palm over her own. Oddly enough, her body was warm. She had just fed. A few days ago, in your city. She cocked her head to the side. Demons sense what is coming. Lucius will kill so many just trying to free them. Who is he trying to free? Nathan didn't understand her statement. His mind filled with questions, and he began to stutter with his next response. The very first Deamhan to walk the earth, she replied. The ones who rot in Limbo. Nathan leaned back and his mind began to go into overdrive. Pure ones. I can hear Lucius in my head. Kyra placed her hands on top of her head. He is corrupted by their blood. It circles his veins, invading his body and mind. She looked at him. Throughout the centuries, I've never heard any Deamhan cry as loudly as Sylvanus did to me. He tried to warn me. Nathan felt his voice drop, and all he could do was stare at Kyra, watching her act out in her irate and weird behaviour. Nathan couldn't fathom why Lucius would kill Sylvanus and what this all had to do with the pure ones in Limbo. Kyra shook her head. There is so much you don't know, she continued. So much history of the Deamhan that your father kept from you to keep you safe. She frowned. You need to know everything now. She nodded to herself in her own affirmation. Yes, you will be the only human I shall share the history with. Nathan didn't understand what Kyra had just said. His father didn't keep anything about the Deamhan from him. He allowed Nathan to read his personal researcher files when Nathan was young. Your home is not safe. It is too dangerous now for you to go back to Minneapolis. Kyra placed her hand on his cheek, snapping him from his thoughts. Promise me you won't try to go back. Everything I have and know is in Minneapolis. I must go back sooner or later. He thought about Veronica and how she was alone with Anastasia, Remy, and Hallie. He knew they wouldn't do anything to hurt her, but if things were as bad as Kyra made it out to be, he had to go back to warn them. Lucius can't be trusted, Nathan. Kyra answered his thoughts. If you go back now, he will do great harm to you. Her eyes fluttered briefly. You must call the Brotherhood and let them know about this chaotic dilemma. I haven't communicated with them since I left the organization, Kyra. She placed her finger over his mouth to silence him. You must find a way to get in contact with them now before it's too late, before Lucius comes looking for the tablet. Tablet? Her eyes drooped with concern. When Limbo spat Lucius from its womb, dark magic escaped along with him. It's this same magic that I've stopped before. Now it's loose, and I'm afraid Anastasia has been introduced to it. We must be on alert, Nathan. This strong magic is too dangerous to confront, even for someone as old as the Ancients and myself. Your father helped me once. I need you to help me now. The drive from the O'Hare International Airport to the outskirts of Chicago took a little over an hour. Throughout the ride, Nathan viewed the passing scenery, enjoying the breathtaking view of the shipping yards along the edge of Lake Michigan and the suburbs that looks eerily familiar to the suburbs around Minneapolis. Kyra closed her eyes throughout the hour ride, leaving Nathan in absolute quietness. She didn't speak up once, but her body did quiver, pushing Nathan to ask if she was okay. She nodded and locked her fingers together, resting them on her lap. The limousine pulled off onto a patch of dirt road and began to pick up speed. Fields of decayed and dried long grass replaced the once mechanical environment around them. Nathan braced his body to the seat as the car drove over the bumpy road. Eventually, the ride became smoother and they approached a large red brick mansion that seemed to suddenly appear out of nowhere. The limo stopped and Nathan heard the driver's side door open and close. A tall and older white male, with brushy white eyebrows and long drooping ears, opened the door and held out his hand for Kyra to take. With her eyes still closed, she grasped his hand, and he helped her from the vehicle. He then extended his hand to Nathan, who climbed out of the car. Nathan circled around, eyeing the vast and open space. Like his own sanctuary, the building was secure in the middle of nowhere. In the distance, he viewed an old grain building that leaned to its right in a toppled stance. The horizon was brightening slowly, and he looked at his watch. It was almost sunrise. The driver escorted Kyra to the wooden front doors of the tall 3-story mansion. Before opening the door, Kyra opened her eyes and looked back at Nathan, who still stood by the limo, mesmerized by the sheer vastness of the area around them. "If you think this is breathtaking, you should see the inside." She opened the door. "Your father loved this place. He spent a lot of time here." Once inside, Nathan dropped his bags on the floor. A glass chandelier hung overhead, each candle's light flickering from the slight breeze coming through the front door. Ahead, a staircase circled up to the second floor, where he saw Kyra standing in front of a plate glass window painted with pictures of flying fairies. Several pictures of Kyra throughout her existence hung along the walls along the staircase. One painting with an ornamental border depicted a vibrant, young Kyra wearing an ancient Roman stola dress with her locks pinned with white bone clips. Next to it was another painting of her in a long dress, standing next to Silvanus, wearing a crown lined with jewels and a tunic dress. 2 marble statue heads, one of Medusa and the other of a woman who also resembled Kyra, were to the right and left of the plate glass windows. "You never told me you'd been in Rome," Nathan said. "I met Silvanus there for the first time." She proceeded up the steps. "He was afraid of me then, as many of the Deamhan there told him that I was cruel and strong. Yet we became best of friends, and he trusted me." Nathan stepped forward, looking to a hallway to his right and another hallway to his left. He followed her to the top landing and down another hallway. "Deamhan used to come here from all over America," she spoke softly. "Now this place sits empty, and there's nothing left but memories." Kyra stopped near a candle holder and she picked up a small box of matches lying next to it. She lit the candle and proceeded to the next, lighting that one as well. They made it down the hallway and turned right to 2 large wooden doors that towered over them. Kyra opened the door and she escorted Nathan inside. The room was bright with high ceilings and large draping satin curtains. In the corner a piano sat, covered in a white sheet. On the left, Nathan viewed a fireplace and a human girl in a white dress, tending to the crackling fire. She turned and stood up straight and smiled at the presence of Kyra. Upon seeing Nathan, she lowered her head and whispered a hello. "Is the room prepared?" Kyra asked. The girl nodded. Kyra turned and she placed her hand on Nathan's shoulder. "Please, sit." Kyra pointed to a couch to the right and front of the fireplace. The human girl left the room and returned almost immediately with a platter full of snacks, appetizers, and water. She set them in front of Nathan on the coffee table, and she left the room. Nathan found the decor of her sanctuary pleasing to the eye. Kyra had exquisitely placed her collections of artifacts, paintings, and other collectibles in perfect symmetry. It gave the room a relaxed feel, and he felt safe. She sat next to him and rested her arm on the back of the couch. She stared into the fire, and the orange hue reflected off her eyes, giving them a darker look. "You are safe here, Nathan," she said. "I can assure you that." "I don't doubt that, Kyra," Nathan replied. "Your home is it's just amazing." Her lips pulled back in a wide smile, and she lowered her head. "My home represents me." "Then you are, my dear friend, an extraordinary woman." They heard faint footsteps approach from the hallway, and the door slowly creaked opened. A teenage male with dark hair and mesmerizing green eyes stood in the doorway. Staring at Nathan, he cocked his head to the right. "Aiden, this is Nathan," Kyra said. "Nathan, this is my dear friend, Aiden." Aiden stepped forward and stopped. Shirtless, he only wore tight-fitting blue jeans, which heightened his small and petite frame. He looked like a young Deamhan. "He looks just like his father." Aiden's mouth slightly dropped open, and his tongue curled in his mouth. "You knew my father?" Nathan asked. "Yes. When I heard that he had died, I mourned him." His green eyes shifted to Kyra. "The sun will be up soon, Kyra." "Yes, but I won't sleep," she replied. "There is so much that I need to explain to Nathan." Aiden nodded. "I understand." He turned and left the room. Kyra turned back to Nathan. "Aiden has been with me for over 100 years. He has been very loyal to me." "He looks very young." Kyra shook her head. "Don't let his looks fool you. His history is much more complicated than mine." She repositioned himself. "I don't have the right to tell you his secrets. He can tell you when he feels ready." Nathan blinked rapidly, and agreeing, he decided to keep his interest about Aiden in the furthest reaches of his mind, for now. After Lucius was released from Limbo, Aiden became worried and woke me, telling me everything that had happened. Lucius has been the only demon to escape Limbo, and I wondered why. Now that we know his true intentions, we aim to stop him. However, we can't stand up to him. He is too strong now. We are in strange times, yet again. "But you are the oldest known demon in the world, Kyra. Certainly you're stronger than he is." She shook her head. "I may be older, but the dark magic inside him comes from the origin of Deamhan. Even I can't protect myself or anyone else against power as old as that. Still, I have a responsibility to stop this madness, which I did years ago." She looked into his eyes. "That's why I need you to talk to your researchers in the Brotherhood. We might have to work with them to stop Lucius." Nathan bit his lower lip. "Even if I tried, Kyra, they don't talk to ex-members and working with Deamhan. That doesn't end up well." "No, they will talk to you when they understand the dangers Lucius brings to Deamhan and human alike," she replied. "Only then will our minds not waver too far from a promising conclusion." "Maybe I can talk to Lucius." "I'm afraid not. There is too much darkness to wade through." She lowered her head in her hands. "I tried to communicate with him, but he shunned me from his mind. That's when I felt it." She lifted her head. "I felt the power. It was power that I haven't felt since I was sired eons ago. He blocked me, the oldest demon on the planet, with just a thought." Curious on what this dark, strong power was, Nathan leaned forward. "Earlier you mentioned pure ones and a tablet." She nodded and her eyes widened. "You must promise me first, Nathan." She placed her hand on his arm. "Promise? You will try and get in contact with the human researchers and warn them about what is happening." Nathan nodded. "I'll do everything in my power, Kyra." "I could force myself into your thoughts to see if you're lying." She removed her hand and she gently placed it just slightly above her left breast. "But I don't pry on my friends. I will never pry on your thoughts. You deserve that much and more from me." Her eyes softened and she blinked. "Do you remember when I first met you?" "Yes. How could I forget?" "I was well past my prime then. Your researchers feared me." She lowered her head. But I knew that you would understand me. She looked to the ceiling, and her face drew a blank. I knew that your father never told you much about me. I didn't want him to. She closed her eyes. Deamhan are better than this, Nathan. I am better than this. Her face drowned in remorse. Kyra, my own father once taught me that Deamhan have no conscience, no remorse, and that they don't have souls. One day he recanted and told me that all things in this world, evil and good, are here for a purpose. Now, even though he didn't tell me much about you when I first met you, I suddenly knew that what he said was the truth. The last thing I would want in the world is for you to fear me. She confirmed her own affirmation. Are you not hungry? She looked to the platter of food on the table in front of them. No, not really. She closed her eyes, then reopened them. Seconds later, Nathan heard the door open, and the human girl walked in with her head slightly lowered. She picked up the tray and immediately left the room. There is something you're hiding from me, and you don't know it. She stared at him with gentle eyes. Your body is different. Weaker. Nathan flashed Kyra a confused look. Any other time I would ask you, but now, it isn't important. Her voice trailed off. I must tell you everything now. Nathan smiled briefly, enchanted by her smooth, blemish-free skin and her eyes that danced along with the flicker of fire in the fireplace. Even the way her voice carried in the wind and the way her lips moved when she talked reminded him of his own mother, a strong, intelligent yet soft-spoken woman who was perfect in every way imaginable. I can sense the wrongs, and I fear that it may be too late. Kyra's sudden comment snapped Nathan from his thoughtful haze. Lucius is almost at his goal. He watched as she repositioned herself, and she rubbed her hands on her forearms. Looking slightly uncomfortable, she spoke again. What he is looking for is a tablet called the Dark Curse. Nathan nodded, unsure about what she had just said. The name didn't ring a bell. I've never heard of this before. Not many human have. She clasped her hands together. It has eluded both Deamhan and human for centuries. The tablet contains the words which curse the pure ones to the dark and to Limbo. It also contains a spell to break them out of Limbo, and a spell that could possibly take away our weaknesses. A look of dejection filled her eyes. If we have no weaknesses that would make us truly immortal and too strong upon this planet, we need these weaknesses to keep us balanced, Nathan. We deserve these punishments, and the pure ones deserve to be trapped in Limbo for eternity. Nathan sat back in his chair. Nowhere did the Brotherhood tell him the origins of the Deamhan. Even his father, if he knew, kept the details of the Deamhan's origins a secret. It angered him slightly, and at the same time, he wanted to know everything there was to know. The tablet was broken into 2 pieces, so that the spells would not be used, she sighed. Selene and Lucius seek to put them back together. Nathan thought for a moment. Why would Lucius and Selene want to free the very first demon ever to exist? What was in it for them? And if they were looking for the 2 pieces, why decimate sanctuaries along the way unless they were looking for someone? He glared at Kyra and said in a whisper, You have one of the pieces. No, I don't. She leaned forward and her eyes gazed into his soul. Lucius and Selene have already required 1 piece. Where is the other one? The Brotherhood had the other piece until your father took it. My father? Nathan shook his head. When? A long time ago, she answered. At that time, he and I both agreed that it was best for him to take it and hide it. He never told me any of this. Nathan remembered reading his father's journals several times, and he later boxed them up in the basement of his home. Some of them were caked full of information about Deamhan, while others remained blank and unused. He tried to remember anything from what he read, something that could remind him of the piece his father stole, but he came up empty. He saw it in her eyes that she remained confident in what she revealed to him. Somewhere along the line, he must have skimmed over vital information. "He didn't tell you because he wanted to protect you," she said. "But you know your father as much as I do. He encrypted his writing. Somewhere in his journals is the location of the missing piece." "All of his journals, his writings, are at my home," Nathan replied. "If you want me to find them, I have to go back." "Not yet. You and I are the only ones who know that your father took the piece, and you need to keep it that way. But you must tell the Brotherhood about Lucius and Selene. The Brotherhood can't handle them." "Perhaps," she replied. "But it will give you some time to find the piece and take it away or destroy it." "I don't know which one of my father's journals has the information you're looking for, or if he wrote it in his journals to begin with." She forced a weak smile on her face. "Your father was a smart, brilliant man, Nathan. He had his secrets and kept them hidden from you. Not because he didn't trust you, but because he knew the dangers it would bring to you. If Lucius and Selene find me, they will yank the information they need from my mind and then kill me. It's up to you to find a way to stop them if I can't." Nathan cocked his head to the side. "What information?" "I stole it from the mind of the only living descendant of the Kashapu who created Deamhan," she replied. "I'm one key to unlocking the Dark Curse, and there is another Deamhan who is the second key. Without us and the tablet, the pure ones will remain to rot in Limbo where they belong." Chapter 10. Selene. "Wake up early if you want another man's life or land. No lamb for the lazy wolf, no battles won in bed." Kenneth closed the book and stared at the old worn leather cover. "From the words of Odin, the High One," he read out loud with a snicker. "Yeah, right." He tossed the book onto the couch and leaned back, staring at the ceiling. Being at the Brotherhood headquarters in San Diego brought back memories from his early years. He remembered sitting in this very same office, strenuously working day and night while going over documents sent by researchers from the western part of America. He worked closely with Mr. Austin, verifying specific details and recommending what actions the Brotherhood needed to take next. He spent hours peering outside the office window, watching the sunset, and dreaming about the day when he would become president of the Midwest Division. Now the office he sat in felt small in comparison to his own back in Minneapolis. But he assumed that because of his status, he would never have to sit in a small office again. Mr. Austin's offices in both cities were cozy and spacious. Lavishly decorated, they contained artifacts from around America and the world. He wanted an office just like the old man's office located on the top floor. One day soon, not only did Kenneth want Mr. Austin's office, he still wanted the old man's position. Gaining the position meant moving the chapter back in the right direction, hoping the rest of the organization would follow. He vowed to stay far away from the squabble between Mr. Austin's dysfunctional daughter and the Brotherhood. In his current position as region leader, he had to not only deal with Veronica, but he was on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, while training the 30 new and young researchers under his supervision to not do their rightful duties. He felt helpless, sitting here while waiting for Mr. Austin to show up. He also felt anxious, wanting to tell him about the information Selene wanted, and at the same time watching his plan in motion. Whatever the Dark Curse was, he wanted it and needed it to gain the upper hand. He heard a gentle knock on his door, and he looked up, seeing Joanne standing in the doorway. "I've arranged for our flight back to Minneapolis. We leave tomorrow morning." "Good." He smiled and motioned for her to come in. She pushed her glasses from the bridge of her nose and up to her face. She walked in, her head lowered, carrying a stack of papers in her hands. She set them on Kenneth's desk, and she stepped back. "This is the only information I could find that comes close to what you're looking for." Kenneth looked over the documents. Most of the information was blacked out, giving him nothing of importance. "And access to the archives?" She shook her head. It was denied. I'm not surprised. He huffed and pushed the documents away. Do you think they have it, Kenneth? She asked. He shrugged. Selene seems to think so. Maybe we should... He raised his hand to interrupt. That's all, Joanne. Thanks. She smiled briefly, then left the room. He drummed his fingers on his desk. He knew where she was going with the conversation. Since Selene walked into the Minneapolis chapter, she continuously grew nervous over what she wanted him to do. Several times Joanne tried to persuade him to tell Mr. Austin about the visit, and each time he refused. He needed to find the clay tablet first to create necessary leverage, but finding it seemed harder than expected. When he first walked into the headquarters, he asked the few researchers who had the unlucky duty of working on the weekends about it, but no one knew what he spoke about. Before he left Minneapolis, he contacted the presidents of the West and East Division in the US to get access into the archives, only to be denied. Even if he told them everything, he knew how they'd react. All of them were selfish, pompous. They wouldn't move a muscle thinking the Brotherhood had nothing to fear when it came to Deamhan. He heard an object hitting the floor just outside his office door. He stood up and straightened his jacket. He replayed the incoming conversation in his mind. Feed Mr. Austin lies about the deal he made with Selene and plead to get access into the archives. The deal Mr. Austin made came with a price. Sure, Selene came through on her end, and the city of Minneapolis was no longer under Kai's shaky rule. However, freeing Lucius wasn't part of the deal, nor was the killing of many Deamhan, not like he cared. He felt that Selene was in no position to ask or demand anything from him or the organization. His office door slowly opened. 3 tall, muscular males dressed in black and wearing black trench coats walked in through the door. Behind them, standing in the doorway, Kenneth saw Mr. Austin, wearing a thick wool jacket and dark-rimmed glasses. Kenneth forced himself to smile and he stood up from his desk. Mr. Austin looked older than the last time he had seen him. He was slightly slumped over, and his face was cut with flaccid wrinkles. He didn't acknowledge Kenneth's presence. Instead, he walked around the office, and the bodyguards positioned themselves near the back. Mr. Austin rubbed his finger on the shelves of his bookcase and on top of a picture taken of downtown San Diego at night. Kenneth waited humbly, with his eyes alternating from Mr. Austin's bodyguards to Mr. Austin himself. He didn't want to speak first. Mr. Austin started their conversation with one word. Selene, his voice cracked. Kenneth affirmed by nodding. I believe we have a problem. Mr. Austin continued his examination of the bookcase. How is Veronica? She's fine. She's still at Blind Bluff Manor, and my researchers have been keeping tabs on her. Are they keeping their distance? Yes, sir, like you wanted. Good. Mr. Austin walked over to the edge of the desk. He swiped his hand over its base and examined his palm for any dust. The last thing I need to hear is that my baby girl is in danger. Kenneth maintained his composure. And what of the Deamhan? We've been reporting a decrease in their numbers and an increase of vampires in the city, Kenneth answered. I don't care about the vampires. Yes, I understand, sir. What I do care about are the Deamhan. Mr. Austin lowered himself slowly in the cushioned office chair. Yes, sir, I understand. Kenneth sat across from him. So, what of the Deamhan? Mr. Austin asked again. Their numbers seem to be dwindling in the city. However, there have been reports of some moving into the city. My researchers can't pinpoint who they are, so we're trying to match their faces with any research documents we might have on record. Mr. Austin nodded. I've received some information on the slight decrease from other cities throughout the US. An exodus, if you will. Apparently, Minneapolis isn't the only city experiencing this kind of incident. Maybe not an exodus, sir, Kenneth replied. Perhaps a migration elsewhere. To where? Mr. Austin reached into the inner pocket of his jacket and he pulled out a cigar. Do you think they're just slithering back into their dens? Kenneth didn't reply. Of course not. Mr. Austin examined his cigar. They're fleeing from someone or something. Now, he changed the subject. You mentioned we have a problem? Kenneth swallowed. Whatever he said next to Mr. Austin about Selene had to be precise. He didn't want to make him feel that he made the mistake of trusting her, even though he strongly believed that the old man did. Selene stopped by the office. She told me that she requested an emergency meeting with you at the headquarters. He licked his lips. With all due respect, sir, I don't trust her and neither should you. He watched as Mr. Austin pulled a small guillotine cigar cutter from his pocket. I believe she has something planned, but what? I don't know. Lesson 1. Never trust a demon. Mr. Austin cut the end of his cigar, lit it, and took a couple of puffs before he replied, Of course she has something planned. Kenneth never forgot that lesson. The Brotherhood made sure to embed it into the brains of new researchers in training. The plan was not to grow a long-lasting relation with her. It was only to make the Minneapolis environment more stable to get the chapter re-established in the city, Mr. Austin said. A deal that apparently she doesn't care to keep. Kenneth knew that part of the plan, and he nodded. He didn't care if the demon burned themselves out of their sanctuaries, fighting against each other while Kai ran amok. Less demon equaled stability in his eyes. The information I received involved Selene, Anastasia, and Lucius. Mr. Austin released the tart cigar smoke, and it circled in the air above him. I've had your researchers track Anastasia's movements through the city, and I've had other researchers from different cities track her as well. Wait, Kenneth thought for a moment. You had my researchers secretly track her? The news came as a shock to him. Under my own nose? Mr. Austin nodded. Yes. You said you wanted my researchers to stay away and focus on your daughter. Mr. Austin stared at the white, billowing cigar smoke in the air. Let's get one thing straight. I am the president of the Midwest Division. You are just a region leader under my command. Your researchers are my researchers. Do you understand? Kenneth felt his blood beginning to boil underneath his skin. My father was once president too. His hands formed into solid fists, and he dug his nails into his palms, feeling heavy stings. He now believed Mr. Austin had lost his mind. What he did was unfathomable. Yes, I understand, sir. Mr. Austin puffed from his cigar again. This time he held the smoke longer. You put in a request to gain access to the archives, correct? Yes, I did. Your request is denied. Yes, I know, but why? Kenneth jumped to his feet. Sir, Selene showed up at the chapter, asking about a missing tablet. I have to see why this object is so important to her and Lucius. You should have come to me, especially when it involved the dark curse. Kenneth scrunched his lips together. Mr. Austin paused and his eyes moved from left to right. He then released the smoke from his mouth in tiny puffs. You've never been that great of a liar. Sir? Mr. Austin dropped his cigar to the floor. One of his bodyguards proceeded to stomp on it, extinguishing it. Kenneth, you are to remain here until further notice. I don't understand. Mr. Austin gripped his cane and raised himself to his feet. From here on out, you are temporarily relieved of your duties as a region leader until further notice. Confused, Kenneth stuttered his reply. Relieved? Yes, relieved. I have chosen your assistant, Joanne, to take your place until my decision is reviewed and approved by the headmaster. It was the first time Kenneth witnessed Mr. Austin's stern demeanour, and he wanted to take the nearest weapon he could find and bash in his head. Being relieved was just as bad as being shunned from the Brotherhood forever, and the old man knew that. His decision ruined any chances of Kenneth being promoted in the future. Plus, choosing his assistant Joanne to take his place was a slap in the face. Kenneth needed to know why the dark curse had everyone, including Mr. Austin, taking cautious measures. He refused to let the old man's decision step in the way of his plan. He had to go. May I ask why I'm being relieved instead of reprimanded? Kenneth asked. Mr. Austin pulled his cell phone from his pocket. Your actions, Kenneth. Actions meant more than going over Mr. Austin's head, ignoring the chain of command. Kenneth watched Mr. Austin dial a number on his phone and place it up to his ear, realizing that he called the Minneapolis chapter to inform them of the change. Once he finished, Kenneth expected his bodyguards to escort him from the office to the opposite side of the building where relieved Brotherhood members went. The area, the holding cells, were nothing more than a penitentiary, where they took researchers who betrayed the organization. There, he had to wait until they decided his fate. There wouldn't be any trials and jury. He wouldn't be judged by his peers. Best case scenario, the organization would ostracize and kick him out forever. Worst case scenario, they would keep him and question him through various means, one being torture. It wasn't something the Brotherhood did frequently this day and age. In the past, if they wanted to rid themselves of a member, they called in their mercenaries to do the dirty work. I know you don't have to tell me, but I'd like to know what we're dealing with when it comes to this tablet. Kenneth waited for Mr. Austin, but he didn't answer. I have the right to know. Mr. Austin remained quiet, listening to his cell phone. They heard a loud rumble just outside the office, followed by Joanne screaming. Kenneth quickly rushed to the door and opened it slightly. He saw Joanne hunkered underneath an office desk. Floating papers littered the air, and the lights above began to flicker. He heard more commotion to his right, just outside 2 double doors, which led to the main elevators. Joanne, what's going on? Kenneth whispered to her. She shrugged her shoulders. Her mouth trembled as she spoke. All I saw was a blur and people flying through the air. Close the door, Mr. Austin ordered. Kenneth closed the door and locked it. Mr. Austin slowly lowered his phone. It's Selene. His bodyguards drew in close to Mr. Austin. They all pulled out sharp wooden stakes from underneath their dark trench coats. It couldn't be possible. Demon breaking into Brotherhood headquarters had happened several times in the past, the most recent being in Chicago, decades ago. Since then, the organization prepared itself in case it happened again. A computerized female voice came over the loudspeaker. Code 3. Code 3. All available personnel, head to the armory immediately. At first, Kenneth couldn't recall the distress codes he'd learned as a student when growing up within the Brotherhood. He was an A student who excelled in every subject from the history of the Deamhan to how to kill one. Code 1. Warning. Prepare for possible attack. Code 2. Threat imminent. Code 3. Intruder. The screams grew louder, and he cautiously stepped toward the glass window. He pulled back the blinds, just in time to see blood splatter on the outside window. He stepped back, feeling his body beginning to shut down, his feet glued to the floor in fright. Where are your stakes? Mr. Austin whispered to him. He reached for the stake he'd always carried with him in his pocket, but he paused, then pointed to his desk. Top drawer to the right. If it was Selene, he needed to protect himself. Who was he fooling? Selene was fast enough to take him, Mr. Austin, and his bodyguards out in one swoop without breaking a sweat. It was every man for himself, but she wouldn't kill him because she needed to get the missing piece. That was the only reason she came back to the headquarters. Before Mr. Austin moved, the office door blew open and a gust of wind engulfed them. A bloodied Selene stood in the doorway, gripping Joanne by the arm. Her natural reddish hair covered the left side of her face while blood covered her right hand. Her tenebrous eyes changed back to a natural green color while they inspected the bodyguards, Mr. Austin, and eventually Kenneth. Sorry for the intrusion, but I couldn't resist. She swiped the blood-covered strands of her hair back, finally revealing her whole face. Mr. Austin reached to pull open the top desk drawer, but she stopped him by clearing her throat. Think twice before you reach for your stake, she said in a calm voice. Mr. Austin stopped. The voice over the loud speaker continued. Code 3. Code 3. Kenneth watched in shock while Selene caressed Joanne's cheek. He saw it in her dancing green eyes that she wanted to kill her. At that moment, he opened his mind, and he let Selene take advantage of his invitation. Kill her. A devilish smile appeared on Selene's face. She gripped Joanne firmly by the neck. Joanne whimpered for Selene to spare her. "Selene, don't hurt her," Kenneth said, hoping Selene would catch on to his concocted plot. She did. "But it's what we Deamhan do. She's family, please. Give me a good reason to spare her and I will." Kenneth continued to stare at her. "Kill that bitch now." In a flash, Selene snapped Joanne's neck and pushed the body to the floor. Mr. Austin's bodyguards moved in, but she moved quickly. She snapped the neck of the first bodyguard who approached her. The second bodyguard ran at her with his stake raised in the air. She caught him by the wrist, yanked the stake from his hand, and embedded it in his throat. The third bodyguard didn't have time to attack. Selene struck him in his chest with her fist, breaking through skin and his ribcage, and exiting through his back. Kenneth and Mr. Austin watched the bodyguard's body slump to the floor. Selene wiped her hands as if she had just touched a dirty object. "Now, since I have you two alone." Mr. Austin made his move again, reaching for the stakes, but Selene moved in a white blur. She now stood next to him, and she pushed him down in the leather chair. She leaned over Mr. Austin, close enough that her lips slightly touched the side of his cheek when she spoke. "Kenneth, call the front desk and tell them to turn off the loudspeaker or I will kill him." Kenneth didn't want to move. He wanted Selene to snap the old man's neck. He stared at Joanne's lifeless body lying on the ground with her empty eyes staring into thin air. He didn't know what Selene planned to do, whatever it was. He hoped to not be on her to kill list. He felt a quick pressure in his thoughts, followed by Selene's voice. "Do it." Kenneth blocked his thoughts, gained his composure, picked up the phone, and dialed the front desk. "This is Kenneth Dearhorn. Code override 6624. Stand down." "I repeat, this is Kenneth Dearhorn. Code override 6624. Stand down." He then hung up the phone. Selene backed away from Mr. Austin, and she positioned herself on the edge of the desk. "Looks like I got here, just in the nick of time." He walked around the desk. "We don't know what you're talking about." "I just saved your career in the Brotherhood," she replied as she smiled, her teeth stained with blood. Kenneth could only imagine how many researchers and humans she killed on her way to his office. He pointed to the carnage outside of his office. "Did you have to do that?" "Yes, I did," she replied. "But he's still alive." She pressed her finger into Mr. Austin's chest. "He's going to help you look for my missing piece." Kenneth turned to Mr. Austin, trying to see if his facial expression could confirm her accusation. But the old man didn't make any eye contact. Instead, he didn't take his eyes off the demon who stood over him. "You know, if you harm Mr. Austin, the Brotherhood will retaliate." Kenneth raised his voice. "I'm counting on it." She playfully patted Mr. Austin's head. Kenneth didn't entirely trust her, and he had every reason not to. From the files the Brotherhood collected on Selene throughout the centuries, they knew her as the demon who killed human and her own alike, especially if they stood in her way. Killing became second nature to her. She spread her hands over the surface of his desk, feeding off whatever psychic imprint she could pick up with her fingers. "You should stop smoking," she said to Mr. Austin. "Those cigars have a tart taste." "What do you want?" Mr. Austin asked. "You know what I want. You researchers have a piece of the Dark Curse tablet." "That tablet was destroyed centuries ago," he replied. "You're lying again." She drummed her fingers on the surface of the desk. "I can tell by your heartbeat." Mr. Austin clenched his teeth. "Even if we knew where the piece was, I wouldn't tell you." She flicked her carrot hair back over her shoulder. "Well, there's one way to find out." She raised her arm and her hands formed into a solid fist. Quickly, she struck him across the face, and his body fell out of the chair and onto the floor. Kenneth kneeled next to Mr. Austin. "You killed him." He checked his pulse, finding it still there. He stood up. "Why didn't you kill him?" Please, you're an idiot if you think I'd let him get off that easily. She grabbed Mr. Austin by the arm. Then again, you are an idiot. She began to drag him out of the office. Kenneth balled up his fist. He wanted to reach for the stake in his pocket. I knew I couldn't trust you. Selene chuckled. You can thank me later for saving your career. She opened the door of the office. Why do you want this tablet? Kenneth pressed the down button for the elevator. He glanced around the annihilated environment that resembled little of a work area. Body parts lay strewn across the floor and the work desks. Once brown, the carpet soaked up the blood of his co-workers. He placed his hand over the pocket of his jeans, checking the spare stake, still hidden. Just find the piece I need, she answered. What if Mr. Austin told you was the truth? What if we don't have it? Then you're no use to me. Kenneth's suspicions grew. What? You're just going to kill everyone here? Maybe just Veronica's father. I haven't decided yet. She then retorted. You do want me to kill him eventually, right? The elevator door opened. Your talents are wasted here. You would make a great minion. She lifted Mr. Austin's body over her shoulder. You should be happy that I chose you instead of killing you. Happy? Kenneth smirked. Your type doesn't know the meaning of the word. The elevator doors closed. While they descended to the basement of the building, he closed his eyes. He had to think. Why was this tablet so important for Selene to enter the Brotherhood and kill everyone in her way? She knew the Brotherhood would retaliate, even at the cost of Mr. Austin's life. She caught on to his thoughts. I've told you before, don't worry about why the tablet is important to me. He straightened his shoulders and he stood tall. Excuse me for being curious. I mean, you came all the way out here to San Diego, to Brotherhood headquarters, risking your life for it. Must be of some importance. She turned to look at him. Her eyes turned dark, and she glazed her pink tongue over her teeth. Something like that. Her actions continued to baffle him, but he stopped thinking about it. For now, he knew he had to play along. When any living creature has a strong desire, they do whatever they can do to obtain it as long as they don't sacrifice themselves in return. Humans are good at it, while demons struggle with the sense of self-preservation or annihilation. She dropped Mr. Austin's body to the floor. You have that desire. I sensed it from you before I even met you. You will do whatever it takes to become president of the Midwest Division. She moved her hand toward his cheek, but he grabbed her by the wrist. I can break into the Brotherhood, as you see, but I can't get into the archives. You can. She reached for his face again, and he immediately grabbed his spare stake. He moved it upward as she moved in. My request to get in was denied. He eyed her closely. Yes, and that's why I haven't killed Mr. Austin yet. She paused, feeling a sharp pinch in her chest. She looked down, glaring at the stake Kenneth held in his left hand. Can never be too careful, he whispered. You know I could kill you before you have the chance to strike. She moved back. But I need you to get in. He still dies. Kenneth pointed to Mr. Austin. But only after I give you what you want. The Brotherhood needs to know he's still alive. We have to play this card as straight as possible. Sure, but only if you get what I want. She then pulled back. I'll choke you with your own entrails if you ever raise your stake to me again. He dropped the stake and it hit the floor in a dull thud. I'll get you that piece. Selene's eyes narrowed. You better, researcher. The elevator reached the basement floor and the door slowly opened. In front of them, several mercenaries, all dressed in black, stood a few feet away in front of a huge steel door, armed with stakes and machine guns. Lucius hates waiting as much as I do. Selene grabbed Mr. Austin's arm and dragged him out of the elevator. She took a few steps before dropping his arm and placed her hands on her hips. He hesitated to leave the elevator, but he had to show the mercenaries standing guard that he wasn't the perpetrator, but also a victim. He finally stepped out and dropped to his knees, lowering his head in premeditated fear. "If you pathetic humans want to see him unharmed, then I suggest you lower your stakes," Selene threatened. Kenneth had been down to the lower level before, but he didn't remember seeing the steel doors. To the right of them, he saw a small hand placement pad for fingerprint identification. He grew curious on what the archives looked like. Now he had the chance to find out. He spoke. "Please, stand down. She will kill Mr. Austin." The researchers lingered in their movements. He heard a distant thud of a stake hitting the ground. Soon they all followed suit, and they dropped their weapons. Selene took hold of Mr. Austin's arm again, and she dragged his body up to the door with Kenneth in tow. When they approached the door, Kenneth watched her place her hand on the steel door, feeling its smooth texture. "What I want is located behind these doors." She looked over her shoulder at Kenneth and the researchers. "You all have 4 days to find the tablet piece your ancestors stole from us years ago." She placed Mr. Austin's hand up to the pad. The pad emitted a red line that moved right to left, then left to right. There was a large beep, followed by the sound of the metal door unlocking. Selene dropped Mr. Austin's body, and she used her Deamhan's strength to push open the doors, revealing a lower level surrounded by thick walls of concrete that rivaled anything Kenneth had ever seen. Kenneth eyed the multiple rows of books, placed only a few feet apart from each other. They were filled to the brim in huge, leather-bound books. In the far back, in a glass case, were large vases, metallic weapons, and portraits. He stepped forward, letting the damp air infiltrate his nostrils. No one had been down here in a long time. "If I were you, I'd get started." Selene folded her hands across her chest. Kenneth turned to her, his eyes bulging. "I don't even know where to start." His eyes investigated the area. 4 days, Kenneth." Selene let out a quick smile and she knelt down, gripping Mr. Austin's right hand. "And if any of you are thinking of a rescue, this should persuade you not to." Her eyes turned completely dark again, and in an instant she used her Deamhan strength, pulled at Mr. Austin's right hand and separated it from his body by the wrist. Blood splattered on Kenneth's face and chest and he turned away. He convulsed, but held in his bile. He heard the mercenaries gasp around him. Selene handed the severed hand to Kenneth and she grabbed Mr. Austin again by his incapacitated arm, heading for the elevator. "If any of you attempt to follow me, he dies." She walked to the elevator and spoke again. "You're going to need his hand to get back in, so you might want to bag that and put it on ice." Kenneth stood up and he closely watched her. Before the elevator doors closed, he opened his mind to communicate with her. "I will get you the piece in 4 days." Selene smiled. "Then you can kill him." She nodded as the elevator doors closed. Chapter 11. Humour me. Remy walked down the stark and empty hallway of Blind Bluff Manor, glancing at the tall curtains slightly swinging as he passed by. He stopped intermittingly, eyeing the decorative paintings on the wall. Besides studying the Deamhan, Nathan also collected antiques in his spare time. These pictures on this wall had been there since he first stepped foot in the manor, and when he looked over them again, he always found something new to admire. He'd grown used to hearing Hallie roaming the hall, watching Anastasia standing silently near the paned windows, staring at the outside scenery, and Veronica locking herself in her room. Veronica was careful to hide her thoughts. It became second nature to her. However, in her room, she often relaxed, and that's when Remy found his way in. Her jumbled thoughts consisted of her mother, her father, and Deamhan. Although she told Nathan she was fine after learning that Kai and her father participated in her mother's death, deep inside she wanted revenge against those responsible without feeling like a killer herself. He wanted to bring her the good news. After Anastasia left Dark Sepulchre, Lambert told him everything he knew about Kai, where he hid, and how Selene and Lucius continued to track him. He also warned Remy about Selene and Lucius. They weren't the saviors they previously claimed to be. Selene still followed Lucius blindly, and she was seen at the Brotherhood chapter in Minneapolis. If it was true, that also meant that Lucius was aware of her visit as well. Remy decided to find his old friend Ollie, who, because of the recent killings, went into hiding. Like Lambert, Ollie had all the inside information when it came to demon affairs. Lambert gave Remy a location of Ollie's last known whereabouts, Dinkytown, and sent him on his way. He stopped by the front door of Anastasia's room, and he slowly opened it. Anastasia was the secretive demon who treated her room like her own private sanctuary. Her room had all the elements taken from sanctuaries that Remy only read about. The thick black drapes covering the windows came from the sanctuary in Switzerland, which Anastasia and her sire once lived in. Unlike Nathan's display of ancient Roman artifacts on the walls and in the foyer of the manor, Anastasia kept the walls of her room bare. Books about dragons, ancient gods and goddesses, and many other mythical creatures sat on shelves of her six-tiered bookcase. Nathan once said that Anastasia loved their intricate and flawless designs of these beasts. However, Remy knew there was more to Anastasia than what only Nathan and the others knew. Anastasia was a killer, and a good one at that. Remy's maker, Julian, told stories about her, warning Remy of the dangers Ramanga demon possessed. Anastasia roamed the countryside with her maker, killing humans and demon. Julian said Anastasia took pleasure in each kill, sometimes spending hours torturing and draining her human victims. She enjoyed watching the horrified looks on the faces of children while she slaughtered their parents. Hearing all of this didn't make Remy scared of Anastasia. Instead, he wanted to seek her out. He walked toward the back of the room to the door that led to the balcony. He slid his hand over the drapes covering the door, realizing that they felt dusty and crude before opening the door. The moon was at its apex, high in the sky, and its glow illuminated the yard below. It wasn't even midnight yet. There was still time to enjoy the night. "What are you doing here?" Remy turned around, finding both Hallie and Veronica standing in the doorway, feverishly staring back at him. Dressed in a tan shirt and jeans and also sporting a red baseball cap, Hallie looked strangely different than what Remy was used to seeing her wear. Veronica looked lovelier than ever, dressed in a tight-fitting red shirt and blue jeans. He imagined his hands upon her hips, gently moving up and down, just to cop a feel. Veronica moved to the edge of Anastasia's bed and she glanced down at the mattress. A slight gust of wind blew past her and she looked up, seeing Remy, who had moved in demon's speed, now standing near her. "If Anastasia found you in here, she'd kill you." Hallie closed the door and she took off her baseball cap, tossing it on the bed. "I don't care," Remy replied. He didn't understand her silent respect for Anastasia. She ordered Hallie around, refused to let her leave the manor, and most importantly, she wouldn't let the poor girl kill any human to feed. Anastasia made her stick to the four-legged animals around Blind Bluff Manor. Not to mention that she almost killed Hallie during their first encounter, because her existence went against one stupid rule in the dictum, which read, "Siring a demon at a young age is strictly forbidden." Remy knew that Hallie, a Matuzba, needed the aura of a human, and quite often to survive. Hell, every demon needed to feed on a human once in their immortal lifetime. It was a sign of growing up, like parents buying a car for their teenage children as a high school graduation present. Where is Anastasia, anyway? Veronica stepped back as Remy approached her, his face blank and emotionless. His dark and ever-growing shadow blocked the moonlit area that she stood in. Veronica fidgeted as he remained close to her. She was still nervous. He hoped to change that once he revealed to her what he found out about Kai. Probably out. Killing. His lips curled into a smile. "Are you worried about her?" "No, she just hasn't been here in a few days." He stepped back with a slight hint of swag in his step. "Cheer up, my dear. I'm here." Veronica huffed. "That makes me feel much better." She rolled her eyes. Well, you should be. He again moved forward, forcing her to move back. I got the information that you need. About Kai? Her brows curved downward and her eyes drilled into him. Maybe. Hallie sat on Anastasia's bed. I thought no one could touch Kai. Says Anastasia. He continued to move forward, backing Veronica into the wall. He moved in close and placed his cold palm on the side of her cheek. But since when do I follow rules? Veronica moved his hand. What did you find out? Lucius and Selene returned to Minneapolis days ago. He moved his hand back to her cheek. Her skin feels so soft, so lovely. That's the word on the street. Again, Veronica acted, but this time he gripped her wrist. Remove your hand. Her voice grumbled deeply. Or what? Or I'll remove it for you. She swallowed hard. I'm not scared of you. Your racing heartbeat says different. She immediately shut her eyes and Remy picked up on her thoughts. Dumbass. What the hell am I saying? Questioning him is useless. Why in the hell am I even listening to him? Can I trust him? There were only a few things that a Deamhan wanted when it came to a human. Eating, torturing, and the unfathomable, loving. From the way he acted since they met, the first two were out of the question. But the idea that he couldn't love came back to him, and he repeated the same words to make himself believe otherwise. I love her. I love her. For you to have been raised in the Brotherhood, you are extremely clueless. He released his grip. There are a lot of things you don't know about us. Things that would have helped you in your search for your mother. Well, there's a lot that you don't know about me. I know everything about you. He slammed his hand against the wall, missing her head by inches. She slid away and hurried across the room to the door. She stopped just before the threshold and turned back to look at Remy, who now leaned against the wall with a devilish spark in his eye. What I do know about Deamhan is that they can't be trusted. That's true. He stepped forward. We can't. However, this time I'm not lying. I do have information about Kai. She exhaled and walked back into the room. Well, what did you find out? He smiled and turned to Hallie, who proved to be a distraction to his thought-out plot. Don't you have something teenage-related to do? No, I don't. Hallie held her head high and flicked back her dreadlocks with her right hand. You can't get rid of me that easily. Still curious, Veronica spoke up. So, what is it? What did you find out? I honestly don't know, Remy answered. What do you mean you don't know? Let's just say there's a reason you haven't seen Anastasia in a few nights. Whatever Selene and Lucius are up to isn't in the best interest of anyone, Deamhan, human or vamp. We have to find Kai. He might know what they're planning. So you want to interrogate Kai? Veronica stood up from the bed and her eyes narrowed. Aren't you a little curious to know what game Lucius and Selene are playing? No, not really. You should be, Remy replied. After all, your mother was once in love with Lucius. He stopped in mid-sentence. His demon hearing picked up on the sound of tires moving over the gravel driveway in the front of the manor. Someone was here and he didn't know who. What's that noise? Hallie's eyes expanded to the size of quarters. He lifted his finger for silence. A car radio. He tilted his head to the side, using his pristine hearing. A male voice. He inhaled deeply through his nostrils. A human. What in the hell is a human doing here? Getting Veronica to side with him and beg him for information had to wait. For now. He hurried out of the room, briskly walking by Veronica with Hallie following close behind. They slowed their pace when they reached the balcony, where again Remy inhaled, taking in the scent again. Veronica jogged up to them. It's a cop, Remy whispered. What the hell is a cop doing here? How do you know it's a cop? Hallie asked. You can smell that. No, Hallie, it's his thoughts. Befuddled, Veronica said. What do you think he wants? Remy concentrated. I don't think he's working for the Brotherhood. He then pushed Hallie away from the balcony. "You, stay out of sight." They heard a knock, and he smoothed back his hair and headed down the stairs with Veronica following him. Before opening the door, he paused and looked up to the balcony, making sure Hallie was nowhere to be seen. He then whispered to Veronica, "You speak and I'll continue to peek in his brain." She nodded, and she took a deep breath before opening the front door. An older, bald male stood, smiling back at them. He wore a white polo shirt and khaki pants. Underneath his left arm, he held a small brown portfolio. Standing behind Veronica, Remy saw past the cop's plainclothes attire. "Can I help you?" Veronica asked. The male quickly glanced up at her. "Good evening. Sorry to intrude. I'm Detective Garrett. I'm looking for a Nathan Tiernan. He's out of state visiting relatives. Can I help you?" "Yeah. Can I come in?" Veronica looked to Remy, who smiled and nodded. "Sure, come right in." Remy stepped aside. "A detective?" The detective smiled and walked in. He stood in the foyer next to the bronze statue of the Greek god Mars. He squatted and examined the intricate detail of the statue's feet. "This is amazing." His eyes moved on to the next statue, and while preoccupied, Remy looked up toward the balcony, seeing Hallie peeking around the corner. "Nathan loves to collect statues," Veronica said to the detective. The detective nodded and stood up. "Again, I'm sorry to disturb you, but I'm from the Minneapolis downtown precinct. I just have a couple of questions for Mr. Tiernan. When do you think he'll be back?" His thoughts came to Remy easily. He wasn't lying. He was the lead detective on a case involving 2 mutilated bodies found at a burnt home in Minneapolis. Multiple witnesses saw a woman with dark hair leaving the home shortly after sunset, a woman who closely resembled Anastasia's likeness. Veronica shrugged. "Maybe a week or 2. I'm not sure. His cousin is sick," she thought. "He's in the hospital." "Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that." Detective Garrett held out his hand to Remy. "May I ask what your name is?" "Julius Tiernan. I'm his brother." They shook hands, and the detective questioned Veronica. Quickly, Remy spoke in her thoughts. "You're my wife, Deanna." "And this is my wife, Deanna." "Pleasure to meet you." Detective Garrett shook her hand. He opened his brown portfolio, and he pulled out a drawn sketch. "We received reports of a woman fitting this description who's been seen here. Does she look familiar?" Veronica stared at the pencil-drawn sketch and immediately shook her head. "No, I haven't seen that person before." Remy placed his arm around her shoulder. "I haven't either, Detective." "Well, when he gets back, could you please let him know I stopped by?" Detective Garrett reached into his pocket, pulling out a small business card. "He can reach me at that number." Veronica took the card. Again, Remy invaded the detective's thoughts. Scouring them briefly, he concluded that the human planned on sticking around once he left the manor. His suspicions grew, and he didn't believe that Veronica told the truth about Nathan. Perfect. Just fucking perfect. Detective Garrett pointed to the statues. "These are really beautiful. I don't think I've seen anything like it before." Just as he turned to walk away, a creak coming from the stairs caught his attention. His eyes glanced to the balcony above. "Hello?" Remy glanced up, surprised to see Hallie descending the stairs. In the time it took Veronica and himself to talk to the detective, she had gone to her room, changed, and placed her dreadlocks back into a neatly tight bun. Feeling the situation turning out of control, Remy communicated to Hallie in a loud telepathic scream. "I told you to stay hidden!" Hallie ignored him. "We have company?" She reached the bottom step and walked toward the detective. She held out her hand. "I'm Hallie. She's our adopted daughter." A quick lie that didn't curb the detective's continued suspicions. Detective Garrett nodded slowly. A moment of silence filled the manor. From his peripheral, Remy saw Hallie's eyes narrow in on the human. He read her mind, finding that her desire to feed tipped the Richter scale. She wanted the human above anything else. Remy saw it as their only chance to get rid of meddling detective once and for all. "I'm not going to stop you," he said to her as he took a step back. Veronica picked up on his statement, but a little too late. Without hesitation, Hallie moved in and yanked Detective Garrett into the foyer. She heaved his body through the air, crashing into one of the Roman statues. Immediately, she threw herself on top of him and pinned both his arms to the ground. Veronica screamed, and Remy quickly placed one finger over her mouth. "Holy shit, I didn't know you could scream so loud." He smiled. "It's sexy." "What is she doing?" "She's doing what a demon does." "Stop her. Number, it's rude to interrupt a demon in the middle of their meal." Hallie's eyes turned black, and she started to feed. Remy watched her continue her attack, as any Metuzba would. She fed off the human's psychic aura. It looked nothing like a Ramanga attack, or even a Lamia attack. From a human's view, Hallie looked to be out-muscling him when in fact her onslaught ravaged his body from the inside out. Remy glorified in her first human kill. It was like riding a bike. She knew what to do and when to stop. As her own body absorbed her victim's essence, just by being in the same proximity, Detective Garrett's body began to shrivel. "Don't feed too fast. You have enough time," Remy said as he coached his new apprentice. "You don't want to choke on your food." Detective Garrett continued to struggle but found Hallie too strong. His head fell back and his eyes fluttered until his body movements finally ceased. Hallie leaned her head back and her face glowed. Oh my God, he tasted so good. She stood to her feet and stumbled slightly before catching her balance. "I can feel him." She began to twirl around the foyer in a gleeful dance. Veronica immediately slapped Remy across the face. He felt his right cheek burn with the imprint of her hand, yet he found it soothing. "What the hell were you thinking?" She looked at Remy in horror. "He's a detective!" Now he's a dead detective. He knelt next to the body, and he began to search the detective. He pulled out another card, reading over the gold lettering before stuffing it in his pocket. "Relax. No one will ever find out that he came here." He stood up and looked to Hallie, who still twirled around the room in absolute bliss. "Are you done?" Hallie paused in her jubilation. "Get rid of it?" "What?" "You heard me. Get rid of it," Remy said again. Confusion replaced her celebration. "I don't know what to do with it." She twiddled her fingers with her eyes locked onto the body. "Can I bury it in the backyard?" "If you want," Remy shrugged. "Personally, I like to roast human remains in a pyre, but we're short a fire here." Chapter 12. Secrets. The dark area blocked Anastasia's demon vision. She lifted her head to sniff the air, taking in the scent of mold, water, and dirt. She closed her eyes and reopened them, suspecting that her eyesight would help her. Instead, the dark blocked her vision, making it hard to penetrate. She held her hands in front of her and took a step forward, feeling the sand underneath her bare feet. She took another step, then another, until she felt comfortable in her stride. A warm wind singed at her face, signaling that somewhere ahead in the dark the area was opened. Her keen sense of hearing picked up on the faint sound of fire burning. Suddenly her hands bumped into a slimy rock cropping and she turned to the left and continued on her slow, weary stride. She was dreaming again. She didn't want to wake. Not yet. She needed to know what the dreams meant and why they became so frequent. While walking, she comprehended everything that occurred in the past few months, especially her newfound feelings of compassion and sorrow that spread through her like wildfire. It ate at her demon emotions like an incurable disease, taking back every tendency that made her what she was. Ignoring her hunger for blood and her urge to protect humans, Veronica included, wasn't what she envisioned when she promised Lucius that she'd protect Veronica at all costs. The promise wasn't in her best interest, but following Lucius's and obeying him was. It didn't matter if Lucius was a Lugat and he wasn't her sire. Lucius saved her from herself. He He put his faith and trust in her, and he made her feel. These unfamiliar feelings became less and less frequent, and she felt herself returning to normal. Lucius had changed the game. No longer was he adamant about protecting Veronica. He cared about nothing except the pure ones. It was they who he followed and worshipped. She saw a flickering light ahead, and she increased her pace until it brightened the area around her. She looked back, seeing the dark and the algae blanketing the walls. She turned back, eyeing a room carved into the rock, and she stepped in. The walls turned into a smooth canvas, filled with stone-etched pictures of rivers and animals. In the middle of this room, she saw a medium-length golden sarcophagus sitting on top of a golden bier. She didn't understand why it was there, but she knew from the extravagant tomb that whoever lay in the sarcophagus was someone of importance, and she had to open it. Anastasia gripped the edge of the lid, and she pulled back with all her strength. The lid budged and eventually slid off, landing on the dirt ground in a thud that echoed through the area. Her eyes glanced over the body of a woman with short, jet-black hair, golden-brown wrinkled skin, and full lips. She didn't recognize the sleeping demon woman, but her caustic Ramanga scent saturated Anastasia's nostrils, carrying the feeling of old age and power, and she covered her nose. Even for a daimon, it was too strong to handle. Several small amulets sat on the hibernating woman's chest. Anastasia reached for the amulet, feeling its smooth texture between her fingers. "Who are you?" A gust of wind blew back Anastasia's black hair, and she felt pressure around her shoulders. The woman had raised her arm and had gripped Anastasia by the throat. She felt her teeth extend, and she grasped onto the woman's wrist, trying to free herself. The woman slowly opened her eyes, and Anastasia stared back at their red color. It was the second time she saw a demon with red, piercing eyes. Anastasia awoke from her dream. She blinked and waited for her senses to come back to her. She felt the cold wood on her back, and when her vision finally cleared, she made out the smooth white ceiling. She lifted her body from the floor and stood to her feet. She couldn't remember where she was or how she got there. A flickering light slightly illuminated the adjoining room, revealing pools of blood, flesh, and dirt. Anastasia stepped into the area, and before she had time to examine what she viewed as a display of carnage, dead demon, she licked her lips, taking in the taste of dried blood on her mouth. Immediately she wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, and she felt the sticky fluid. Her hands were covered in it. It was caked beneath her fingernails. "You're awake," a voice from the darkened corner of the room said to her. She immediately recognized it as Lucius. "Where are we?" she asked. He stepped out of the shadows, his forearms bloodied along with his loose dark clothing. A sanctuary west of Minneapolis. His eyes moved to his right, then his left, then back to her. "You were wonderful." He motioned for her to approach him. She cautiously walked forward, stepping over the remains. She stopped just short of him, and instead of embracing him with a hug, she continued to examine the area. "The demon put up an ineffective struggle," he said. "I was wonderful." She questioned his comment. Only if she could remember what she'd done. That was so wonderful. Nothing came back to her except for darkness. The last thing she remembered was Lucius slicing open his wrist to give her a drink before leaving Selene's sanctuary. Lucius placed his hands on her shoulders. "Yes," he pointed to a pile of blood in the corner of the room. "That demon was the leader in this sanctuary. You took him down with ease. These demons need to be taught a thing or two about respect." She couldn't argue with that. She too felt that the young demon had no idea what it was like to live as a demon, but these victims couldn't have been that young. They had it easy this day and age, and things were easier, unlike the time when she roamed the countryside with her sire. During that time, all demon had to be on alert at all times and remain hidden. It was why ancient demon created the dictum, so that could survive. Secrecy is the key to our survival. the first rule repeated in her thoughts like a broken record. However, it wasn't the only law that she now worried about. Do not close your sanctuaries to demon in need. Respect a sanctuary's protective atmosphere. What she and Lucius did wasn't respect. It was pure carnage. The laws need to be rewritten to maintain order, Lucius replied to her thoughts. Without that, we would run ourselves into extinction. But you were one of the authors of the dictum. Are you now saying that what you wrote doesn't help us in this day and age? Those rules are outdated. He walked toward the back area and he waved at Anastasia to follow him. Come, I have to show you something. She slowly followed Lucius to the back of the home and into the kitchen. Before stepping into the room, she stopped and peered inside. Blood splotches covered the wall, and pieces of flesh dangled from the light fixture on the ceiling. The doors were missing from the cupboards, and a darkened spot on the floor marked the spot a stove used to be. He opened the door leading to the basement. Immediately, the smell of human blood carried in the air and into Anastasia's nose. From the scent, Anastasia made out that the human was a malnourished male. Along with the smell, the blood also carried a scent of tart sweat and body odor. It wasn't the type of blood that she would jump head over heels for, but blood was blood. Since joining Lucius, she couldn't get enough of it. In a swift movement, Lucius disappeared down the steps and returned, gripping the male by his arm. Their victim quivered in Lucius's grasp, and upon seeing Anastasia, his eyes widened and his mouth trembled. You need to feed. You need your strength. Lucius pushed the human toward her. She stepped back and the human, completely naked, fell to the dirty floor. But I thought I got what I needed when I fed from you. The pure blood running through your veins needs more nourishment. She felt her fangs drop slowly at the sight of her potential next meal. However, something inside her began to question Lucius's true motives. Catching herself, she turned her thoughts to blood. She didn't want him to know she had doubted his intentions for the first time in centuries. He's filthy, she replied. He isn't what I prefer. His eyes slowly turned dark and his voice deepened. Feed. Now. Without further question, she lifted the male to his feet, tilted his head to the side, and she bit into his neck. She sucked as fast and as hard as she could until she heard his heartbeat slow. Before it stopped, she pulled back and watched her meal die in her grasp. She dropped the body to the ground and she licked her lips. The blood travelled through her veins and she felt it re-energizing her body. Her muscles grew stronger and her body younger. She felt ready for anything. I think it's time to show you. She felt the blood warm her body. Show me what? He folded his arms across his chest. What I've been keeping from you. The front doors of the warehouse were wide open and they walked in. Anastasia immediately recognized the area as Ollie's warehouse. She'd never been there before, but she heard about the place and she knew enough about Ollie than she cared to know. Ollie, a known dealer of drugs and sensual appetite, stored his supplies at the warehouse. Once a powerful dealer in the Deamhan world, his business went downhill when Selene dethroned Kai and Lucius escaped from Limbo. Anastasia didn't know what happened to Ollie. She heard that he skipped town. She swore to herself that if she did find him, she'd gut him like she would a fish. Near the back, she saw several boxes stacked against the wall and several machines forming an assembly line to their right and to their left, moving together in unison while human workers assembled machinery parts and other objects that didn't seem to bother Lucius as he walked past. They glanced at her, then continued their work. Near the back, standing next to an elevator door, she saw Selene's minion, Jessica, waiting for them. You allow the humans to still work here? She questioned. They have no idea what's in the basement. Their presence doesn't bother me, not like the Deamhan who supported Kai, he said. The sanctuary we came from is just one of many new sanctuaries, still devoted to Kai in this state. But I've destroyed many of them, like you asked. Yes, but for one that you destroy, 3 pop up to fill its place. While some demon flee the city, there are others who have come here to challenge us. They believe that what we're doing is wrong. She followed Lucius into the small and confined elevator. Before the doors closed, Jessica looked to them, flashing a smile. The metal doors closed. Where are we going? Earlier you wanted to know what happened to Kai. I will show you. The elevator shook, and it began its descent, traveling a few floors down until it reached the basement. The ripe air carried the aged scents of Deamhan. The metal doors slowly opened. Jessica stepped out of the elevator first, and she stood to the side, watching Lucius exit. The ceiling of the room towered several feet above. A long and wide hallway, with grated walkway, greeted Anastasia as she stepped out of the elevator. 4 cages to the left and 4 cages to the right lined against the concrete walls. The first cages on both sides were empty, but as Anastasia slowly walked along the walkway, she saw a male with short, spiky brown hair in a cage on her right. His wrists and ankles were handcuffed with both arms raised above his head, which drooped forward, hiding his face. Near the bottom of the cage, written in crude black letters, she saw the words, Lamia. What's this? She turned to look at Lucius. These demon have information about Kyra. Her mind turned to Sylvanus and how Lucius killed him. She looked at the Lamia, who lifted his head briefly, looking back at her with dark, piercing eyes. It wasn't like Lucius to hold demon prisoner. But then again, the Lucius she knew wasn't the same Lucius from her past. She continued forward, her mouth ajar, and she scanned the cages from left to right. She didn't know how to absorb what she saw. The cages were spread out, running into the distance. Surprisingly, the next 2 cages on her left stood empty, but on her right, following the cage that held the Lamia, she saw a light-skinned male, completely naked and curled up in a fetal position with his eyes closed. The writing on the cage revealed the male to be a Metuzba. The last cage on her left contained another male who stood to his feet, and he began to bang on the glass. The face of the Ramanga Deamhan exposed shriveled veins just underneath his furrowed skin. He looked back at her with half-opened eyes and scratched at the glass, whispering, "Help me. This one is about to die." Lucius walked over to her and immediately the demon jerked his body forward, snapping and growling at him. Anastasia moved back, her eyes fully concentrated on his sharp and pointed fangs. She watched him struggle in his enclosed environment, but as quickly as it began, it ended. Tired and worn, the demon lowered his head in defeat. This one came to avenge Sylvanus's death. "I still don't understand why you killed him." Anastasia examined the cage's metal holdings. "Sylvanus was loyal. He respected you. He came to Minneapolis to help Selene free you from Limbo. He was a servant of Kyra's for millennia. He knew where to find her. He just refused to tell us." Suddenly, a female voice reverberated from the back of the room. "You decided it was time to finally show her?" Selene appeared out from the darkness, wearing a black leather jacket and a long, bright red dress. Anastasia felt her canines extend to a fine point at the sight of Selene. Her rage began to boil inside her, and she struggled to contain it. "Yes," Lucius replied. Selene motioned for her minion, Jessica, to leave, and the human returned to the elevator. Still unsatisfied as to why Lucius kept Deamhan in cages, Anastasia rubbed her chin. "You shouldn't be surprised that Deamhan have came to the city to stand up against you and Selene. Killings, torture, sanctuary, decimation." Selene's eyes drifted to her. "I forgot. You're the expert on those subjects, aren't you? We're trying to do what is best for all Deamhan." She grinded her teeth. "Your sire was also made by the same Ramanga who sired Sylvanus. That same Ramanga was sired by Kyra. You see where I'm going with this? Number I don't." Dubious of her answer, Anastasia caught her words as they scrambled in her throat. Again, she found herself walking a thin line, and she had to calm down. Both Lucius and Selene proved strong enough to kill her if she stood against them. Think harder. You of all people know what happened in London back in the last part of the 1800s. You remember that time as if it happened yesterday. Anastasia didn't want to remember those days. In fact, she buried what she had done in her mind, hoping to forget about how she sired the descendant of the Kashapu who created the dark curse for her own gain and against Sylvanus's wish. How she betrayed her own offspring to save her own skin. To this day, I regret the decisions I made in the past, Anastasia replied. I had to do what I had to do. I knew that sacrifices had to be made for me to survive. Lucius placed his hand on her shoulder. We aren't holding that against you. Like many Deamhan in those days, you followed orders, not knowing the implications. You would think, as the oldest Ramanga on the planet, Kyra would join us and support us for what we're trying to do. He shook his head. But she doesn't care about the plight. She only cares about keeping the Deamhan world the way it is. She wants to remain the oldest. Maybe she knew the dangers. Anastasia couldn't believe the words flowing from her mouth. Again, she had to be careful. Lucius turned and started to walk toward the back. I have one more thing to show you. She followed Lucius and Selene down the grated walkway. Near the back, on their left, was a small office, and more wooden pallets and other debris stacked against the back walls. He opened the door of the office. In Limbo, the Pure Ones showed me a vision. His tone then changed into a deep, unsettled voice. They showed me the future, what awaited Deamhan. I saw Ramanga and Lamia staked against wooden walls, Matuspa and Lugat tortured and tied to metal fences by the Brotherhood. I saw the rise of vampires and something else, something more sinister. It was a warning of our future. We need the Pure Ones to survive. His explanation didn't sound like a future Anastasia wanted to experience, but nothing stopped the Pure Ones from placing fake memories inside his mind. How could they see the future anyway? It wasn't part of the gifts they possessed. She walked in, not prepared for the gruesome sight inside the office. On a table she saw Kai, his face covered in puncture marks, with his arms stretched overhead with wooden spikes lodged into his wrists and his feet. A long gash ran from his left ear to the middle of his cheek, and another scar travelled from the base of his hairline to his left eye. He looked weak, and he hadn't eaten in days, maybe weeks, from the colour of his greyish skin. He moved his head to the left. Tears streamed down his face, and scratch marks enveloped the right side of his neck. Kai's calamitous situation startled Anastasia. Both Lucius and Selene told her that they no longer looked for him. But there he was. She held back her desire to take one of the stakes pinning him to the table and shoving it into his heart. Where did you find him? In Oklahoma, of all places, Selene answered, trying to hide with one of his weak offspring. Why haven't you killed him yet? Anastasia looked to Lucius. Oh, he will die, but not now. Lucius stared down at Kai. Selene stood over Kai and scowled at his wounds. He opened his mouth to speak, but blood bubbled from his throat and streamed down the side of his face. In exchange for placing Lucius in Limbo, Kai agreed to help our Dark Mother find the Dark Curse, but he went back on his word. She took off her leather jacket and dropped it to the floor. What? Anastasia couldn't believe what she heard. Selene swiped away the excess lint from the front of her long dress and gathered her reddish hair in one tight grip, placing it in a ponytail. Kai will pay for betraying her. Anastasia knew the history between Selene and Kai all too well. Selene hated Kai with a passion since the day Lucius sired him. As Kai's sire, Lucius cared for him and treated him like the son he never had. By betraying Lucius, Selene considered Kai's life to be null and void. What Anastasia didn't quite understand was how Lucius could follow the orders of the Pure Ones, knowing that they placed him in Limbo in exchange for Kai to do their bidding. Their conversation was cut short by Kai coughing up more blood. They watched it pour from his mouth. He then chuckled. "You're fucking idiots if you think releasing the pure ones will save us all." Quickly, Selene slapped him across the face. "Be careful how you speak, Kai. You've already overstepped your bounds." Kai continued to laugh as he replied, "Always so headstrong, Selene. That's what Lucius likes about you. You're willing to get what you want, whatever the cost. However, like humans, you're also absent-minded. You really don't know who you're dealing with." Selene didn't respond to Kai's reply as quickly this time. Instead, her eyes changed from green to black, and she remained silent, still fixated on him. "The Brotherhood won't give you the peace," Kai continued, "even if you have him." "Have who?" Anastasia questioned as she witnessed Selene's eyes bubbling in anger. She'd seen it before, in the past, when it was directed at her. Selene wanted to rip him apart, piece by piece. Selene turned and walked over to the wall. She opened a small door to a safe, and she pulled out a remote. She pointed it to the wall, and she gently pressed on a red button. "Him." The wall began to pull back, slowly exposing a chained-up and withered Mr. Austin against a wooden facade in the form of a cross. Like humans held in Ramanga sanctuaries, needles stuck rudely in his arms, siphoning out every ounce of blood that he had. The blood travelled through the small hoses and disappeared into drilled holes at his feet. Stunned, Anastasia's mouth dropped in awe. Selene approached Mr. Austin's unconscious body and she gripped his chin. "The Brotherhood has one piece of the tablet." She retrieved a vial from the safe and she spoke again. "They have 2 more nights to hand it over to us, or this one dies." At that moment, Anastasia thought only of Veronica, and just as quickly she forced the thought from her mind. Again, she had to play along. What if they don't find it or refuse to give it to you? She folded her arms against her chest. "Then we will kill them all," Lucius answered. "And we will kill their husbands and wives, daughters and sons, grandmothers and grandfathers." Lucius placed a vial underneath the spout. The blood poured in, filling it to the rim, and he handed it to Anastasia. "Drink." Anastasia eyed the drink before downing the blood in one gulp. He pulled another vial from the safe and again handed it to her. "You're going to need your strength when you go to Chicago." She lifted the vial to her lips. "Chicago? That is where Kyra is hiding." The memory came back to her, and she couldn't believe that she'd totally ignored the fact that Nathan was in Chicago as well. She closed her eyes, and again she downed the blood. She felt it work its magic, and her body began to rejuvenate. She opened her eyes slowly, realizing that somehow she had to get the hell out of this situation before they decided to kill her as well. Chapter 13. Dark Curse. Remy gently helped Veronica to her feet. He watched quietly as she straightened her shirt and regained her posture. She looked around. "Where's Hallie?" Remy also scanned the area when he heard Hallie's fast-travelling footsteps in the distance. She should be here any second. In an instant, Hallie appeared in front of them. A wide grin appeared on her face, and her eyes expanded to the size of Coke bottles. "Oh my God, I'm so fast!" She lifted her hands in the air in celebration. He smiled at his new protégé. "That happens after you've had human." They had just travelled in demon speed from Blind Bluff Manor to Dinkytown, located northeast from the University of Minnesota. The last time Remy had taken Veronica in such a manner, he had given her sensual appetite to curb her sickness. But this time he didn't have any to help her. "Just a few blocks this way." Remy walked to the end of the alley with Veronica and Hallie following him. Hallie stood to Veronica's right, cautiously staring back at her. "You look sick." Veronica raised her head and she straightened her posture. "I'm fine." She looked at Remy and he stared back at her. "Are you sure?" He scanned her from head to toe with his eyes. "You look a little woozy to me." "Yeah, I'm fine. Are you sure this is the right location?" He nodded, This is what Lambert told me. Let's not waste any more time. They walked out of the alley, and Veronica turned her head to the left, then to the right. A woman walked by, followed by a man who passed in the opposite direction. They stopped at a crosswalk, and just to their right were tall brick brown buildings and a sign signalling the entryway to the university. "Welcome to Dinkytown," Remy raised his hands into the air, "where college students spend their afternoons away from the challenges of their homework." They crossed the street and walked away from the university grounds. Blocks away, they found themselves in the heart of fraternity and frat houses. The farther they walked from the university, the emptier the streets became. "What if your source is wrong?" Veronica asked. "Well, a Deamhan lives there, that's for certain," Remy replied. "I kind of wish it's Ollie. After I stole a vial of sensual appetite from him last year, our friendship hasn't been the same." He stopped and turned his head right to an abandoned house. Poor Ollie. He climbed the steps. "He's never been able to hide from me." They walked up to the door and he placed his hand on the knob. "Remember what I told you." She shot him an irritated look. Before they left Blind Bluff Manor, he explained to her the importance of remaining quiet and letting him do the talking. If Kai was in the house, Remy was old and strong enough to catch him. There was a high probability that Kai was on edge, fearful about being found by Lucius and Selene. He immediately kicked, and the door fell back, revealing an empty, dirty, and disordered dark interior. The smell of mold and rotten eggs infiltrated his nostrils almost immediately. Even though the area was dark, it didn't interfere with his demon eyesight. Unable to see, she gripped his arm tightly. Finding her reaction amusing, he whispered, "Watch out for the pile of trash." The further they walked into the abandoned home, the lighter the scenery became. Veronica saw an old couch with missing cushions settled in the corner of the room. She saw a busted light bulb still screwed in its socket on the ceiling, and ahead of them a staircase with broken stairs. Suddenly, Hallie jerked her head to the right. "What's that smell?" Remy also picked up on the scent. "Mildew, I think." Veronica walked forward, treading lightly so as to not create any noise. Even her human hearing picked up on a faint rustling sound coming from the back of the house, which Remy also heard. Someone or something was there. He motioned for her to stay still and he headed in the direction of the noise. Come out wherever you are," he taunted. The faint noise turned into quick footsteps, and suddenly Remy increased his pace down the dark hallway, jumping over empty cardboard boxes and a broken chair with Veronica and Hallie close behind him. They stopped in the kitchen and scanned the room. Quickly, Hallie pointed through a broken glass window just above the kitchen sink. "Someone's back there." They caught a quick glance of a short, pudgy figure carrying a suitcase in hand, quickly walking away from the house. In a breeze, Remy disappeared from Veronica's side, only to reappear outside, standing in front of the figure. Hallie grabbed Veronica's hand and she pulled her to the back door. With her Deamhan strength, she kicked it. The door flew off its hinges and Hallie ran at the figure full charge. Only when Veronica stepped outside did she realize that the unknown figure was Ollie. He was dressed in a long brown trench coat. He dropped his suitcase to the ground and it popped open, spilling its contents onto the dirt. Vials filled with coloured liquid rolled around them, coming to a slow stop. Remy gripped Ollie by his throat and he held him still in place. "It's been a while, friend." He ripped off Ollie's hat, noticing he had shaved off his brown hair. He then pushed the pudgy demon to the ground. "Where were you going?" Ollie laid his head back on the ground and exhaled. "I was on my way to see you." His lips formed into a half-cocked smile. He looked at Veronica, who stood in the doorway. "You're still hanging around that human?" "Mind your manners." Remy increased his grip. "Her name is Veronica." Ollie let out several grunts, which sounded like a choking cat. Veronica folded her arms over her chest. "Where's Kai?" "Kai? I don't know." "Are you lying to me?" Remy said. Ollie grinned. "I don't know, really." Remy noticed that Ollie's body had slightly deteriorated. His skin looked like wax and had sunken in, revealing his cheekbones. He hadn't fed in weeks. I'm not lying. His grin did little to change his predicament. I don't know what the hell is going on in this city anymore, and I don't care. I'm leaving this hellhole as soon as possible. Well, this city isn't going to miss you, Remy replied. That's the point. I want to be as far away as possible from Lucius and Selene. He released his grip. I thought you were best buddies with them now. Funny, Remy. Ollie rubbed his neck. You know I've never liked them, especially Selene. They threatened to kill me unless I handed over my warehouse to them. So you just handed it over without a fight? What else could I do? Have you seen them lately? They're freaking scary. Everyone scares you, Ollie. No, not like that. I mean, they're on some Cloud 9 shit right now. Remy placed his foot on Ollie's chest, pinning him to the ground. Without taking his eye off him, he spoke to Veronica. Do me a favor and grab the nearest stick you can find. Any size will do. Ollie's eyes widened. No, wait a minute, Remy, don't. Veronica searched the ground for a stick. She found a warped one near the back of the house, and she handed it to Remy, who raised it in preparation to strike over Ollie's heart. So tell me what you know about Lucius and Selene. Remy leaned in close to Ollie's neck and he whispered in his ear. And don't lie to me. Ollie nodded frantically. Yeah, I'll tell you what I know. He lowered his stick. Talk. Okay. After Lucius was freed from Limbo, he came to my warehouse, trashed everything. He said that he was ushering in some new demon era. Demon era? Yeah, that's what he said. Remy rubbed his chin. Not good enough. He raised the stick in preparation to strike. Wait, there's more. Ollie's eyes began to slowly turn black. So all of a sudden, Lucius comes back with Selene, and they took my warehouse and kicked me out on the street. I mean, it looked like Lucius, but he smelled different. Different? Yeah, like his scent. You can't miss it, you know? So now your girl Anastasia is with them, and they're going around destroying sanctuaries. What I heard is that they're looking for something old. Is that it? Remy lowered his weapon close to Ollie's chest. No, there's more. I also heard that Selene has her father. His eyes reverted to Veronica. What? She rushed over to them. What did you say? Selene went to San Diego and kidnapped your father because the Brotherhood has a piece of the dark curse. The what? Veronica asked. The dark curse, Ollie repeated. You're a researcher. You should know what that is. Remy dropped the piece of wood. What the hell is that? None of you know. Ollie swallowed hard. If I knew, I wouldn't be asking you now, would I? Remy answered. So enlighten us. Okay. Ollie took a deep breath. It's a curse of some kind. A curse for whom? Remy's eyes squinted. Deamhan. Remy chuckled. I don't believe in curses. And I thought I was the dumb one. Ollie spoke. He gripped Ollie by the throat, but Veronica interrupted him. I need to know why Selene took my father. Ollie's lying. Selene wouldn't have the balls to... Remy paused just short of finishing his statement. He recanted. Yeah, she would have the balls to do that. He released Ollie. I thought you no longer cared about your father. I don't. Veronica nervously cleared her throat and turned to Ollie. But I want to know why she took him and what this has to do with... What is it called again? The Dark Curse, Ollie replied. It's a tablet, broken in 2 pieces, but when put together, it contains rituals and spells and crazy shit like that. Supposedly, it has the spell that created the very first Deamhan. It also has spells that made us, burn in the sun and stuff. Ollie shrugged. I've never seen it, but that's the rumour. Veronica paused. So, they're holding my father hostage until the Brotherhood gives them the piece of the dark curse that they have. Yeah. Oh, and they want to release the pure ones from Limbo. Pure ones? Remy interrupted him. Yup, all 8 of them. Wait a minute. He raised his hand to halt their conversation. He stood quietly with his eyes closed in thought. So, you're telling me that Lucius and Selene are looking for this curse that can free the very first Deamhan who are in Limbo? Ollie nodded. Yeah, crazy, ain't it? That's like letting loose a pack of wild dogs that you can't kill, ever. Why would anyone in their right mind want to do that? Now you know why I'm getting the hell out of this city. Ollie nodded frantically. You should leave too. And Anastasia is helping them do this. What about my father? This time Veronica raised her voice. I would forget about your father, darling, Ollie said. He's probably dead already. They're looking for only one piece, right? Remy thought. Who has the other one? They already have a piece. All they need is the other one, and Kyra, the oldest Ramanga living, is the lock that connects it all together. Ollie chuckled. Man, you really don't know what's going on, do you? And that's why I have you, Ollie. Remy smiled. You keep me in the loop. If they succeed in releasing those monsters, we're all in deep shit. Now it makes sense. Remy looked at Veronica. Your father is probably at the warehouse if he's still alive. That's where I'd keep him if I were Lucius. Veronica turned to walk away. Well, let's go. No, you can't just go there, Ollie pleaded. They'll know I told you. They'll kill me. At least wait until I leave the city before you go. Remy lifted Ollie off the ground, and he threw him against the wooden fence surrounding the backyard. He fell, and Remy quickly rushed over to him, lifting him up again. If you're lying to me, Ollie. I swear. You can read my thoughts if you want. Veronica watched him staring deep into Ollie's eyes. He isn't lying this time. Remy licked his lips, and he removed his hands from Ollie's shoulders. Do you know where Selene's sanctuary is? Her place is near Lake Calhoun, on the corner of Pierce and Market. It's a one-story home, white, with plated glass windows. You can't miss it. He held up his hands in defense. Can I go now? There's something else. This Kyra chick. Do you know where I can find her? She's in Chicago. That's all I know. He closed his mouth and he shot Veronica a quick glance. They both were thinking the same thing. Nathan left Minneapolis to go to Chicago to visit a Deamhan. Well, I thank you for your time. His eyes turned black. Can I go now? Not just yet. Remy grabbed the stick and plunged it into Ollie's shoulder. Ollie let out a terrifying scream. Now you can go! Remy turned and walked toward the back door of the home. You can't leave me like this. He reached out to touch Remy's leg. Remy quickly avoided his grasp. Oh, don't worry. You'll find a way to free yourself in no time. He waved and walked back to the house. Nice knowing you, Ollie. Veronica and Hallie caught up to Remy. You're just going to leave him there like that? Yes, I am. He entered the house and walked into the living room area. He scanned the floors, finally finding some old crumpled newspapers, and he gathered them in a pile in the middle of the room. Give me your lighter. What are you going to do? Just give me your lighter. Hallie pulled her lighter from her pocket and she tossed it to him. You're going to burn the house down. He bent down and he lit the corner of the newspaper on fire. I'm just giving Ollie some incentive to free himself in time. He stood back, watching the fire grow. Soon the fire engulfed the entire room in a terrifying glow. The heat pushed them back to the front door until they left the house. Curses, Limbo, pure ones. Remy whistled. Sounds like a load of fun. He watched the fire reach the second story of the home. Just hearing about what Selene and Lucius had planned to do made no sense. They couldn't release the pure ones. In doing so, they brought hell upon not only their kind, but humans and vampires included. I need to find my father, Veronica replied. No, you need to go back to the manor. This isn't any place for a human. He looked to Hallie, or a baby Deamhan for that matter. I'm old enough to take care of myself, Hallie retorted. Besides, what about Nathan? We need to warn him. I need to find Anastasia first, Remy replied. Then we can worry about warning Nathan." "Why?" Veronica asked. "Didn't you hear Ollie? She's with them." "No offense, but you don't know Anastasia like I do. She's bonded with Lucius, but even this notion of freeing the pure ones from Limbo goes way over her head. If anything, he's probably ordering her, and she can't say no unless she wants to die." "Even if you manage to drag her away, what then?" Veronica asked. The sound of police sirens in the distance grabbed Remy's attention and interrupted their conversation. "We should go." They hurried down the street, crossed the intersection, and before taking a step any further, Remy placed his arm in front of Veronica, stopping her stride. "Hallie, would you be a good little Deamhan and take Veronica back home?" he said as he stared straight ahead. Veronica removed his arm. "I'm coming with." She didn't move in her attempt to show her firm stance against him. "I have to find my father." He loved seeing this side of her, but now wasn't the time. "No, you're going back to the manor." He stood face to face with her, feeling her warm breath stirring on his skin. "Your father's well-being isn't the main problem here." "It is for me." Veronica sneered at his remark. "You're going back." He straightened his shirt. "I'm going to try and find Anastasia and steal her from their party." He pointed at Hallie. "Watch her and make sure she doesn't do anything stupid." He took off in an uncanny blur down the street and around the corner, disappearing from their view. Chapter 14. The Cursed Tablet. For days, the researchers checked their archives from head to toe, searching for anything they could find on the Dark Curse. Still recovering from the attack, they closed at the request of their headmaster, Marcel Alvaro, who also ordered researchers from all over the world to stay off the streets pending further notice. Kenneth did the best he could, but it wasn't good enough. After Selene left with Mr. Austin, he contacted the president of the West Division, Kurt Lucius, who immediately took over all operations. He knew of Mr. Austin's previous plans to have Kenneth relieved of his command, but with Joanne's death, Mr. Lucius decided to hold off. Kenneth still wasn't allowed to go back to Minneapolis, not yet anyway. However, Kenneth found himself promoted as temporary president of the Midwest Division and in charge of finding the pieces of the Dark Curse, a promotion that Kenneth decided to use to his advantage. It took only a day for a researcher to find an old metal box, scarred by fire that once contained the piece of the Dark Curse. The now empty box that once held and protected the piece from decay proved to be no use. By the end of the day, they were no closer to finding what Selene wanted. Kenneth sat in his office, staring at his phone. In a few hours it'd ring, and he would have to explain to the presidents of the American divisions, and possibly the headmaster himself, how he failed in the simplest task of searching their archives. He was sure that Mr. Austin was a dead man, but when another researcher, a young woman in her early 20s, handed an old piece of paper to him, Kenneth realized that the search wasn't over. His phone rang, and Kenneth, flabbergasted at the piece of paper, didn't hear it at first. It was an inventory list dated years ago with the name B. Tiernan written in cursive writing next to the inventory number 38006. The Curse Tablet. Kenneth flipped the paper again, and it was another inventory list dated a few years after. This time there was no mention of inventory number 38006. "Sir, are you going to answer the phone?" the female researcher asked. Kenneth nodded. "Have you told anyone about this?" "No. I brought it here as soon as I found it." "Good. This isn't something to go around bragging about. You need to remain tight, lipped about this," he ordered. "Thank you." The female researcher nodded and left the office, closing the door behind her. The phone continued to ring, and finally Kenneth picked it up. "This is Kenneth speaking. Have you found it?" The voice on the other end was deep and to the point. Kenneth stared at the inventory list. He wanted to tell them his findings, but something stalled him. He wondered what the Brotherhood would do if he told them that Nathan's father, Butch Tiernan was the last name written on the inventory list. Would they go after Nathan? The thought pleased Kenneth for a moment, but it still wasn't enough for the Brotherhood to lose track of getting Mr. Austin back, safe and sound, while Kenneth didn't want Mr. Austin to come back at all. They wouldn't allow someone as important as him to meet his demise at the hands of Deamhan. It was possible that the headmaster would reopen their partnership that they had cut off years ago with the Dorvo coven of vampires. "We have a slight problem," Kenneth replied. His response was followed by seconds of silence and deep breathing. It was Kenneth's first time speaking to the headmaster. Mr. Alvaro's position was what researchers strived for, to be the most important individual in the entire organization. Kenneth knew he had to be cautious. Mr. Alvaro wasn't any ordinary researcher he could fool or lie to. Just like the Austin family, the Alvaro family had a history with the Brotherhood. With Mr. Austin not standing in his way of speaking to the higher authority in the organization, Kenneth saw this as his chance to move up in rank. Problem. Mr. Alvaro's voice hung in the wind. Kenneth swallowed. "We located where the piece was kept, but the metal container was empty." He waited patiently, thinking that Mr. Alvaro would raise his voice, calling him and the others imbeciles or something along that line, for not being able to locate a simple piece of stone. He also waited to be blamed for allowing Selene to walk in and take Mr. Austin without so much as a fight. Instead, Mr. Alvaro replied calmly, "We must prepare for the worst." "I understand, sir. This attack on our headquarters will not go unpunished. You do understand the complications of what's to come, Mr. Dearhorn?" "Yes, I do," Kenneth replied. "Sir, I understand that I'm to remain here, but I can do more good back where I'm needed, with my chapter in Minneapolis." "Mr. Austin requested that you remain in San Diego, and I agree." "Yes, but what's occurring in Minneapolis is directly related to what's happening here," Kenneth replied. "Plus, Selene made it clear that I was the one to bring her the piece when I found it." A moment of silence from Mr. Alvaro followed Kenneth's explanation. He gritted his teeth, and he felt the corner of his lips curl into a half-smile. He knew the headmaster rethought Mr. Austin's orders. If he allowed Kenneth to leave, it would give him enough room to do what he felt needed to be done. He'd track down Nathan, find out where his father had hidden the piece, and take it. He wanted to release the pure ones, but not to save Deamhan. He wanted to release them to kill them, ending the Deamhan problem once and for all. "We will handle Selene," Mr. Alvaro replied. "Sir, with all due respect, you didn't see what she did to Mr. Austin. I did. I want to be there when we kill her and—" "Kill her?" Kenneth paused. "Yes, sir, that is what we have to do." "And how do you think we should kill her, Kenneth?" He heard rustling papers in the background and the sound of an office chair squeaking in movement. "Sir, maybe it's time that we set aside our differences with the Dorvo coven." "That is not an option. I just assume that this type of problem requires those who are just as strong as Deamhan. We need to regain our foothold in the city again, and to strike fear in ancients as old as Lucius. To do this, we need their help." "Your assumption is understandable," Mr. Alvaro replied, "and your request to go back to your chapter is respected, but we no longer need the help from those vampires. We've learned that lesson long ago. Sir, at least send me back to Minneapolis." "I promise you." Kenneth's voice dropped in a low whisper. "I'll personally handle this Deamhan problem. All I need is the right tools and support from you and the organization. Things are a bit messy now, and I'm sorry to say, sir, but Mr. Austin is partially to blame." "Mr. Austin?" "Yes. He made a deal with Selene to free Lucius from Limbo in exchange to reopen the chapter in Minneapolis. Are you sure about this?" "Yes, I'm 100% sure, sir." Kenneth's lips pulled back into a mischievous smile as he fumbled a pen between his fingertips. "I believe he was in contact with Nathan Tiernan, ex-member of the Brotherhood. Nathan did call our office earlier, warning us about this attack." "Perfect. I will discuss your return to the Minneapolis chapter with the remaining presidents, Mr. Alvaro replied. I do agree, we still need a strong presence in Minneapolis. That means you. Kenneth nodded. Step 1 complete. Now he had to make sure Mr. Austin would never come back to the Brotherhood. He would find the piece of the dark curse and he wouldn't hand it over to Selene. In return, she'd kill Mr. Austin, and with his martyred death, the Brotherhood would retaliate. I can do that, Kenneth replied. All I need is the opportunity. He licked his lips. Selene is going to kill Mr. Austin, regardless if we had the piece to give her. You need to track it down immediately, Mr. Dearhorn. I think I know where it might be. Kenneth stared at the inventory list. I have to go to Minneapolis to find it. When you arrive in Minneapolis, we'll give you further instructions. Until then, we will assign you as many mercenaries as you need to accomplish the task. And what about the Dorvo Coven? A long pause on the other end interrupted their conversation. Finally, Mr. Alvaro spoke up. I'll bring that up to the other presidents, but for now, stay in touch. Thank you, sir, thank you. Kenneth smiled to himself. I promise you, you will not be disappointed. Nathan felt the rough edges of the brown paper slip through his fingers. The book he held in his palm was old, dating before the time of his own father, but it was filled with valuable information, thought long lost among the researchers of the Brotherhood. The archaic writing revealed words strung together in a cursive nightmare. He saw a name, barely legible, written on the inside parchment cover. The book exuded a smell of saturated paper. Nathan tolerated the annoying smell. He had no other choice but to read up on the dark curse if he wanted to help Kyra. What he read so far boggled his mind, yet piqued his interest at the same time. The book revealed the story behind the Pure Ones, the very first Deamhan to exist, and those they sired who avoided being placed into Limbo along with them. The Dark Curse was just one among the many writings explaining the origins of the demon. But the tablet existing in 2 pieces proved difficult to find. If anyone managed to put them together, it would spell disaster for all demon, new and old. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts, and he turned to watch Aidan and Kyra walk through the door, cradling a stack of weathered books. Aidan placed the books on the coffee table. These should tell you a little more about the curse. Nathan nodded. He hoped that this stack contained what he needed regarding his father as well. His mind still raged through scenarios, different times in his youth and his young adulthood, when his father studied and researched demon religiously. Still, he believed that being back in his manor was the best way to find out the secrets his father kept from him. I hope you're well today, Kyra slowly said. Nathan smiled. She looked more beautiful than ever, wearing a sleek, long black dress with a short jacket to match. She walked toward the couch and sat down slowly. Have you heard anything? Nathan asked. Kyra nodded. Yes. She looked to Aidan, who blinked rapidly. Selene attacked the Brotherhood in San Diego. The headquarters? Catching his wild thoughts, Kyra replied immediately. She kidnapped Samuel Austin. I believe he's the president of the Midwest Division, is he not? Confounded, Nathan stood up from his seat. He couldn't believe what Kyra had told him. He warned the Brotherhood, like she suggested. He couldn't understand why they didn't listen. He also knew the Brotherhood better than any man. You must find the location of the other piece before Selene realizes that they don't have it, Kyra added. The Brotherhood will retaliate. Nathan rubbed his bottom lip with his fingers in thought. And when they do, it won't be good for anyone. That's why I think that I was wrong to keep you here. You need to go back to Minneapolis. You need to find the other piece immediately, Kyra said. The only thought rummaging through Nathan's mind at the moment was Veronica, and if she knew about her father. Yes, I must get back. But you won't be going alone, Kyra said. It's too dangerous for you. Nathan stared at her. Are you coming with me? I wish that I could, but being in my presence only puts you in more danger. Her eyes moved to Aiden. But I will make sure that you will not be alone. Chapter 15. Confrontation. Anastasia opened her eyes, staring at the ceiling of her room. She dragged herself out of bed and looked around her environment, realizing that she wasn't home, but at Selene's sanctuary. She dressed herself quickly in a dark button-up shirt and blue jeans. She peeked out from her room and down the darkened hallway. Her nose didn't pick up any other scent in the sanctuary except for chrysanthemums and old human blood. The air remained noiseless. She was the only one there. She walked down the hallway and into the living room. The sanctuary didn't look like any ordinary sanctuary. In fact, it symbolized an all-American human home with leather couches, a large flat-screen television, coffee tables, and pictures hanging on the wall. Perhaps Selene had adapted to modern living, or she just didn't bother to change the home she'd stolen from humans. She opened the front door, and in demon speed she rushed out into the open air, heading to the only place she could free her mind, the human home she visited earlier before Remy arrived. She didn't know why the location came to her suddenly. She just felt a need to go there, to find solace. A place where she could think without being disturbed. During her travels with Lucius, she didn't question the agenda, but now she found herself wondering if she did the right thing for her kind. Normally her trust remained solid when it came to Lucius, but now she found her belief in him shaky. The hunger for blood grew inside her, and no animal blood could cure it this time. She needed human blood, even if she didn't desire it. She stopped near the home and stood across the street. A car drove by, and its bright lights blinded her sight. She hid behind the tree until the car continued and turned the corner. She heard the neighborhood dogs barking uncontrollably at her, and she picked up on the thoughts of a human lingering in the bushes nearby. The human didn't make any attempt to hide her thoughts, and instead the human probed at her behavior. The name Samuel Austin popped into the human's thoughts, which made Anastasia take special notice. She immediately knew whose thoughts she had read. She stood still, her fangs at the ready. "Veronica?" Veronica stepped out of the bushes, and Anastasia turned her head in the direction of rustling branches. Upon seeing her, Anastasia quickly retracted her pointed weapons, and her expression turned dark. "Remy said you'd show up here eventually." Anastasia walked up to her. "Why are you following me?" She glared into Veronica's eyes. "Remy's been all over the city looking for you." "You didn't answer my question." She quickly scanned Veronica's thoughts, but they now came up empty. Like all researchers, Veronica envisioned a brick wall to keep her out of her mind. "We know everything, Anastasia. We know about the dark curse, what you, Lucius, and Selene are trying to do," Veronica said. "And we know that Selene kidnapped my father. Is he at the warehouse?" Anastasia didn't feel a need to respond. She turned around with her back to Veronica. "Is he dead?" "No." Anastasia began to walk away from her. "Why won't you tell me?" Anastasia heard Veronica's cautious footsteps following her, and she exhaled an annoying sigh. "Go home, researcher. It's not safe for you out here." "I know you don't like me," Veronica replied. "And guess what? I don't like you either. But I'm begging you, please tell me where he is." Anastasia began to smell the sweet odor of Veronica's blood exuding from her body. She felt her mouth beginning to water and the urge to feed. Veronica quickly walked in front of Anastasia, blocking her path. "Do you really believe that the Brotherhood is just going to let what Selene did slide? They're plotting their revenge as we speak." "I know they are." Anastasia tried to ignore her, but the more the human spoke, the more of trying to avoid her turned into a chore. "What about following Deamhan rules? What about secrecy? Are you just going to throw that away because you want to find the dark curse and free the pure ones?" Veronica continued to argue. "Do you even know what they are capable of? Have you even heard about the pure ones before now?" Anastasia moved aside, and with her brow scrunched in aggravation. "Go home," she mumbled. Veronica took her chance and remained steadfast in her stance. The Pure Ones were placed in limbo for a good reason. Anastasia attempted to pass her, but again Veronica moved in front of her. "If you don't want to end up like your father, I suggest you go back to the manor," Anastasia quickly retorted, "because there's no one around to come to your rescue." She stepped in closer, smelling Veronica's salty sweat crystallizing on her chest and forehead. "I need to know if my father is okay." Veronica's breathing increased while she tried to maintain her posture. "I'm not going anywhere until you tell me." A prominent snicker appeared on Anastasia's face. "You think I'd tell you?" She shifted around Veronica, who again positioned herself in her path. "Yes, I think you'd tell me." Anastasia hastily moved forward and startled by her abrupt movement. Veronica jumped back. "You thought wrong," she replied in a stone-cold voice. Veronica continued to move back, and she slightly raised her hands. "I know that you're loyal to Lucius, to the point that you'll follow him into death if you have to. But what you're trying to do, it's suicide." Anastasia moved in closer, and Veronica backed herself up against a tree, feeling the rigid bark digging into her back. Sweat trickled down the side of her face. "The reason you're still breathing human is because I allow it," she pointed at her chest. "My name allows you to live, not that fake protection from Selene or your father's organization." Anastasia growled and opened her mouth slightly, exposing sharp teeth and fangs that weren't present seconds before. Her eyes were obscured and her pupils no longer detectable. She slowly backed away and retracted her teeth. "Now, for the last time, go home." Her eyes returned to a normal brownish hue. "No," Veronica whispered. Anastasia's eyes quickly shifted. For a woman whose hatred for her father was well known, she couldn't understand why Veronica had a sudden change of heart. "If the Brotherhood gives Selene what she wants, then your father will be returned safely," Anastasia said. "If not, he'll die." "So he is alive? And what about Nathan?" Veronica continued. "He took you in, treated you like his own daughter. What about Nathan?" "He's with Kyra right now. That's why he went to Chicago." "You think I don't know this?" Anastasia quickly jerked her head back in Veronica's direction. Veronica's mouth dropped. "You don't care about him anymore, do you?" Just then, the wind picked up, transporting the smell of Deamhan straight to Anastasia's nose. Her body jittered and she snapped her head to the left, searching the shadows at the end of the street for another Deamhan, Ramanga. Seeing that Anastasia went on alert, Veronica turned her attention to the deserted street. The streetlights above flickered, and she then turned to look to Anastasia, who stood in front of her. Her fingers quivered, and her back arched while she lowered her stance. "Get out of here!" she barked to Veronica. Veronica hesitated, but she saw slight movement in the darkness, and she stepped back. Out of the darkness, she saw two Deamhan in mid-air, launching in their direction. She turned and ran. A male demon with tattered clothes and his face smeared with dried blood landed in front of Anastasia. She smelled his horrid Ramanga scent. As his fangs appeared from his gums, she noticed that the right one was missing and his left fang was cut in half. He jumped on Anastasia and with all her strength she pushed him to the ground. She turned back, watching the other Deamhan chase Veronica down the street. She turned but felt 5 claws dig into her lower back. The Ramanga male, now on his feet, sank his fangs into the side of Anastasia's neck. She felt the Ramanga's fangs penetrate deeper into her flesh as she watched Veronica, who ran for her life. She then felt the Ramanga's cold arms wrap around her waist and slam her to the ground. Now, over her, the Ramanga raised his hand to strike, but Anastasia moved faster. She placed her hands on the side of his head, and with her strength she pulled forward, detaching his head from his shoulders. Anastasia kicked the remains away from her before they turned into a pile of blood and dust. She stood to her feet and looked for Veronica, finding her laying on the street, motionless, under a fluttering streetlight. Her Deamhan attacker crouched over her. She jumped, airborne, her teeth extracted, and she growled loudly enough to grab the Deamhan's attention, giving the rabid beast enough time to throw Anastasia aside. She landed on the grass, sliding a few feet and knocking into the white picket fence of a nearby home. She jumped to her feet and the Deamhan came at her, slashing. Its fingertips nicked across Anastasia's lips. Quickly, she knocked the Deamhan on its back and pinned its shoulders against the sidewalk. The Deamhan snapped at her, its fangs clicking together like high heels moving along pavement. Anastasia's eyes and ears moved to Veronica, her efficacious hearing picking up her faint heartbeat. She turned back to the Deamhan, realizing that the creature had drained Veronica of blood. "You're foolish to come after me," Anastasia whispered. The creature snapped at her again, and Anastasia felt its warm breath on her forehead. She attempted to read its thoughts, but she came up with nothing. Agitated, she lifted her hands and clawed at its chest, digging deeper and deeper until she met bone. The Deamhan released an abysmal grunt in pain, and its limbs shook. Anastasia continued scraping at its chest. She bit into it and yanked her head back, pulling on flesh until it ripped from its bones. Its blood glissaded down her throat, and immediately she felt that the tarnished liquid burning her throat. It would have made sense to stop, but she continued, thinking about nothing but the massacre carried out by her hands. It was intrinsic and in her nature. She continued her rampage until she was covered head to toe in its blood and flesh. Her hands reached its blackened heart and she yanked it out, tossing it to the side. She stood up and stepped back. With Lucius's pure blood in her own veins, draining the blood from a Deamhan should have given her a palatable feeling, like a high. Instead, it made her lightheaded and dizzy. The feeling grew abnormal and her body convulsed, dropping her to her knees. She looked to her hands, as if they were going to give her assistance. Never had she felt this atrocious. Something wasn't right. She looked back at Veronica and contemplated leaving her to die where she laid, but her morality superseded her hunger. She swaggered over to her and lifted her loose body in her arms. Veronica moaned and her eyelids lifted halfway. She moved Veronica's head to the right, noticing 2 deep bite marks in her flesh. "Don't worry, I have you." Anastasia held onto Veronica tightly, and she took off in demon speed to Blind Bluff Manor. Chapter 16. Pure Blood. "So by feeding from Lucius, you were able to feed on other Deamhan?" Remy stood with his hands folded, his eyes switching from concern to interest. "Well, that's new." Anastasia continued to stare at Veronica as she lay motionless in her bed, sweat dripping from her brow. He examined the 2 puncture marks on her neck. "His blood is mixed with the blood of a pure one, and still, you still weren't able to stop a Ramanga from biting her." Hallie walked into the room, cradling a book in her hand. She knelt beside the bed, her eyes also fixated on Veronica. "She looks dead." Suddenly, Veronica's body quivered and her eyes opened slightly. Or maybe not. Anastasia leaned against the wall in the corner, looking to the opened window. She wasn't in the mood to answer any of Remy's questions. Not now. At the moment, her main concern was making sure that Veronica survived her attack. Still, she felt her own body reeling from the lack of Lucius' blood in her system, and she shook uncontrollably as her vision began to blur. Remy held his head slightly back and sniffed the air. "I can smell their filth all over her." He touched Veronica's forehead, feeling the warm sweat on his fingers. She's not going to survive the night like this. Anastasia knew what he tried to suggest. "No, Remy, you aren't going to sire her." "We have to do something to keep her stable," he replied, then sneered at Hallie. "I told you to watch her and to make sure she didn't do anything stupid." "Hey, I couldn't just keep her here against her will," Hallie argued back. "That's exactly what you should have done." He returned his attention to Veronica. "Now look at her. poor thing. She's dying. No one is siring her. Anastasia objected again. Why would you want to subject her to that? To save her life. Remy snickered. Or maybe you just want to make her Lamia, thinking that she'll finally accept you. She jerked her attention toward him with fangs exposed. No need to get sensitive, he replied as his eyes briefly changed colours. She stood down and told herself over and over that she didn't care about Veronica, but that went right out the window. Her concern for Veronica didn't compare to Remy's infatuation with her. She saw it now. He tried to love her, and he wouldn't let her die on his watch. I don't care what you think. She won't die. Not like this, Remy said. You can't sire her. She retracted her fangs. Maybe I can give her sensual appetite. That might work, right? No, Remy, it only provides a euphoric element. It won't heal her. He squinted at her. So you'd rather her lay in pain and agony instead of experience the equivalent of a hippie acid trip? Why don't we just take her to the hospital? Hallie stood up from her knelt position. Anastasia turned to Hallie. She's safer here. Don't kid yourself, Remy said back. Those two demons were after you, not her. If you think she's safer here with us right now, especially with you being here, you're clearly mistaken. He stood up and walked toward the door. If Veronica dies, it'll be because of you. He stopped in the doorway and looked back. And if you try to stop me from saving her, she won't die. Anastasia approached the bed. I appreciate your enthusiastic outlook, but you don't know that. She didn't have time for Remy's antics and pithy comments. She stared at Veronica, wondering if she'd survive the night. All Veronica needed was a drop of Deamhan blood inside her to start the transformation, and that wasn't guaranteed. Not many humans survived. She could wake up a demon days from now if she woke up at all. She's strong. She'll survive. Remy chuckled. Do you really believe that? Anastasia looked away. Do I really believe that? Your fake bond with Lucius has scrambled your brain. He laughed again. Open your eyes. He pointed to Veronica. She will die before sunrise. Anastasia again glanced out the window. It's not up to us to decide her fate. The sky became lighter, and soon the sun would rise from the horizon, making them all virtually vulnerable. Hate to break it to you, Remy said, but you already did that for her. She walked over to the window and closed the blinds. Her face, which rarely kept an expression for so long, grew dark with rage. When had she become so blind to not see the disaster she'd created in the demon world? Was her loyalty to Lucius that strong to sacrifice the lives of those she felt the need to protect? Thinking about Veronica's well-being proved enough to make her rage. Are you actually reconsidering your stance with Lucius? Prying on her thoughts, Remy's response slipped from his mouth. Now isn't the time to mock me, Anastasia gnarled. I'm not, Remy replied, even though I'd like to. He swiped his hair and placed his hands on his hips. And you deserve it. Veronica moaned and grunted in pain, interrupting their conversation. They returned their attention to her, watching her body convulse and her chest rise and fall. Her skin was deathly pale, and her faint blue lips parted slightly. Anastasia felt the air become thick and the dread slithering from Remy. She immediately left the room and stood in the hallway. Standing against the wall in thought, her eyes obsessed over the red carpet on the floor. Remy stood firm and he leaned against the doorframe. You know, as soon as we realized what Lucius and Selene were up to, I went to look for you. She turned to him. Hallie said that once she and Veronica came back to the manor, Veronica tore Nathan's study apart, looking for any information on the Pure Ones. His eyes turned to the ceiling. The very first demon. The original 8 badasses. You know that they shouldn't be released from Limbo, Anastasia. They're dangerous, not only for humans, but for us as well. Just imagine. 8 powerful demon. For fuck's sake, we witnessed that in the cave with Amanirdis. Think about it. I got a taste of how strong she is from Lucius, Anastasia whispered back. His blood tasted like fine wine. It was delicious, old, soothing, and powerful? Anastasia nodded. I was going to say uncontrollable, but yes, powerful too. It was like no other blood I've ever tasted. Well, there you go. You're right. It's my fault that Veronica is injured. Anastasia stared down the hallway of the manor in thought. It would be wrong to sire her. She hates who and what we are. Remy held up his hands. She'll get over it. Anastasia sensed his feelings for Veronica. It wasn't a part of his makeup. It wasn't in his nature. The feeling of concern, pity, and desire for her to make it out of this alive weighed heavily on him. It was like an annoying itch that he couldn't scratch. The feelings of a demon changed constantly. She didn't trust it, but she had no other choice. She thought that maybe if she did nothing and let Remy sire Veronica, the bizarre feelings they all had regarding her safety would go away. Sure, Nathan would never forgive them, but at least she would be alive. No one knew if Veronica preferred death over being a Deamhan. It wasn't easy to tell since the question never crossed their minds until now. Would it be that bad to turn her? At least Remy would finally have a companion, and Hallie would have a big sister she could relate to. The longer Veronica remained in her frail condition, the more Anastasia felt the urgency to punish Selene and Lucius. She walked back into the room, squeezing herself between Remy and the doorway, and sat on the edge of the bed. I will do what I have to do. She heard Remy's voice behind her. I guess we can agree to disagree. Her face showed signs of concern. Remy walked over to the bed and pulled back the sheets. I won't leave her side until she gets better, but if she doesn't... He climbed into bed and lay next to her, snuggling his medium frame against hers. We'll have another Deamhan to add to our already dysfunctional family. He gripped Veronica's weak hand. Do what you want. Anastasia stood up, turned around, and walked out of the room. Chapter 17. Children Obey. Anastasia opened her eyes. The last thing she remembered was the Deamhan blood burning and circling through her veins before she collapsed on her bed. Now she heard Remy's voice in her ear. You up? She turned her head slightly to the right to the sound of his voice. Light spots created by the lamp on the nightstand near her bed crimped her view. She sat up in bed and glared at him. I've been trying to wake you for a while now, he said slowly. She raised herself from the comfort of her bed. What happened with Veronica? Before Remy could answer, she dressed herself quickly. The demon blood had left her system, replaced with severe pain still ravaging her body, signaling that she needed to feed. She left her room and walked down the hallway, lowering each curtain as she passed. Even though the sun had set, there was still a trace of red and orange in the sky. She made it around the corner and stopped just feet from Veronica's room, smelling Remy's strong, lingering scent from last night. She slicked back her tousled hair, combing out the knots with her fingers, and she then placed her hands on the doorknob, turned it, and opened the door slightly. She peeked in, seeing Veronica laying on her bed. After she heard the strong cadence of Veronica's heartbeat, she calmed herself and entered the room. Somehow, she had made it through the night, still human. She stared at Veronica's quaint features, her dark eyebrows, her average-sized lips, her round face, and it brought her back to the time when she first encountered Veronica at Dark Sepulchre. At that time she had no deep feelings for the human, and like Remy, she found Veronica to be an attractive meal. When she learned that Veronica knew how to hide her thoughts from Demon, it tempted Anastasia to end her life right then and there. Veronica remained untouchable, thanks to Selene's protection, which now seemed bogus. It took every atom that made up her entire body to also protect her, and she found herself switching back and forth from her human side of compassion to her demon side of callousness. Her face still showed signs of her illness, yet she looked better than the night before. I think she'll be fine in a few days. Anastasia heard Remy's voice behind her. She looked over her shoulder, seeing his cracked lips pull back into a smile. "It's good you didn't sire her," Anastasia replied. "I thought you would." "I'm not that disorderly." He walked up to her and stood at her side. "I can handle my emotions." Anastasia felt her hunger pangs beginning to become more emphatic, but again she pushed the thought of feeding aside. "You said last night that Veronica researched about the Pure Ones." "Yeah." His eyes narrowed in on her. "You have a plan, don't you?" She walked out of the room and down the hallway, heading toward Nathan's study. She couldn't remember the last time she'd been there when Nathan wasn't there. It wasn't a room she enjoyed or even bothered to discover. But she knew he kept all his research materials about the Deamhan tucked nicely on the bookshelves lined against the wall. However, Veronica had made a mess. Countless opened books laid on the table and on the floor. She walked over to one of the bookcases and began to read the writing on the spine of the books. Veronica scoured all those books. Remy stood in the doorway. Maybe she missed something. No, I think she covered it all. We can't kill the Pure Ones because they're impossible to kill. Oh, and if we did manage to do that, we end up killing ourselves as well. She immediately walked away from the bookcase. Kill ourselves. She didn't understand. Veronica told Hallie, who told me that if a Pure Ramanga dies, its descendants die along with it. So if I managed to kill a Pure Lamia, I'd die too. She returned to her search. There has to be something we can do. The thought about dying didn't faze her. The Pure Ones couldn't be this unstoppable. Everyone and everything had a weakness. She just needed to find it. Yeah, we can stop Lucius and Selene from getting the other piece of the tablet. She opened one of the books and searched it as fast as she could, but came up empty. We need to find Nathan. I'm sure he knows what's going on by now. I have a better idea. He stepped into the room. We should pack up and leave Minneapolis. She stared at him, mind-boggled at his suggestion. At least we'd be alive and far away from this city. It doesn't matter where we run. She closed the book in her grasp, and her eyes narrowed. Once they're freed, there won't be any place to hide. I'm not saying we hide. I'm saying we run. He folded his hands across his chest. I mean, if you want to stay here and try to stop it, then that's your call. I love a good dirty fight myself. But this fight, we won't win. We have to separate Lucius and Selene. She walked out of the room, heading toward the front door. Maybe they won't be as strong when they're apart. And how are you going to do that? He followed her. Selene's the weakest. She stopped by the Greek statues in the foyer. Maybe if we talk to her, she'll see the wrong in all of this. Talk? You want to talk? Confused, Remy's mouth dropped. That's your big plan? I'm not going to kill her. Why not? She opened the door and felt the cool wind waver against her cheeks, tickling them briefly. I'm all for civil conversations, but what makes you think she's going to take your word over her own makers? He descended the front steps and stopped just short of the front yard that still had small mounds of snow that had not melted yet from the warm weather. She'll die for Lucius. And eventually she will. The right corner of his mouth curled in a half-cocked smile. Awesome sauce. He took a few steps before looking over his shoulder at her. Shall we? Without warning, he took off in a blur, jumped over the fence surrounding the yard, and took off through the trees, heading to Minneapolis. Anastasia quickly followed, staying on his tail. Everything around them moved as if it existed in its own realm. The stars streaked in the night sky, and the city lights combined their auras. They were moving faster than anyone or anything could move. They zigzagged around cars and trucks stopped at stoplights. When they made it into downtown Minneapolis, they moved around pedestrians who had no idea except for the surprising gust of wind. Remy continued through the downtown area and to East Minneapolis, where he slowed down, just before reaching a busy intersection. He moved into the alley, and seconds later Anastasia appeared beside him. stirring up empty cans and other garbage from the streets. The smell of car exhaust filled her nose. She heard roaring engines and the thoughts of humans around them. So much better than a taxi. Remy straightened his clothes. They stopped across the corner of Pearson Market. The street was deserted except for potholes in the asphalt filled with water from melting snow. Anastasia stared down at her reflection in one puddle at her pale face. She needed to feed, but she didn't have the time. Ahead, the smell of Deamhan and Selene's human minion exuded from the sanctuary. She crinkled her lips in disgust. She walked forward with Remy following her in silent steps, their bodies on high alert. Selene was there, somewhere inside the two-story home, maybe along with Lucius. She walked up to the door, noticing that it was slightly opened. She kicked it gently, and it swung back, knocking against the wall. Her keen sense of smell picked up on the sweet smell of poinsettias and peppermints. Ahead, she saw Jessica, who jumped to her feet, on alert at their unexpected visit. Remy chuckled quietly at the human. Anastasia approached Jessica, sensing that she was not afraid of them. Instead, she stood tall. "Are you here to see Selene?" Her voice sounded somewhat archaic. Remy examined the human closely. "Well, who else do you think we're here to see?" He turned back to Anastasia, who looked down the hallway. In one quick movement, she grabbed Jessica, sinking her teeth into the base of her neck. Jessica let out a gurgled scream, but Anastasia placed her hand over her mouth to silence it. The warm blood trickled down her throat, healing her and silencing her hunger pains. She released her grip, letting Jessica's limp body fall to the floor. "You don't waste any time, do you?" Remy chortled. "I needed to eat. And how was that supposed to help us get Selene on our side?" She looked down the hallway, seeing a bright light illuminating from a room. She then heard Selene's voice, clear as day, in a whisper. "You didn't have to do that." "Of course she did. It's Anastasia," Remy replied. They walked down the hall and to the room. They saw Selene standing near a wide open window with her back to the door, and to Anastasia's surprise, Lucius standing off to her right. The large room encompassed the length of 3 large master bedrooms. A bed was lined up against the wall with several packed suitcases on top of it. Selene looked over her shoulder, frowning at Anastasia, but her piercing eyes revealed a woman who still had something up her sleeve. "I told you we couldn't trust her." Selene stared wildly at Lucius. A look of disappointment appeared on Lucius's face. And she brought her annoying friend. Selene's green eyes circled to Remy. Remy's eyes tapered, and he quickly turned to Anastasia. "We're about to die, aren't we?" "There's a high probability," Anastasia muttered to him. "So I guess I should just say what's on my mind." He cleared his throat, preparing for his speech. "Believe it or not, I'm a demon that follows decretums." He looked towards Selene. "Your decretum demands that Veronica be protected at any cost. So, yeah, whatever happened to that?" Selene's eyes narrowed in on Remy. "You need to leave. This doesn't concern you." "Hey, we're all sorry that Lucius was thrown into Limbo. But what you're both trying to do now, it isn't right, and you know it," Remy said. "And what makes you think my stint in Limbo was wrong?" Lucius asked him. "It was the best thing to ever happen to me." Remy burst out in laughter. "You're kidding, right?" His eyes moved to Anastasia. "He's kidding, right?" Anastasia allowed her body to tense up, and at any moment she felt that Lucius would strike Remy down in a single blow. She wanted to avoid any confrontation and hoped to sway Selene with words alone. "We don't have time for this." Lucius looked to Selene and nodded. "Go, I'll join you shortly." Anastasia didn't want Selene to leave. She would miss her opportunity to get her alone, and if she made one move to follow her, Lucius would easily manhandle her. Selene walked over to the bed and she picked up a long brown jacket with a white ruffled collar. She slid the jacket over her body and adjusted it. "You made a mistake coming here." "What makes you both think that once you release them, they'll welcome us with open arms?" Because we are their children, Anastasia. And good children obey their parents, Selene answered. Yes, but children don't kill their parents, Remy said. That's what they did. They betrayed the humans who made them. They will do that to you, to me, to Anastasia, and to Lucius. They will kill everyone, mortal and immortal alike. Heretic, Lucius growled. Maybe. Remy shrugged. But we all know how Deamhan act. We know what our kind are capable of. Enough! Lucius raised his voice. Selene, go, I'll handle this. Selene nodded back, and before Anastasia had any chance to stop her, she rushed out of the room and her sanctuary in Deamhan's speed. Well, that was a bust, Remy whispered to Anastasia. What now? Do we follow her? Lucius turned to them. You're a strong demon, Anastasia. You're exactly the type we need to bring in the age of the pure ones. Don't abandon that. I don't serve anyone, including them and including you. Anastasia moved forward. Not like this, Lucius. Not anymore. He raised his right hand calmly. Don't fight me. You won't win. I'm not here to fight you. I'm here to reason with you. Well, I'm here to fight you, Remy added in a joking voice. I still owe you for that stint you pulled on me back in Europe. Lucius took a step forward. If that's the way you want it, he balled his right hand into a fist. So be it. Anastasia felt a force inside her chest beginning to weigh itself down on her. Her legs quivered, and she lost her balance, falling to her knees. The pain shot up through her throat and to her brain. It wrung her ears and played with her Deamhan senses. She'd never felt this pain before. With her vision blurred, she placed her hands on the sides of her head in a feeble attempt to control the pain. It suddenly stopped. Taken aback by what he just saw, Remy stepped forward. Wow, the Pure Ones really worked some mojo on you. Look at you. He smiled at Lucius. I mean, who would want to worship something like you? As fast as he could, Remy launched himself at Lucius, managing to wrap his hands around his neck. Lucius reacted just as quickly, tossing him against the wall like a rag doll. He then waved at Remy to advance again. Anastasia stood up with her Romanga teeth fully exposed. She couldn't allow Lucius to harm, or even possibly kill Remy. This wasn't the reason she came to Selene's sanctuary. Think about what you're doing, Lucius. She felt her body surging with uncontrollable strength. I have thought about it. Without warning, he leapt at her, catching Anastasia and slamming her to the ground. I'm doing what should have been done a long time ago. He pinned her by her shoulders, and his moonless eyes gaped at her. I'm securing a future for our kind. No. Anastasia reached for his hands, using her strength to move him aside, but he didn't budge. Remy advanced, wrapping his arms around Lucius' waist, holding on tight. Lucius reached around quickly, grabbing Remy by the strands of his hair and swiftly throwing him aside. He returned to Anastasia and gripped her by the neck. This time, he raised her a few feet from the ground and tossed her through the large-paned window. Small shards dug into her face and arms, and she landed face first onto the wet soil outside. I get it. You're all strength. Remy jumped to his feet. You want power. Who doesn't want power? Before he could make another move, Lucius turned to face him. I don't want power. Anastasia jumped to her feet, wiping away the clumps of dirt from her eyelids. She lunged herself back inside through the broken window, landing firmly on her feet. But you have it now. Yeah, you want this golden age thing to happen. I think we get it, Remy said. But at what price? Whatever it takes, Lucius said. We're weak without their guidance. Weak, maybe, but it doesn't take away the fact that they're in there for a reason, and we're out here for a reason, Anastasia commented back. Our strength is in numbers, Lucius. You told me that once. I was wrong. He moved quickly, catching Remy by the throat. He lifted him and tossed him at Anastasia. And just like that, he was gone. She slowly raised herself to her feet. She felt a burning sensation in her left forearm, noticing a long shard of glass embedded in her skin. She yanked it out, examined it, and tossed it over her shoulder. "Tell me why I agreed to this stupid plan of yours in the first place." Remy lifted himself from the floor and brushed himself off. "At least, we're still alive." "Yeah, I wonder why." He rubbed his neck. She couldn't ignore it any longer. Lucius wasn't the same Deamhan she'd known before, and this wasn't the first time that she fought someone as old as him, finding herself being tossed around like a limp doll. She sauntered to the front door of the house and stopped. Her eyes were quicker than her nose this time as she picked up on the sight of two Deamhan standing in the street, facing her. She then realized that her nostrils were plugged with soil and she blew the chunks free. The two Deamhan stood in the cover of darkness, away from the streetlights. The moon's white glow did little to reveal their identity, but it was the scent that spoke words to Anastasia. One of them was a Metuspa, and the other one, a female, was a Ramanga like herself. Remy noticed the figures as well. "You're pretty popular, Anna," he said in exhaustion. "Doesn't matter." She waved them away. They weren't the priority. She needed to get to Ollie's warehouse and fast. "Phone's buzzing." He reached into his pocket, pulling out his phone. He placed it up to his ear. Anastasia heard Hallie's panicked voice on the other line. "What?" Remy replied to Hallie over the phone. "Slow down. What did you say?" Anastasia heard Hallie's reply as clear as day. Humans had broken into Blind Bluff Manor, and she had barricaded herself with Veronica in Veronica's room. "We'll be right there." He hung up the phone and he stared at Anastasia. "Okay, now I'm really annoyed. I'll bet you it's the Brotherhood." "You go back." Anastasia moved toward the two Deamhan standing on the street. "Anastasia, the Brotherhood is at our sanctuary." He stopped her by placing himself in front of her. "Remember the last time a group of humans came uninvited to our sanctuary?" She couldn't think of a time. "Exactly," Remy said. "These two random Deamhan can wait." She knew that he spoke the truth. The Brotherhood began their retaliation for what Selene did at their headquarters, starting with her. They had to get back to Blind Bluff Manor. She stood down and pointed to the two Deamhan. "They're going to follow us." "So we'll kill them along the way?" His eyes lit up. "No big deal." They approached the Deamhan male and female, stopping just a few feet away. Anastasia's eyes meandered over them. They were young, no older than 10 years max. When she attempted to scour their minds, a barrier blocked her. The female Ramanga rushed at her in Deamhan speed, but she quickly moved out of the way, grabbing the back of her shirt and tossing her several feet in the air and onto the roof of a parked car. The Metuspa catapulted himself at Remy, but he jumped several feet into the air, avoiding his attack. Anastasia rushed at the Metuspa, and she sank her teeth into the base of his neck, ripping at his flesh. He screamed, pushed her away, and fell to the pavement on his knees. From the roof of the car, the Ramanga flew at Remy with fists raised and her mouth opened, revealing her fangs. "I've never hit a pretty woman before." Remy smiled. She swung and he ducked, feeling the brisk wind travel over his head. Her punches continued non-stop, but with each punch Remy evaded, the faster the punches came. He finally found an opening and his fist connected with her stomach. The Ramanga's feet wavered, but she immediately found her footing, and she swerved to the left, avoiding Remy's rising left punch. She raised her knee, striking Remy's in the chin, and he fell back on the pavement. She quickly maneuvered herself on top of him, striking him over and over again with her fists. Remy's head jerked from right to left, feeling his cheeks burn with each hit, until Anastasia wrapped her arm around his attacker's neck and threw her off of him. She helped Remy to his feet and they ran off in Deamhan speed, with the two Deamhan following them. Their stride took them under a freeway, splashing through knee-high water, and they turned sharply left. They passed through stop-and-go traffic, side streets, sidewalks, and eventually near the banks of the Mississippi River. They took the river south leaving the city and entered a desolate area filled with rotting cornstalks and farmhouses. They stopped in the quiet area, being only a few miles from Blind Bluff Manor. They turned around, but the two Deamhan were nowhere in sight. That wasn't hard. Remy scanned the area across the river. He looked to the left at the tall dirt and rock-infested embankment. I think we lost them. Anastasia wasn't so sure. She looked up just in time to see the female jumping down at them. She tackled Anastasia, and they both fell into the wild currents of the river. She felt the coolness of the water streaming over her face and into her ears. It was an awkward position, knowing that neither of them would drown because Deamhan didn't breathe. She pushed the female back and she jumped out of the water just in time to see the male, also in midair, and his right leg connect with the side of her face. She landed on the sandy shore, swallowing a handful of sand. She turned over to see the female towering over her with a raised stake. For a second, Anastasia's eyes filled with uncertainty. Stakes were meaningless, unless the female aimed for her heart. However, if the female's goal was to incapacitate her, she would strike elsewhere, leaving her alive for them to toy with. Remy rushed toward the female, but she immediately turned, burrowing the stake into his left shoulder. He stumbled back, and the female grabbed the stake, dislodging it, and struck again, hitting just beneath his heart. Anastasia found her chance to make her move. Brandishing her teeth, she bit down into the female's neck and she pulled back, ripping flesh from bone. Blood gushed from her wound and she fell to the sand. Again, Remy and Anastasia took off down the banks of the Mississippi River. The river curved and winded around, bringing them to another remote spot. This time a freeway ran on both sides of the river with a bridge slightly above them. She stopped, noticing that stars no longer dotted the sky. In the darkened horizon appeared a tint of red, signaling sunrise. She had to finish this now and get to Blind Bluff Manor. They climbed the embankment and approached the freeway. They ran through the traffic, dodging semi-trucks, cars and other passing vehicles until they made it to the other side. Remy held his chest and he bent over. Good thing these Deamhan can't aim to save their life. He coughed. Anastasia examined his wound. You'll heal. They heard the swift steps of the two Deamhan approach them. Again the male launched himself at them, but Anastasia tossed him aside. He slammed into a nearby abandoned granary and she looked from the corner of her eye, seeing the female raise her stake, aiming for Remy's back. She quickly moved and caught the female by her wrist before the stake made its impact. With her other hand, she plunged her fist through the female's chest, reaching her heart. The female's eyes widened and she snarled before Anastasia ripped her heart from her chest. The Ramanga dropped to the ground and her body slowly began to dissolve into a puddle of blood, dust and bone fragments. Anastasia turned her attention to their male attacker, watching him limp toward them. Dark blood poured from his mouth and a long piece of wood protruded from his stomach. She walked calmly over to him. His heavy eyes wavered. You failed. She plunged the stake into his heart and nonchalantly she returned to Remy, uninterested in watching the Deamhan's body wither away. In the distance she heard a male's voice coming from a small house on a hill. The front door opened and she saw the outline of a farmer gripping a shotgun in hand. Let's get going. We don't have much time. She wrapped Remy's arm around her shoulder, and after taking one final look at the remains of their two attackers, they sprinted in Deamhan speed for Blind Bluff Manor. Chapter 18. A Sign of Good Faith. Anastasia stopped at the front gate of Blind Bluff Manor. She leaned Remy against the metal railing. You're too weak to go any further. I'm fine. Remy stood up. In Deamhan speed, he ran off toward the front steps of the manor. Anastasia ran after him, and when she found him, he stood just outside the front door. They heard the distinct noise of footsteps coming from the other side, along with the smell of humans. One scent, that of a male, caught her attention. She'd smelled it before. She kicked the door down and it broke from its hinges, splintering and falling to the floor. A male with slick dark hair, wearing a long dark trench coat, moved back at the pieces of the broken door sliding along the floor. Another male stood on the steps, his dark eyes locked onto her. Anastasia sniffed, picking up their strong fragrances. "Where is Kenneth?" She moved quickly, grabbing the nearest researcher by the shoulders and slamming him to the ground. Her tongue twirled around her right fang and her eyes slowly turned dark. "They sure don't make them like they used to." Remy's eyes gleamed. Anastasia then heard a familiar voice coming from Nathan's study. "I'm in here." She looked up to see Kenneth Dearhorn standing in the center of Nathan's study. He wore the typical researcher clothing, dark pants, dark shirt, and a long trench coat. In his hand, he held one of Nathan's research books. He closed it and placed it on a table nearby. She let the researcher go, and in demon speed, she rushed toward him, pushing him against the wall. The wall shook, and for a moment, Kenneth's eyelids drooped in his dizzy state. "Give me one reason why I shouldn't kill you now." She growled at him. His presence in the sanctuary fueled her anger even more. "If you were going to kill me, you would have already," he managed to speak. She felt a sharp pinch in her chest, and she looked down, seeing the edge of Kenneth's stake pointed at her heart. She stepped back, and she slowly released her grip. He lurched forward, rubbed his neck, and cleared his throat before moving away from the wall. "You, of all people, should know why I'm here." She folded her arms across her chest. They'd come for Mr. Austin. "Talk," she commanded. He straightened his trench coat, and he glanced at the Roman marble statues in the foyer. "I heard that Nathan Tiernan was an avid collector of Roman art. I thought that was just a rumor." She bit her lower lip. "Start talking. Why are you here?" "Samuel Austin." Kenneth sat in Nathan's chair. "He needs to be returned safe to us before things get worse. He's not here." She cautiously approached the chair across from him and lowered herself in it. Remy walked into the study and stood off to the side. "I know you don't have him." Kenneth wiped back the strands of hair from his face. "But you know where Selene is keeping him." She crossed her legs. "At her warehouse." "And where is this warehouse?" She quickly explained the location to Kenneth, but before she stopped, she gave him a warning. "I suggest you find the piece of the dark curse that she's looking for." "That's the problem," Kenneth replied. "We don't have it." "Sounds like you'd better look harder," Remy said with a sneer. "It was stolen from our archives a long time ago," Kenneth paused, "by Nathan's father." Anastasia continued to stare at him. Her thoughts about what she wanted to do to him continuously changed from carnage to torture, and to that she snickered briefly. "The Brotherhood stands ready to avenge Mr. Austin," Kenneth said. "If he's returned safe to us, then that will be avoided." He paced around the room, frequently glaring at the artifacts scattered throughout. "We don't understand why you, Deamhan, would want to free the Pure Ones." He blinked slowly. "Just one of them alone could wipe out the majority of your kind, and there wouldn't be anything you could do about it." "Don't think humans are excluded from their wrath," Remy added. "I don't. Hence why it's important that we all work together to solve this issue. I came here to offer our assistance. Like how the Brotherhood assisted Lucius straight into Limbo." Remy barked again. "You humans, so two-faced and full of lies." He chuckled. "That is one thing I do admire about your species." "That was before my time, but I assure you it won't happen now. I'll do everything in my power to make sure that any agreement we make right now won't be broken." Remy opened his mouth to speak again, but Anastasia quickly shifted her attention to him. In his mind, she told him to stop. She had to think. Would standing alongside the Brotherhood actually help in any way? Did they have a way to stop Lucius and Selene from releasing the Pure Ones from Limbo? "You can't let her have the piece she's looking for." Anastasia finally spoke as she sat back in her chair and studied Kenneth's face. "Well, that's obvious," he said. "However, like I said, We don't have it, and we need to find it. He extended his arms into the air. Maybe it's here. No, we've checked. Anastasia immediately stood up. If Nathan had it, he would have told us about it. Are you sure? Kenneth smirked. Researchers, new and old, don't share all their secrets, especially with Deamhan. He straightened the collar on his trench coat. So, let's place our differences aside and work together on this. He held out his hand for Anastasia to shake. Instead, she ignored the gesture. I'll take that as a yes. He reached into the pocket of his trench coat and he tossed his card to Anastasia. The card landed on the floor in front of her. He nodded his head to the other researchers who immediately walked to the front door. He proceeded out of the study and stopped in the foyer. Oh, and why I'm here? His eyes turned to the stairs leading up to the second floor. We know that Veronica Austin is staying here and that she was attacked last night. We would like to take her back for observation. I don't care what you would like to do, Remy quickly replied. She stays here. She's a researcher. She belongs with her own. Not with you, not with Anastasia, and not with that scared demon hiding with her in the room. Anastasia felt her body stiffen at Kenneth's request. Relax. I'm not demanding that we take her, he replied. I'm asking that you hand her over to us as a sign of good faith. A sign of good faith? Remy laughed. Like I said, she isn't going anywhere. Kenneth turned his upper body to Anastasia. You know I'm right. She isn't safe here. Who's to say that Selene and Lucius won't come for her once they realize that we don't have the piece? She didn't want to admit that he spoke the truth. How could they protect Veronica when they couldn't protect themselves? The Brotherhood headquarters wasn't exactly a safe place as well, but they had plenty of other facilities capable of keeping Deamhan out. It pained her to quickly nod at him, signaling the agreement. You can't be serious, Remy said, raising his voice. Anastasia watched as his eyes changed to black, a sign that he prepared himself to stand against her. She belongs with her own, Remy, she answered. We can't do much for her here, and we can't protect her from what's to come. We can do a hell of a better job than they can. You, Deamhan, may be stronger, Kenneth replied, but we are bigger and more organized. We can take care of her. She isn't part of your organization, Remy barked back. Anastasia held her hand to his face, beckoning for him to stop. Remy, go and get her. No, she belongs here. Go and get her. He hesitated, but Anastasia settled his agitation by conversing with him telepathically. In his mind, she told him that the agreement was only temporary. Once everything had blown over, she promised him that she would help him get her back by whatever means necessary. In Deamhan's speed, Remy rushed up the stairs, and within moments he returned with a sleeping Veronica, cradled in his arms. A male researcher extended his arms, and before handing her over, he spoke of another threat. If you harm her, I will kill you. Confused, Kenneth tilted his head slightly. You have feelings for her? Remy's eyes changed back to their normal color. Do you want to test them? If I know you have feelings for her, you can be sure that Selene and Lucius know as well, Kenneth replied. This would make Veronica collateral damage. He pointed to the scars and blood on Remy's shirt. Even if you think you could protect her from them, you can't. He motioned for the researchers to leave. 2 researchers, one carrying Veronica, walked out of the door. Remember, our agreement is only valid if Mr. Austin remains alive. He stepped over the wooden fragments on the floor. If he is killed, or if he isn't returned, the Brotherhood will move against all Deamhan, starting with you 2. Remy's eyes danced. I'd wish you'd try. You should study history more, Remy. We have old connections that would stomp all over you, Deamhan, like cockroaches, Kenneth replied in a calm tone. We'll be in touch. He stepped out into the night. Suddenly, Anastasia felt a strong force push her from behind. She flew across the foyer, landing only inches from one of Nathan's marble statues. Remy stood over her with his fists clenched. What happened to caring for Veronica's well-being? She jumped to her feet, and felt her fangs extend. Veronica isn't the problem here. She controlled her anger, deciding that now wasn't the time to fight or argue. What is it going to take for you to understand that we can't trust them? I don't trust them. She brushed herself off and quickly climbed the steps, heading toward Veronica's room. She smelled Hallie's scent from the other side of the door and knocked. Anastasia? She heard Hallie's frantic voice and pushed the door open. She saw Hallie, standing in the corner of the room, frightened. I'm so glad you guys came in time, Hallie said, her voice trembling. I thought they were going to kill me. If they wanted to, they could have, she replied. Where's Veronica? Hallie asked. She's with them now. Anastasia approached the bed slowly and sat down. Anastasia wants to work with them. Remy walked into the room. The moment they get what they want, they'll turn on us. You know it and I know it. Kenneth is hiding something about Veronica's father. She stared at Remy and saw his eyes slowly began to widen and his mouth drop slightly. I could sense it, couldn't you? I don't think he wants Mr. Austin back alive. Yeah, I felt it too. He was struggling hard to keep his thoughts from us. Remy's face filled with interest. His brown eyes danced at the thought. The only truthful thing that came out of his mouth was when he mentioned old contacts. I mean, are there any even left? We need to find that piece before they bring those annoying vampires into this. Like Lambert and Alexis? Lost, Hallie questioned frantically. Not remotely close. Remy placed his arm around her shoulder, and he whispered with a quaint smile on his face. We're talking about a different group of vampires who used to hunt Deamhan for sport. What kind of vampires? I thought there was only one kind. Yes, only one kind, but different groups, different families. Remy looked at Anastasia. The ones we're talking about are Dorvo Coven vampires. The Brotherhood will bring them back into this if they haven't already. Chapter 19. Maris. A knock on the door raised Nathan from the comforts of his homely bed. He walked to the door and opened it, only to find Aidan standing on the other side, his head and gaze focused on the floorboards. His eyes slowly drifted to Nathan, but as soon as he made contact, they reversed back to the floor. Kyra calls for you. His voice was soft and amenable, yet filled with distress. Please, pack your things. Is something wrong? Please, Mr. Tiernan, if you would hurry. Nathan closed the book and tossed it on his bed. He didn't hesitate and he didn't question. He grabbed his suitcase and he packed immediately. He glanced around the room to make sure he hadn't forgotten anything before following Aidan down the hallway and toward the front door of the sanctuary. He saw Kyra, with her back to him, standing in the doorway. The long gown she wore moved left in the brisk wind. She held her hands, palms together, in front of her face, and her eyes fluttered in seizure-like contractions. She smelled his tangy scent. She looked over her left shoulder, and in a small yet refined phrase she said, I managed to break into Lucius's mind. He walked over to her, standing slightly to her left. He looked out the window, seeing the dark sky dotted with blinking stars. The day had passed by so quickly. Time in the demon world seemed so fast compared to the dilatory time of the human world. Do you know where he is? Nathan asked gently. Yes. Like a lost child, Kyra nodded and she pressed her gloomy hand on his cheek, feeling his wrinkled skin. He has found me. A weak smile appeared on her face. You must go before he comes here. You should come with me, Nathan suggested, but Kyra hushed him. I can't put you in any more danger. She looked to Aidan. He will take you back to your home and protect you at all costs. We have to go now. Aidan placed his hand on Nathan's shoulder, before it's too late. For a moment, Nathan felt his guilt beginning to overshadow the need to escape. He knew he couldn't change her mind, but he continued to beg her to come with him to his manor. Your survival is more important than mine, she said. Please, go. Aidan grabbed Nathan by his wrist. It's better for humans if they close their eyes. Before he could speak out against Kyra's decision, He felt his eyelids droop, and suddenly he saw darkness. He felt Aiden's arms wrap around his fragile waist, and without hesitation, the wind smacked against his face, making his cheeks push back against his teeth. He felt his body fill with an electric sensation, and his feet dangled in the air. While his mind filled with dread for leaving Kyra behind, he also remained curious to where Aiden planned to take him. He lifted his eyelids slowly, and small bubbles of light appeared in front of him. He attempted to lift his hand, to pick at these spots that dangled nonchalantly, teasing his curiosity, but he held his frigid composure. He experienced what all Deamhan went through when they travelled, but Aiden's speed was different, faster, a whole other existence that boggled his opened mind. Finally, he felt the cold concrete underneath his feet. The electric sensation suddenly ceased, along with the wind and the feeling of confusion. He opened his eyes to find that they stopped in an alley behind a tall brick building. Aiden moved his hands from Nathan's waist and he tilted his head slightly. "Are you all right?" Nathan nodded. He felt his legs wobble for a moment, and Aiden caught him before he fell. "I just need a little time to recover." He gathered his wits and asked, "Where are we?" Aiden looked up at the brick building, eyeing a lonely glass window on the 3rd floor. "St. Paul, Minnesota." "St. Paul? I thought you were going to take me back to my home." "Yes, but I have to do something first." Aiden carefully eyed the environment. "Wait here." He bent his knees and jumped, landing on a sliver of landing next to the window. Nathan watched him ball up his fist and punch through the glass, shattering it with ease. He then crawled in through the window. Nathan examined the environment around him. His ears picked up on the sounds of fire trucks, a police siren, and car horns just around the corner. He saw a middle-aged man walk past, his head drowned in the sports section of a newspaper. Nathan walked out of the alley and to the front of the building. It was a tall, old brick hotel that seemed to reach into the sky in a lengthy distance. The front double doors were boarded up, and red and white graffiti sprawled along the walls. Cracked windows dotted the red brick facade, exposing the interior to the outside air. It was a perfect place for a sanctuary. Nathan pulled on the rotted boards nailed to the building's front doors, but they didn't budge. He pulled harder, feeling splinters slowly sink into the skin on his fingers. The corner top of the wood bent slightly, but a force from inside pushed him back. The boards splintered, and Nathan saw the passing blurs of Deamhan running in fear. He stood to the side, seeing many men and women rush down the street and disappear. When the fray settled, he climbed over the splintered wood and cautiously walked into the building. He heard the noise of broken glass underneath his feet. The dank air around him smelled of rotted old wood. Wallpaper, yellow and stained from the elements, dangled from the walls, and above, Nathan saw an old chandelier loosely rocking back and forth. He heard the noise of footsteps coming from the floor above him, and he headed for the stairs located in the near corner. He climbed them slowly, testing the strength of the wood before taking his next step. Nathan reached the 2nd floor, scanning from left to right. He heard the footsteps again, but this time they were frantic, running back and forth on the floor above him. When he finally reached the 3rd landing, he felt another gust of wind, yet this time it was strong enough to push him against the dusty walls. The blow knocked him into a dizzy tangent and he closed his eyes. It picked up around him and he felt his neck slowly beginning to contract. He reached for his neck, feeling feminine hands. His head throbbed and his knees began to wobble. "Don't touch him!" Aiden's voice roared over the sound of crashing boards. Nathan opened his eyes, finding them locked into the wild-eyed stare of a woman he'd never seen before. Her round-shaped face contrasted her deep brown eyes. He noticed a long, jagged scar on her left cheek. She wore a black shirt and blue jeans. Her short, dark hair moved slightly as she turned to face Aiden. She then quickly returned to Nathan, and instead of releasing him, she squeezed harder, and Nathan felt his throat pulsate. The woman opened her mouth slightly and her fangs extended from the roof of her gums. Aiden placed his hand on the woman's shoulder and spoke in her ear, loud enough for Nathan to hear her. "Let him go." "Who is he? What is he doing here?" The woman pushed Aiden away with ease and she continued her assault. "Let him go, Maris." Now on his feet, Aiden hunched over and his eyes turned dark. "I won't tell you again." Suddenly, Maris released Nathan and he stumbled back, catching himself on the railing. She faced Aiden. "You dragged me all the way here for this?" She pointed at him. "What is wrong with you?" "I'll explain everything to you, but first we have to go. I'm not going anywhere until you tell me what's going on." She tilted her head to the side as she studied him. "This human smells like Brotherhood. Why would you bring one of them here, knowing what they've tried to do to me?" "He isn't the enemy," Aiden answered. Maris's eyes remained on him. Even when he stood to his feet, Nathan saw that she didn't believe a word he said. "I only came here because you told me that I would be safe from what's going on." She huffed, and she turned to walk away. "I'm so stupid to still trust you after everything you've done." "I'm not lying." He reached out for her, but quickly she turned and slapped him with such force that he fell back over the railing and to the pavement below. Nathan found himself alone with Maris again. It dawned on him that the Ramanga who stood in front of him wanted nothing more but to rip him to shreds. He had to convince her otherwise. "Yes, I was part of the organization a long time ago, but I'm not now." He slowly raised his hands to show that he wasn't a threat. "I'm a friend of Kyra." "Kyra!" Maris gnarled her name. Nathan heard Aiden's hasty footsteps as he rushed back to them. With arms extended, he cavorted toward Maris. Using her demon speed, she quickly moved out of the way again. "His name is Nathan Tiernan." Aiden stopped, turned, and ran at her again. "His last name should sound familiar to you." "I don't care." Nathan hurried down to the first floor and he looked up, watching Maris and Aiden's actions in quick blurs. They twirled around each other for what seemed to be hours until he made out Aiden's frame standing near the ledge. He wrapped his arms around her waist, and Maris used her body, pushing him back. Aiden held on, and using Maris's momentum, they both fell over the edge, landing on their feet in a loud clonk. Using her speed again, she ran toward a stack of wooden pallets in the corner, ripped off a piece of wood, and rushed back to Aiden in a quick blur, embedding the wooden weapon in his stomach. Aiden grunted and took a few steps back, his eyes focused on his wound. He then collapsed onto his knees. Nathan didn't have enough time to think or to grasp at the dangerous situation he found himself in. He ran over and knelt beside Aiden. "Relax, I'll pull it out." He had never done anything like this before, saving a demon, but Kyra trusted him, and Nathan knew Aiden would do anything for her. He pulled out the piece and tossed it aside. Immediately he saw Aiden's health return, and he stood up slowly to his feet. "Thank you." He lifted his shirt slightly and watched his wound close. "Maris, he is the son of Butch Tiernan." He approached her. "He was the human who stole the tablet from the Brotherhood, remember?" She stood still, and in moments she spoke up again. "You and Kyra promised me years ago that I wouldn't have to deal with that ever again." She sighed, and her eyes moved to the floor. "I wish I didn't have to bring you into this." He walked over to her. "But times are dangerous now. There are Deamhan out there who want to free the pure ones, and they are going after the tablet piece. I warned you." She nodded to her own statement. "I told you that you should have destroyed it decades ago." Her eyes carefully drifted back to Nathan. "Instead, you trusted Kyra, and she trusted that human to hide it, and now you want my help. Again. But I won't do it this time. I'm not the dumb Ramanga you knew from the past." "But you're still the Descendant," Aiden replied. She glared at Nathan in quietude. Finally, everything that Kyra told him in Chicago and what he read about the Dark Curse made sense. standing face to face with the descendant of the Kashapu. He couldn't help but think how Maris could help them when Kyra told him that she was the key to unlocking the curse. Kyra took that from me. She emptied that crap from my mind, Maris said with clenched teeth. It's not my problem anymore. It is your problem. It always will be. No matter who tries to tear the information from your mind, you are still the descendant. It's embedded in you. Then you lied to me. Her eyes expanded. Why would you lie to me? Look, we all have to place our differences aside. Sylvanus isn't here to help us anymore. He's dead, Aiden said. Lucius and Selene are behind this, and they're stronger than anyone could ever imagine. We have to help Nathan find the peace before they do, so we can stop this once and for all. Her eyes withdrew from Aiden. You should have killed me the first day you met me. I told you. I told all of you that I was too dangerous to live. If you would have just killed me, Sylvanus would be alive today. And I told you that you shouldn't have to die because of this, he replied. We can't dwell in our past mistakes, Maris. We have to deal with the here and now. He walked over to her. Kyra doesn't know that I'm here. If it was up to her, she wouldn't involve you in the matter. I'm doing this because you need closure, and I promised you a long time ago that you would get it. You also promised me that you would find my sire for me, Maris replied, and you never did. I have found her. I know where she is. Maris's eyes lit up. Where is she? Where is Anastasia? She's right here, in this next city. Nathan listened quietly. Just as things made sense, they quickly unraveled and his trust in Aiden wavered. He didn't know everything about Anastasia's past, but what he did know was that she had more enemies than he could count. For now, he remained tight-lipped about his suspicions. Aiden gripped his stomach and exhaled. I need to eat before I can travel. She opened her mouth slightly and her fangs extended. I'm sure we can find a suitable human along the way. Chapter 20. The Descendant. Nathan opened his right eye first, then his left. He found himself standing in the front yard of his beloved Blind Bluff Manor with Aiden and Maris. Thanks to Aiden, the travel was quick, and again he felt his stomach beginning to hurl. He controlled the sensation to throw up whatever foods he'd consumed earlier. He slowly walked up to the front door, and before he could knock, it swung open. Hallie stood in the doorway, and her eyes expanded. She suddenly embraced him in a tight squeeze, aggravating his stomach a little more. Her eyes glistened with the onset of tears. Nathan's back! She looked over her shoulder and yelled, Nathan's here! Suddenly, she released him and turned her attention to Maris and Aiden. Who are they? I'm Maris. Maris tilted her head to the side. Who are you? Nathan knew well that Hallie could smell their scents. They're here to help us. He wanted strongly to believe it, but he had to see for himself their reaction when they stood face to face with Anastasia. Remy appeared from his study, and he too became curious about their new guests. Anastasia appeared on the balcony above. She didn't greet Nathan, nor did she show any signs of exhilaration for his return. Instead, she remained still, eyeing both Aiden and Maris. You look well, Anastasia. Maris walked into the foyer. Nathan watched as Anastasia quickly sped down the stairs and toward Maris. Within moments, she had the Ramanga by the neck, and seconds after that, Maris grabbed onto Anastasia's wrist, yanking herself free. What are you doing here? Anastasia remained glued in her stance. You know why I'm here. Remy folded his hands. You two know each other? He studied Maris's face, then Anastasia's. Oh, I get it. Anastasia is your sire, isn't she? To end the confrontation, Aiden placed his hands on Maris's shoulders and forced her toward Nathan's study. You're not here for vendettas, Maris. Not yet. Nathan motioned for them to follow, and they walked into his study. He immediately noticed books strewn about the room, on the floor, on his chair, and tables. His bookcases, once neat and filed in order, now looked dishevelled and out of place. "So you sired that one?" Remy stood next to Anastasia and whispered in her ear. "Oh my, I'd love to hear that story." "No, you really don't," she replied in a hardened voice. Nathan took a step forward, and he felt his stomach beginning to turn, a side effect from the shadowed ride. He leaned against the wall and said, "I guess you all know what we need to find. Are you all right?" Hallie's eyes filled with concern. "I'm fine. Just a side effect from the travel." "You should rest," Anastasia said to him. "You'll need your strength." Maris said as she looked at Anastasia, "You have changed. I don't remember you being so caring for humans." "Why is she here?" Anastasia pointed at Maris. "She shouldn't be here." "My descendant status used to be so important to you," Maris replied as she folded her arms. "Now that you can't use me anymore, you don't want anything to do with me." "That was the past. I'm different now." "But you're still the bloodthirsty bitch who only looks out for herself." "Enough of this!" She stepped toward Maris. "Leave, or I'll make you leave." "She's not going anywhere," Aiden replied. "Not until this is over." "She isn't here to help us," Anastasia replied. "She's just here for revenge." "Maybe you're just scared that your past is finally catching up to you." Maris walked further into the study, approaching a bookcase. "That's it, isn't it?" She pulled out a leather-covered book bounded by glue. "You're afraid that your friends will find out about the real you." Again, the tension in the room began to mount, and Nathan, too weak to control it, exhaled loudly. "I don't know the bad history between you two, but it ends here and now." He turned to Maris. "If you two can't do that, then you both can't be here." He then made eye contact with Anastasia, and he heard her mixed thoughts flow into his head. "I don't trust her. I don't trust Maris." "Nathan, I assure you, we will all work together," Aiden replied. "We will place our differences aside." He also turned to Maris, who nodded lazily in acceptance. "Good, because I don't have the time or the patience for squabbles," he replied. "Lucius and Selene are the real threats." "Of course." Maris slowly paced around the room, staring at the pictures hanging on the walls. She grabbed another book and gently flipped through the pages. "These are researcher journals, centuries old." She looked to Nathan. "Your ancestors?" Nathan nodded. "Well, there's nothing in these books that can help us locate the piece that Lucius and Selene are looking for," Remy replied. "We need to look through my father's journals that are in the basement." "So exactly how are you connected to this?" Remy turned to Maris. "What does being a descendant have to do with it?" She nodded. "My ancestor was the Kashapu who created Deamhan." "So you know the spell?" "No, I never knew it. But apparently the incantation is handed down generation to generation. Only the ritual and blood can activate it." "Your blood?" Confused, Remy shook his head in thought. "So, it's a blood ritual? If that's the case, then why the fuck are you here? You should be hiding on an island in the middle of the ocean or something and not be in the same city with two out-of-control demons who will drain you dry." "Lucius and Selene think that Kyra is the key," Aiden added. "They believe that Maris is no longer connected to it." "But they will find out." Remy continued with his questions. "And when they do, they'll come for her. Hopefully, by that time we will have stopped them." Aiden stood up straight, and he lifted his head slightly, sniffing the air. "Kyra can decipher the incantation, and Maris's blood puts it in motion." He lowered his head. "Right now, Lucius and Selene are tracking Kyra. It should give us enough time to find the other piece." "This is one big clusterfuck," Remy said slowly. "Tell me about it," Aiden replied. "This will only work if we find it, and Kyra believes that the location of it is somewhere in the journals that Nathan's father used to keep. And he had tons of boxes full of journals, so we have a lot to cover." Nathan stood slowly to his feet. "Brotherhood knows that your father was the last person with the piece," Anastasia added, and they want to join with us in hopes of finding it before Selene and Lucius do. Anastasia stood on the front wooden porch of the sanctuary. Stars dotted the clear sky, and a few high clouds partially blocked the full moon. Crickets chirped, and a small breeze ruffled the wild strands of her dark hair. She pulled them back, tucking them behind her ears. She heard Aidan and Maris behind her, and she looked over her shoulder, watching them looking back at her. Regardless of what Aidan told Nathan, she expected that soon one of them would make the first move against her. After all, she didn't know of any demon who wouldn't jump at the chance for revenge, especially if they had every right to do so. She remembered every little detail about how she betrayed Maris for her own survival, but it was a different time. She wasn't the same Deamhan, and she didn't know how to explain that to Maris. No one believed that she had the ability to change for the better. If you're expecting a formal apology, you're wasting your time. She concentrated her sight on Maris. I can't change the past, even if I want to. Maris placed her hand on the railing, and she looked off into the distance. You were a bad sire. She turned to her. You don't know how long I've looked for you to tell you to your face. Well, you found me. Here I am. After all of this is over, the gloves are coming off. Aidan interrupted the conversation. And I plan on keeping the promise I made. What promise? To help her kill me? Anastasia had no desire to fight her offspring, let alone two demon at once. She knew Maris wasn't any match for her, and Aidan wasn't as old as her. But each time she examined his face, he started to look oddly familiar to her. Remy was right. You shouldn't have brought Maris here, Anastasia said to him. I can take care of myself, Maris quickly spoke up. Why are you worrying about my safety now? You never did in the past. I couldn't care less about your safety. I'm more worried about the safety of our kind. Reading Maris's thoughts, Anastasia continued. You should have left your vengeance in the past. It'll be the death of you. You betrayed everyone at the London sanctuary. Because of you, many demon died that night. It's your fault that I was constantly on the run for over 50 years. You're the Descendant. You'll always be on the run. Anastasia walked down the porch steps and into the front courtyard. Maris's explanation did little to make her sympathize with her plight. Looking up at the star-littered sky, she spoke again. It's the only thing you're good at. You sired me because you thought that you would have leverage over Sylvanus and any other demon. Maris gripped the porch's railing. You didn't do it for me or for anyone else. It was all about your survival. Aidan held up his hand to quiet them. Kyra doesn't trust you, Anastasia, and neither do I, for obvious reasons. I'm here to make sure that Nathan finds the missing piece and that we deal with it properly. He looked to Maris. I brought her into this because not only was this once her problem, but with her being here, we can make sure that you won't do anything that'll jeopardize what we have to do. We're here to keep you honest. Honest? Anastasia quickly turned back to face them. Do you think I'm an idiot? This proves how little you know about me. I know enough about you, Ramunga. Anastasia felt her stomach beginning to fill with butterflies. All the issues appearing in the small amount of time placed her in an uncomfortable position. The last time she stood on the offensive, Selene had attacked her days ago shortly before Lucius intervened. Now she had to deal with the idea of watching her back for the next few nights. I'm done talking to you both. She proceeded up the stairs to go back into the house, but Aidan stood in her path. Get out of my way, she growled at him. You're not fooling anyone, he said to her. You're Anastasia, offspring of Lucia. You care for nothing and no one. You turn against those close to you. You're a monster. Anastasia pushed him aside, and she continued up the stairs, only to be met by Maris, who now stood in her way. You won't get away with it this time, she said. You will pay for what you've done. Anastasia tilted her head slightly to the right. Perhaps, but not today. This standoff, This waiting for someone to make the next move wouldn't end up well. Any other time, she'd be up for the challenge. But this was one challenge she didn't want. Not yet. I promise you, you'll both die if you try to stand against me. She moved around Maris. Be smart for once and let the past remain in the past. And if I refuse to? Anastasia let her fangs drop slowly from her gums. It'll take more than showing your fangs to scare me. I'm not the little Ramanga you sired long ago. But you know me well enough, Maris. Anastasia replied. My fangs aren't the only thing that you will come to fear. Chapter 21. A little of your time. Anastasia opened her eyes. She lifted her body from the cold wooden floor in a room that looked unfamiliar to her. She slowly stood to her feet, and she felt a stark tingle on her forehead. The dark room she awoke in showed no signs of forced entry. She stumbled to a white-opened door near the back of the room and glanced to the right and to the left. Eventually, her location came to her memory. She was at Nathan's sanctuary, but this wasn't her room. She opened the door and she heard several voices coming from Nathan's study room on the lower floor. She slowly paced herself in that direction, picking up on the familiar scents of Nathan, Remy, Maris, Aidan, and Hallie. But one scent didn't belong, and that scent made her move even faster to their location. She briskly headed down the stairs to the study. When she reached the doorway, she peered in. The crackling of embers in the fireplace didn't come close to blanketing the sounds of the voices inside. Nathan sat on his chair in front of the fireplace with Aidan and Maris standing near the fireplace mantel. Remy and Hallie stood on the other end of the room. All of them remained quiet, while Kenneth Dearhorn, who sat on the opposite end of the room, spoke to them. Maris was the first to see Anastasia from the corner of her eye. Dressed in light blue jeans and a loose-fitting blue shirt, she eyed Anastasia as she entered the room. Remy became the second person to see Anastasia and the first person to greet her by speaking. You're awake. Dressed in typical researcher clothing, Kenneth's eyes locked onto Anastasia and he smiled while leaning back in his chair. What is he doing here? Anastasia's question put a halt to their conversation. I was invited, Kenneth replied calmly. Anastasia kept her distance, eyeing Kenneth, as she heard Nathan's thoughts speak to her. Patience. She cared nothing for patience. Kenneth didn't belong, and she didn't trust him. Nathan sipped from his coffee mug and he swallowed the contents before speaking. Remy will catch you up to speed, Anastasia. We were just discussing the last piece of the Dark Curse. We might have located it last night. Anastasia opened her mouth to speak, but again she sensed Nathan's thoughts moving into her mind, quelling her. Again, he called for Anastasia to be patient. This time our goals are the same, Nathan said out loud. I doubt that, Anastasia replied. Yes, they are. Kenneth stood up from his chair. Mr. Austin needs to be returned safe. To do that, Selene requires that the Brotherhood hand over their piece, and as you know, we don't have it, thanks to Nathan's father. Anastasia turned and walked over to the nearest wall. She leaned against it with her arms folded across her chest. Her lips scrunched, and she waited patiently to see who was going to attempt to calm the tension next. She could never agree with anything regarding the Brotherhood. They helped Kai capture Lucius to place him in Limbo. Their history with the demon wasn't the best, and she'd be foolish to join with them without thinking of what they truly wanted to do. You must understand that this goes beyond your feelings for the Brotherhood, Kenneth said. Remy stopped the conversation by whispering in Anastasia's ear. I know it's hard, but just play along. Kenneth clapped his hands together. Let's stay on track. He looked to Nathan. So, you've located the piece your father took from our archives? Nathan raised his chin slightly. Yes, but first we have a few things that need to be cleared for us to move on. Kenneth's eyes narrowed. Veronica is doing well in our care, Kenneth answered. I don't see how she has anything to do with our current situation. When she's recovered, You will give her a choice if she wants to return or not. I can't make that promise. It goes way above my head, Mr. Tiernan. Kenneth tilted his head to the side. Shouldn't we be talking about her father instead? He's the one in danger. Who cares about that old prick? Remy's outburst caused everyone in the room to turn their attention to him. His eyes had turned completely black. No, Mr. Austin, no deal, Kenneth replied firmly. You Deamhan fail to realize that the Brotherhood can go in this alone if we have to. And so can we. Remy folded his hands across his chest. She and her father are part of the deal, Kenneth, Nathan replied. We can both agree to that, right? Eventually, Kenneth nodded. His body relaxed and the tension of the room dissipated. We'll get the peace by tomorrow night, Nathan replied. I can't tell Selene without any proof of that, Kenneth replied. I need some assurance. Absolutely not, Anastasia objected. He wants another sign of good faith. Remy rolled his eyes. How about allowing you to walk out of here with 2 feet? That's a sign of good faith. Kenneth snickered. Right now I have 50 mercenaries at my disposal. I can snap my fingers and they'll come in and do what they're trained to do. He looked back to Anastasia. Anastasia and Kenneth went silent in their stare down, and the tension returned in the room. Eventually Aiden spoke out. Your mercenaries wouldn't stand a chance. You'd be surprised, Kenneth replied to him. Nathan raised his head. There is no need to fight among ourselves. We're all on the same side. Kenneth's snicker turned into a smile. Good. I'm glad you see it this way, Mr. Tiernan. So when you get the piece, you'll hand it over to me. Nathan nodded, which made Remy snap his head in his direction. If you weren't my friend, I'd eat you right now. Remy, there aren't any other options on how to approach this, Nathan replied. You aren't thinking about actually giving it to him. Remy shook his head in disbelief. Anastasia had heard enough. Still weary of Kenneth's true agenda, she decided to remain silent in the conversation and come up with her own plan. We will have 100 of our best mercenaries standing outside the warehouse, Kenneth said. I'll give them the signal and they will lead the attack, allowing all of you to go in afterwards. Anastasia spoke in Nathan's thoughts. He's hiding something. Still loathing, Remy asked, Lucius can read the minds of all your human mercenaries in seconds. He'll know we'll be right behind them. I will go in first, shortly followed by the mercenaries. They'll be too concerned with the peace to sense you all coming. Aiden shook his head. You don't understand, human. Ancients can break through your thought barriers, he added. Lucius will know you are lying before you walk in. If you don't like this plan, then maybe one of you should accompany me into the warehouse. How about you? Kenneth looked at Aiden. Or maybe you. He then turned his attention to Anastasia. She opened her mouth, unable to hold herself back anymore about speaking against the plan. Kenneth spoke. I'm sure they'll welcome her with open arms. Being volunteered to go first with Kenneth was the last thing she expected. Out of everyone in the room, she still remained the only demon Lucius trusted. Somewhat. She felt her shoulders relax and she looked to the floor. True, but it doesn't mean that I'm the better choice. I'll go in with you, but not because you want me to. Nathan looked to Anastasia. Are you sure? Anastasia nodded. I don't trust Kenneth with the piece. I'd rather be there to make sure things go as planned. Nathan then turned to Kenneth. Your mercenaries will meet us on the rooftop across the street from the warehouse. Kenneth smiled. All I need to do is make one phone call. Make your phone call. Anastasia left the room and headed outside. She placed her hands on the wooden railing and she stared out at the landscape in front of her. Her mind went over the future meeting she'd have with Lucius and Selene tomorrow night. She would face Lucius' wrath, but deep inside, she wanted to believe that there wasn't any way in hell the Pure Ones controlled Lucius as much as she was led to believe. When they freed Lucius from Limbo, she grew to like the new fragile, scared and weak Lucius, or so she thought. But she missed the old Lucius, the Lugat whose voice brought fear into Deamhan, the man who kept those under him in line. The chaotic but fair Lucius, the demon whom Anastasia considered to be her true sire. The new Lucius probably wanted nothing but her death. If there was one thing that Anastasia loathed, it was knowing that she might have to take him out, if she could. Her doubts and questions pounded throughout her head to the point of a small migraine. She drummed her fingers on the wooden railing, and she watched the clouds cascading through the sky. The moon was nowhere to be seen. Whether the light from the stars above would assist them didn't matter to her. She liked it dark. Behind her she heard the noise of wooden planks creaking under someone's weight, and she looked over her left shoulder. Aiden stood just in front of the doorway, wrapped in a thick, ruffled white blanket. "What do you want now?" Anastasia turned back to the stars. "A little of your time." He cautiously stepped forward, and the boards again moaned under his weight. He saw Anastasia jerk her head slightly to the left at the sound, and he stopped. "You had my attention last night," Anastasia answered. He waited for a moment before speaking again. "Yes, but this time it's just me. Maris is still inside." She inhaled deeply, taking in his metuspa scent. "So, what do you want?" "To talk about you. I'm not in the mood to hear your threats. You're just one of the many people who want me dead, Aiden. That's nothing new." "Well, this might sound new to you." He stood beside her. "My sire told me stories about the Romanga that decimated entire sanctuaries throughout Europe and northern Italy. This demon killed whoever stood in her way, human and her own alike, and she did it without remorse. Demon feared you. Even my sire, who was much older than you, feared you." Anastasia quickly turned to face Aiden, and her eyes grew dark. She felt her fangs beginning to move into place. But Aiden didn't jump back. Instead, he continued to speak. "Anyone who stood up to you met their deaths." "You're telling me something that I don't already know," she growled. "Now let me tell you something." She moved in, standing inches away from him. "I'm older and stronger than you and Maris combined. You can't take me on my worst day. I'm giving you the option to accept that and to leave the city with Maris once this is all over." "I've killed demon older than you," Aiden replied, unmoved by her threat. "Your age doesn't scare me." Anastasia felt her fangs retreat and her eyes turn back to normal. "When you least expect it, we will come for you." Any other time, she wouldn't sit and listen to the threat. She knew that she could kill Aiden without breaking her stride, but part of her wanted to know exactly why he wanted her dead. It couldn't be because of her past. Even though he looked familiar, she still had problems figuring out why. She understood Maris's rage, but Aiden's own made her question. "Why do you want to kill me?" she asked. "Is it because of Maris? Do you like her?" "Not any more than you do." He turned away slightly. "But I understand her, and we share the same hatred for you. So how did I cause this hatred you have for me? You kill indiscriminately without remorse for those left behind." "That's it," she snarled. "This is what I do, what I am, what we are. I kill. You kill." "Yes, but the difference is I don't do it because I can." He moved slightly toward her. "I do it because I have to." Suddenly, Anastasia gripped Aiden by his shirt collar and she pulled him in close. He reacted quickly, catching her off guard. Placing his hands over her wrists, he pulled them outward, twisting her arms. He continued, and Anastasia lifted onto her toes as he used his grip to gain the upper hand. Her eyes turned and she fought back, trying to maneuver against his strength, but again, he countered her. She felt her arms beginning to strain, and he pushed her again, this time bringing her to her knees. Anastasia's eyes widened. Aiden's sudden control over her made no sense. Never in her long life had any demon younger than her overpowered her. He had her in a position in which she couldn't escape. She waited helplessly for his next move. He could kill her if he wanted to, but instead he let her go. Anastasia rubbed her wrists and slowly stood to her feet. Like I said, I've killed demon older than you. Aiden stepped back. You don't scare me. Paranoia consumed her and she searched his face, looking for some sign that'd reveal the answer to her. Suddenly it hit her. Demon remained loyal and bonded to their sires, even in death. If the sire bond wasn't broken, an offspring did whatever they needed to do to protect the one who sired them. Aiden picked up on her thoughts and he turned back to the house. There, you have your answer, he said, before walking back into the house, leaving her to marinate in her realization. Chapter 22. The Moon Amulet. Anastasia watched as Hallie placed her hands on the glass windows of Nathan's library, eyeing the tall pine trees lining the distant perimeter of Blind Bluff Manor swaying in the wind. She watched Kenneth stepping into his vehicle and driving down the dirt path to the gate. Her fingers picked up on the uncanny residue, possibly left by Nathan or even Veronica, but her face crinkled, showing signs of unclear thoughts. She walked back into the study. Nathan sat at his table, hunched over, scavenging through a stack of books. Remy approached her. So what's your history with those two? He referred to Maris and Aiden. I mean, I know you sired Maris and you practically left her to die. But what about Aiden? That's none of your business. Well, I can tell that they make you uncomfortable, he replied, and it takes a lot to make you feel that way. It's nothing. She walked over to Nathan. She glanced over his shoulder as his eyes glanced over pages in the journal he read. Instead of speaking, Remy's questions came to Anastasia through her thoughts. What did you do to her? Again, that's none of your business. Nathan looked over his shoulder at Anastasia. The missing piece is here. He pointed to a specific spot on the page. Ignoring Remy, she moved in, reading the cursive writing of Nathan's father. The crescent moon was a powerful symbol used to protect those from evil and dark magic. She glanced at a picture of a crescent moon and read the writing underneath it. A moon amulet. Moon amulet? Maris walked over to them. Where does it say that? She pushed Anastasia aside and snatched the book from Nathan's grasp. Is there a picture? What color is it? Her questions continued. You know about this amulet? Nathan asked her. Maris abruptly stopped, and she quickly tossed the book back to Nathan. No. You're lying, Anastasia replied. You know what amulet this book refers to. I don't know anything. Maris headed for the exit, but she met Remy, who sleekly moved to stop her. Oh, don't try to run away now. His statement escaped his mouth in a high tone to mock her. Things are just getting started. Aiden placed his arm in front of Remy and gently egged him away from her. The amulet was created by the Kash-Shapu, who believed that the gods and goddesses would protect them from evil harm. He stood in front of Maris. This amulet is just one example of what could go wrong if the magic is used improperly. My human mother gave the amulet to me before she died, Maris said. It was a family heirloom that I used to carry around with me. Do you still have it? Nathan asked. No, I haven't seen it since. Her voice trailed off. I don't want that thing near me ever again. Kyra gave it to Nathan's father, Aiden said. I've never seen it. Nathan began to flip through the threadbare pages again. According to what's written here, it's in my father's grave, which doesn't make sense. Why is that? Remy asked. Because my father wasn't buried. He was cremated. So it has to be with your father's ashes along with the piece. Nathan continued to attack the pages like a maniac. He didn't have a grave, but it clearly says here that the amulet is with him along with the piece. Kyra did mention that your father's writings were encrypted. Anastasia brought one of the books up to her face and squinted. Your father may have lied to you. The only family burial plot I can think of is in Washington State, but the last family member buried there was over a century ago. Nathan sat back in his chair. But this still doesn't make any sense. My mother kept my father's ashes until she died. In her will, she also wanted to be cremated and for their ashes to be spread. I did just that. The picture of the amulet makes perfect sense to me, Maris said. In those days, the Kashapu invoked the Iara gods to help them with their Deamhan problem. Remy huffed. I never understood the interest in superstition. You were once Catholic, Remy. Nathan closed his book and pushed it aside. You can't tell me that you never believed in religion. Oh, you mean the mad being in the sky? Remy joked. When I was a boy, Nathan, I dreamed of the day when I would be old enough to not attend services. While my parents prayed and went to confession, I never brought myself to believe in some magical god and devil fighting for our souls, or that we could be raised from the dead. Where was their God when they were killed before I was made Lamia? He never came. Yes, I was a Catholic, but I use the term loosely. It doesn't mean that God doesn't exist. True, Remy agreed. But that's a conversation for another day. So, how do you explain Deamhan? Maris asked. Magic created us. Magic can destroy us. If something so complicated can exist, so can what you called the mad being in the sky. There were many mad beings in the sky, Aidan added. Ignoring the conversation, Anastasia opened the last remaining book on the table and began to search the pages. In time, she stopped at an old drawing of 3 girls, the triplets, with shaven heads wearing long robes. From a quick glance, she was able to see words such as Amenirdis and Amenirdis ordained servants. Yet the writing only gave a brief description and nothing more. Here is something about Amenirdis. She concentrated on the picture of the triplets. They called her the Dark Mother. She read through the description, picking up information that they all already knew. The page reeked of old ink and cigar smoke. In the corner of the right page, she saw the initials of Nathan's father. Between those initials, her eyes picked up on smaller writing that she couldn't read. She narrowed in, using her acute Deamhan vision, and she awed at her discovery. There's another page number here. Anastasia flipped through the book, looking for page 59. On that page, she looked in the corner, and again, between the initials, she saw another page number leading her to page 101. Page numbers, Nathan repeated in wonderment. If this is the extent of your father's encryption... Remy smiled at the funny thought. He obviously made it small so that the page numbers couldn't be picked up with the human eye or a magnifying glass. Anastasia turned to page 403. Only someone with abnormal sight. She looked at the corner of the page and saw nothing. Like Deamhan. The page looked blank to human sight, but her eyes picked up on wording on the top of the page. She looked up at Nathan. Journal number 1979, the Journal of Blank Pages. Keeping the book open, she handed it back to Nathan. Nathan rubbed the page. There's nothing here. It's there, and it reads that we, the Journal of Blank Pages, can only be read by someone, human and Deamhan, with the help of the moon's light. Are the other blank journals still in the basement? She saw Nathan's eyes widen, and he immediately stood to his feet. Yes. Immediately, Anastasia rushed out of the room in Deamhan speed toward the basement, with Remy following her. With one of the blank journals resting in his palms, Nathan stood out in the grass of the front yard. He looked up at the sky, trying to align himself and the book to the moonlight. Remy stood next to him and dropped a box full of journals at his feet. I guess we should be thankful that it's not cloudy tonight. Ignoring his statement, Nathan walked forward, eventually finding enough moonlight to begin his search. He looked back to Remy. Nothing. He tossed the book to Anastasia and she glanced at the pages. Also, finding them empty, She dropped the journal and grabbed another one from the box. This one is empty as well. She tossed a journal over her shoulder. They filtered through the empty journals for what felt like forever until they all heard Remy gasp. "Well, there you are, pretty," he said with a smile. Nathan grabbed the journal and he raised it to the light. The moonlight coruscated, and when it met the page, black cursive writing suddenly came to light. Anastasia read quickly, knowing that once the moonlight moved away, the writing would disappear and Nathan would have to attempt the process again. What she read fueled her curiosity. The writing described his father's wishes of being cremated. It also spoke of the dark curse briefly, and of the piece Nathan's father had taken from the Brotherhood. Finally, the writing revealed the location of his father's ashes. Wilkes Cemetary. Anastasia knew that cemetery well. It was located just outside of downtown Minneapolis on Washington Avenue. Protected by the Minnesota Historical Society, the cemetery was the first of its kind in the city. Lucius spent most of his time in that location, and so did many researchers from the Brotherhood. "Your father's ashes are buried in a grave with a picture of a crescent moon," she said. "That's where we'll find the piece, and maybe the amulet." Nathan cradled the book in his arms and remained quiet. "You don't have to go," she said. "You can stay. We will find it." "No, I'm going." Nathan cleared his throat. "We need to hurry before the sun rises." Anastasia didn't hesitate nor question his decision any further. She couldn't relate to how he felt knowing that the ashes he spread didn't belong to his father. Someone had thought this plan maliciously through. She lifted him in her arms, and once she had a firm grip, she took off in Deamhan's speed, heading toward the cemetery with Remy, Aiden and Maris close behind. Chapter 23. Wilkes Cemetery. It took Anastasia a few seconds to slow down her run. She nearly missed her turn on the street that led to Wilkes Cemetery. She softly placed Nathan on his feet and she watched him try to stand up straight in his state of confusion. Deamon's speed was more painful, and the effects on humans weren't that pleasant. Still, she stood, satisfied that Nathan had survived the run. She straightened her brown jacket, slicked back her hair, and wiped the speckles of dust and dirt from her face. Along with Remy, Maris and Aiden, she and Nathan stood at the entrance of the cemetery, just within moments of finding what they looked for. The cemetery brought back the memory of months ago when Remy gave Veronica sensual appetite to help her tolerate the speedy travel. Then she stood against it, and she worried that the human stomach couldn't handle it. Sadly, she began to think about Veronica and if they would get her back. Remy easily broke the lock from the gate, and he pushed it open. Anastasia followed Nathan down the dirt path, her Deamhan vision eyeing every slumped headstone close and afar, trying to find the one they were looking for. At one point, she thought she'd found the grave and she wavered off the path through low brush, heading straight for it. Once she realized she made a mistake, she returned to Nathan, who continued to walk forward in their search with Aiden and Maris following him. She watched Nathan make his way to the far back where the dirt path split into two. He stopped, first looking right, then left. The cemetery was bigger than they expected. Remy kneeled next to a gravestone and read the inscription. "Hey, I know this girl," he replied with excitement in his voice. "I think I killed her." They ignored Remy and proceeded further into the cemetery. Nathan slowed down his walk, and he leaned against a tall marble statue of an angel. "Rest here," Anastasia said to him. "No, I'm fine." He waved off her worry. She knew he wasn't fine. She knew his body had grown weaker in the past year. "Are you sure?" Unfamiliar with human sicknesses, his previous answer still didn't register to her. "We're losing sight of what's important here," Nathan replied. Against her better judgment, she nodded and quickly began her search, running through each plot, scanning over them as quickly as she could. She stopped just short of a small embankment, glaring at a thin layer of rotted leaves covering a few graves. She swiped away at the leaves with her feet, revealing headstones of an entire family from the 18th century. She stepped over their graves and continued, approaching more graves in the next row. The cemetery reminded her of her beloved country and her past. She tried to remember Aiden's sire, but it was impossible to remember every demon and human she killed. There were too many. However, she couldn't forget marauding villages with her sire, seeking out victims who fled into the cemetery thinking they could get away. How easy it was to hunt them all down and put them down like rabid dogs. Remy caught up with her and stood by her side. Nathan is troubled by this new information. Wouldn't you be if you were in his place? She stepped carefully over rotted slumps, fallen branches and small mountains of leaves until she noticed that the ground underneath them was soggy, making her feel like she walked over a marsh. I don't know, really. Remy shrugged. I wasn't that close to my human father. Were you close to yours? His question made her snarl. Again, he pried in on her thoughts. I guess not. He smiled. Still, he's taking all of this better than I thought he would. He placed his hand on her shoulder. So, what's the story behind Aiden and Maris? Stop asking me. So, your past is catching up with you. Regardless of what she thought about Remy, he always seemed to know when a problem brewed. This time she didn't hold back in telling him. Aiden overpowered me earlier tonight. Overpowered you? Anastasia looked at him. Yes, he could have killed me. We're talking about Aiden, right? Yes. Interesting. He tapped his chin in thought. What do you want to do about it? Several ideas about what she wanted to do came to her with her first thought of killing him. After this is over, I'm going to kill him. You know it won't be easy, Remy replied. If Aiden could easily manhandle you, what's to say that Maris couldn't do the same? Just then, a sliver of moonlight bounced off a columbarium in the back, catching her Deamhan eye. She approached the brick wall covered in veins from a tree near the right of it. She began to read the names, noticing that the columbarium contained humans, all with the last name Tiernan. One plaque with the name of Nathan Tiernan Sr. made her pause. But then she remembered that Nathan was named after his own grandfather. Eventually she noticed one plaque engraved with the name Eliza Tiernan, and another with the picture of a crescent moon and the name Butch Tiernan. I have to tell Nathan we found it. She turned around, coming face to face with Aiden and Maris. Somehow she didn't notice that they snuck up on her, and by the way, Remy also glared at them. He also stood surprised. From the corner of her eye, Anastasia signaled to Remy. She didn't want to leave Aiden and Maris alone with her findings. She wanted Remy to stay with them until she came back with Nathan. Remy easily read her behavior. We'll be here when you get back. She immediately made her way back to Nathan. We found it, she whispered to him. Nathan sighed, and he followed her through the cemetery and back to the site. They watched as Nathan rubbed his hand along the plaques of his mother and father. He took his time while remaining eerily silent. Headstones, graves, and a columbarium made no sense to Anastasia. Not once did she mourn the death of any person or demon she encountered in life, including her own parents. However, she found it in herself to give Nathan a moment before she desecrated his father's true resting place. Her eyes turned stark and she balled up her fist, punching at the plaque. After several moments it shattered and she reached in, grasping onto a cold steel urn. She pulled it out and noticed that the lid was melted shut. I have to break it open. She looked to Nathan and awaited his go-ahead. He nodded and looked away as Anastasia raised the urn over her head and slammed it to the ground. The urn shattered and the cremated remains floated through the air. Among the broken urn pieces, she saw 5 smoothed pieces of stone with carved writing. She placed the pieces together. They must have broken the last piece to fit it in the urn. Anastasia looked among the scattered ashes on the ground. Her eyes picked up on the small green crescent amulet shimmering in the moonlight. She began to place the pieces of stone and the amulet in her pocket when Maris stopped her. "That belongs to me," she said. "Not anymore." Anastasia stuffed them in her pocket. Maris stood up to Anastasia. "That amulet is mine!" "Stop this!" Nathan raised his voice, squashing the conflict. "What part of 'we need to all work together' do any of you not understand?" He turned back to the broken urn. "We need to get back and put those pieces together." He held out his hand. "Give them to me." Anastasia handed the pieces to Nathan, but before giving him the amulet, she looked into his weary eyes. "Your father was a great man." Nathan cleared his throat. "I would like to think so." "He was," Aiden added. "Yes, he kept secrets from you, but because he wanted to protect you. Kyra wanted to protect you." "I never liked it. I pretended to, for my mother's sake, but there was always something about it that didn't sit right with me, especially after I became Deamhan." Anastasia, Remy, and Nathan watched Maris grab the amulet carefully, lift it to her nose, sniff it, then place it back on the table. "It's a dangerous heirloom." "So, how does this thing work against dark magic?" Remy snatched the amulet from the table and Maris quickly moved back. "You shouldn't touch it like that. Put it back." "Why?" "Because it can kill you." Remy placed it back on the table. "I don't believe in that magic mumbo-jumbo anyway." "She's right." Anastasia also moved away from the table. She remembered seeing the amulet before dangling around Maris's neck the night she sired her. At that time, she also felt uncomfortable near it, and she didn't know why. "So, how does it work?" Remy squatted to take a closer look at the amulet. Anastasia ignored Remy's childish antics. She knew he didn't believe in anything magical. It was part of his Catholic upbringing he carried over from his human life. Instead, she looked at Nathan, who sat quietly in his seat. She pried on his thoughts, finding them blocked. "The question we should ask ourselves is, how will it help us?" Nathan arranged the pieces of stone. The writing on the tablet was in cuneiform writing, and according to what he knew, Kyra was the only one who could decipher it. Still, he asked Maris, and when confronted with the idea, she denied it. "I don't have any idea on how to read it," she said. She glared at the puzzled pieces. "It should have been destroyed years ago." "So, where can we find this Kyra?" Remy questioned. "She contacts me," Aiden replied, "but she won't. Not as long as Lucius and Selene are chasing her." "Well, I guess you need to brush off the cobwebs and tell us what's on this stone," Remy said in a snobbish tone to Maris. "I told you, I don't know." They continued to argue as Hallie entered the room. "I may have found something." She hurried over to them and she placed a blank journal on the table. "When you were all out at the graveyard searching, I was looking through all these journals of blank pages. There's one that talks about the curse and I think the amulet." She flipped through the blank pages. "There's something about recharging the amulet, but I don't know what that means." "Recharging?" Nathan questioned. "The amulet is supposed to protect the person wearing it from any demon," Hallie said. "Here it says that you need juniper herbs to recharge. Oh, and it also won't work if no one is wearing it." "Are you sure?" Aiden asked. "If you don't believe me, find some moonlight and read it for yourself." No, I believe you. Besides Nathan, you're the only other person in this room I trust." He smiled at her. "You and I are both Metusba Deamhan, Hallie. We tell the truth more than our counterparts. It's in our blood." Nathan snapped out of his silence. "There are a few New Age stores located on the east side of the city near the Mississippi River. They might sell juniper herbs." Aiden paused before he picked up the amulet from the table. "We need to go." He placed it in his pocket and looked around the room. "I'll go with you." Hallie's unusual jump at the chance to go startled Anastasia, but before she could say anything, Remy nudged her with his elbow, signalling for her to be quiet. "I'll go too," Maris replied. Nathan nodded. Anastasia watched as they left. After hearing the front door close, Remy clapped his hands together and waited for a few moments before opening his mouth. Hallie did good. Remind me to buy her as many cigarettes as she wants. Baffled, Anastasia said to him. What did she do? Remy raised his hand. Before you and Nathan get on me about this, let me explain. Anastasia stepped up to him. Did you force her? You know I can't force that girl to do anything she doesn't want to do, he replied. Look, you don't trust Aiden and Maris, and neither do I. Remy, what are you doing? Nathan's lips quivered. The three of us need to have a little chat about those two. He folded his arms across his chest. We also need to discuss what to do if we manage to stop Lucius and Selene. Anastasia sensed that Nathan felt confused and troubled about Remy's suggestion. She glared back at the pieces on the table again, wanting to know what he had in mind. They're going to try and kill Anastasia, and I'm sure they won't stop there, Remy said. Nathan, I know you trust Kyra and her judgment, but something doesn't fit. Like why they didn't destroy this in the first place. Why Aiden didn't tell Kyra that he brought Maris here. It's crossed my mind, Nathan replied. Maris should not be alive. Remy's brown eyes danced in the dim light of the study. The longer she lives, the more danger she puts us in. He looked to Anastasia. Lucius will get Kyra. It's just a matter of time. Am I wrong? Anastasia scrunched her lips at the idea. That isn't our choice to make. Nathan exhaled, and he wiped the sweat from his brow. It's not your choice, Nathan. It's ours, he replied. We're demon. We're the ones who will suffer the most if Lucius frees the pure ones. All of us will suffer, Remy, Nathan objected. Killing Maris won't end this. Not only Maris, Kyra too. Nathan shook his head. I'm not listening to any more of this. He headed for the door. No one is killing anyone. That is not what we're here to do. I'm not risking my life for them, he replied. Then don't. No one is asking you to. Nathan left the study. Sometimes he can be so stubborn, Remy mumbled. You know I'm right, Anna. You know that both Kyra and Maris must die. I'm not doubting it, but we need them against Selene and Lucius. So we kill her tomorrow then, along with Aiden? Remy leaned on the table and smiled. And we find Kyra and kill her too? Kyra won't be easy to kill. She's the oldest Ramanga alive. But she's no pure one. She has the same weaknesses as we do. She didn't hesitate. Yes. You know, Nathan will never forgive us if we do this. A wide grin appeared on Remy's face. I don't care about his forgiveness. Besides, he'll get over it. Chapter 24. Never trust a Deamhan. Anastasia felt ecstatic and ready to take on anyone and anything. Human blood did that to her. Every time, after a fresh kill, her body felt as if transformed into a bigger, better killing machine, and with no force or no one standing in her way, it made her demon self feel indestructible. Shortly after sunset, she left Blind Bluff Manor, ready to gorge on as much fresh blood as possible. She had to be healthy for the plan to work, or in case it backfired. By the time she finished with her human meal, she made her way to a nearby rooftop of a building across the street from Ollie's warehouse, scaring the human mercenary who also waited alongside Remy, Maris, Aiden, and Kenneth. Anastasia eyed the human, still wary of the Brotherhood's involvement. The mercenary, dressed in all black military garb, holding a walkie-talkie, moved off to the side with his eyes focused on the building. She placed her foot on the ledge and rested her hands on her knee, taking in the scent of the nearby Mississippi River mixed with wet pavement and rotting trash. In the distance, she heard the engines of cars driving over a bridge above the river. Remy leaned close to her with his mouth close to her ear. "You've fed." Anastasia licked her lips. "Have you?" He chuckled slightly. She looked forward. If their plan in killing Maris and Aiden faltered in any way, She knew Remy wouldn't hesitate to go to Plan B, which meant leaving Minneapolis altogether, with or without Nathan. She was determined that the plan wouldn't fail, even if it meant her death. A static voice came over the mercenary's radio, and he replied back with a 10-4. He placed the radio in his pocket. "Everyone's in place, Mr. Dearhorn." Wearing a dark suit and tie with a trench coat, Kenneth straightened his clothing, and he stood up straight. "Nathan said that you have the piece," he said to Anastasia. She eyed him carefully. "Do you think he's dumb enough to trust you with it?" She patted her coat pocket. "I have a fake." She held out her hand to Aiden. "Give the amulet to me." Aiden refused. "Are you going to give it to her, or should we make you give it to her?" Sensing the commotion, Remy joined in. Aiden pulled out the green amulet and placed it in Anastasia's palm. "What's that?" Kenneth asked. "An amulet that protects the wearer from Deamhan," Aiden answered. Kenneth shook his head in disgust. "There's nothing in the world that can do that." Anastasia wrapped her left arm around Kenneth's waist, and she stood on the ledge of the building. She heard his heart race for a moment before she stepped off and safely landed with him on the pavement below. She scanned the area for a moment and lifted her head. From where they stood, she could still smell Mr. Austin's scent, along with Kai's and the other demon being held. However, she didn't pick up the scents of either Lucius or Selene. She walked toward the front door, opened it, and walked inside with Kenneth following her. The sanctuary was vastly silent and emptied of any humans, not like the first time Anastasia walked in. The assembly lines, once filled with human workers, now sat motionless. She headed for the elevator just as Kenneth grasped her arm. "If you do anything to double-cross me or the Brotherhood, there will be consequences," he whispered. "Your threats don't scare me." She wrestled her arm away from his grasp, and she placed her finger over her mouth. "Now shut up." With her demon ears zeroing in, they stepped into the elevator. The metal doors closed, and it began its descent below. Kenneth gripped his long trench coat, and he cleared his throat. "They can smell your nervousness from a mile away," she whispered to him. "I'm not nervous," he whispered back. The elevator stopped, and the doors slowly opened. Still vast with a towering ceiling, the basement of the warehouse now smelled of a mixture of demon. Anastasia stepped out of the elevator, and she waited, her eyes scanning the grated walkway and the 4 cages on her right and the 4 cages to her left. "They know we're here," she whispered to him. The last time she'd stepped foot in the basement, Lucius showed her the cages containing demon. Now they were all empty except for one. She walked up to one cage, seeing a female sitting with her back toward them. The woman looked over her shoulder, and immediately Anastasia sensed her age. She placed her hand on the glass. "Kyra," she whispered. "That's Kyra?" Kenneth questioned. "Yes." They heard Lucius's voice. Dressed in a long tan shirt with black jeans, Lucius stood firm with dark, penetrating eyes. Along with his scent, Anastasia also smelled the blood of the pure ones running through his veins at alarming speed. Selene stood next to him, wearing a long black dress, with her carrot-coloured hair pulled back in a ponytail. "That's a nice setup you have going on back there." Kenneth pointed to the cages. "I didn't think this was all that serious, Selene." Ignoring his statement, Selene growled at Anastasia. "Why did you bring her here?" She rushed at Anastasia, and in one movement, Selene pinned her to the floor. Her black eyes widened, and she snarled, "I'm not here to fight." Anastasia felt Selene's hardened grip on her chest. "Then what did you come here for?" Kenneth spoke up. "She helped me find the piece of the dark curse you've been looking for." Anastasia jumped to her feet, pulled out the fake piece from her pocket, and handed it to Kenneth. "I hope our deal still stands." Holding the piece, Kenneth extended his hand to Selene. Lucius eyed it and said in exhilaration, "That's it. Now it's complete." Selene relaxed, but her eyes remained on Anastasia. At that moment, Anastasia felt her head beginning to throb, and a sharp sensation overtake her thoughts. It brought her to her knees, and her eyesight began to fail. The pain travelled down her spine to her feet, and suddenly she felt paralyzed. Kenneth stepped back. "We have a deal, Selene." "Yes." Selene snatched the piece from him, and she examined it carefully. Anastasia, on the other hand, isn't part of it. "Fine by me," Anastasia grunted, "but I wouldn't be so quick to kill me now." Just then, Anastasia felt the pain subside and her eyesight return to normal. Her legs wobbled as she struggled to stand back on her feet. Pulling a rule from Remy's handbook, she replied with a snicker. "I have something else that might help you, and if you want it, you have to play nice." "What do you have that we would want?" She reached in her pocket. "This." She pulled out the amulet and held it out in front of her. "If you want it, take it." She watched as Selene's eyes twitched at the sight of the amulet in front of her. Lucius also slowly crept forward. Anastasia expected one of them to grab it and for the amulet to take effect and do what it was created to do. It was the first step in Remy's plan, and so far, it was working perfectly. But what she didn't know was that Kenneth would bluntly betray her. "Touch it, and it'll kill you," he yelled out to them. Anastasia quickly pushed Kenneth to the ground. In Deamhan speed, Lucius rushed her, and his movement proved too fast for her, making her jump slightly at his now up-and-close presence. "Is that your goal, Anastasia?" Lucius whispered to her. "To kill us?" "She told me that it protects whoever wears it from Deamhan." Kenneth swallowed hard, and he raised himself up to his feet. "Why are you doing this?" Lucius grabbed Anastasia's wrist and squeezed. "I don't want to kill you, but you're giving me no other choice." The pressure made Anastasia wobble, and she tried to stay on her feet. Suddenly they heard the front door to the warehouse blast open and the frantic footsteps of mercenaries heading toward the elevator. Above, the small basement windows shattered, and she witnessed multiple movements in the dark. The human mercenaries, all dressed in black, began to crawl through the shattered windows, gripping automatic machine rifles and wooden stakes. Seeing the humans carrying guns was almost enough to make Anastasia snicker while still in pain. Bullets hurt their kind, but it wasn't enough to fear them. The sounds also echoed from the mercenary's radio, and he screamed back into it. "Team 456, move in!" A blast rang out, and Anastasia watched as bullets slammed into Selene and Lucius. Before she could react, she felt a sharp pain in her right shoulder, followed by another pain in her back. She fell to the ground next to Lucius, who dropped his tablet piece, the real piece, to the floor. More shots rang out, and Kenneth picked up the piece, stuffing it into his pocket. "Did you really think I'd make a deal with Deamhan?" He turned and yelled out to the mercenaries flooding the room. Anastasia attempted to get up, but Kenneth's foot connected with her midsection, knocking her back to the floor. "You're all evil demons who need to be dealt with." Anastasia heard more shots whizzing by her head and body. She managed to look up, seeing Kenneth running for the elevator, passing several mercenaries headed in her direction. Lucius stood to his feet, and he slammed his hand into the chest of the one mercenary, killing him in his tracks. She felt more slugs rip through her flesh, and she watched Selene, still lying on the floor, being riddled with bullets. She gathered her strength again and raised herself up from the floor just in time to place her hand around a mercenary's neck, snapping it. Anastasia reached Selene and knelt beside her. "This is what your behavior, your blind judgment has done." She felt another bullet enter her lower back and she hissed, "You've started a war?" Gripping the amulet in her hand, she raised it, preparing to place it over Selene's heart. "A war is exactly what we need." A trickle of blood poured from Selene's mouth. "Get away from me." With her right foot, she kicked Anastasia hard in her abdomen, and Anastasia found herself airborne, landing several feet away on her back. She immediately stood up, watching helplessly, as Selene, now on her feet, joined Lucius in his slaughter. Just then, Anastasia heard Remy speak behind her. "And they say never trust a Deamhan." She turned around, watching Remy wipe the dust and dirt from his white, crisp t-shirt. "Where are the others?" "Killing mercenaries, outside." They'll be in shortly. We were stupid to let Aiden open his mouth to Kenneth about the amulet. What happened? He told them before I could act. When the mercenaries came in, he ran off with the piece Lucius had. Well, that's a shame. Remy grinded his teeth. Veronica's father is in the back. We have to get him out of here. Anastasia pointed to a room near the far back. Kai is there also. Over the noise of shooting and screaming, they heard the elevator door open. Anastasia watched as Maris and Aiden walked out slowly. Upon seeing Kyra, Aiden ran up to the cage. Go! Anastasia pushed Remy away. I'll handle them myself for now. A bullet grazed Maris's right arm. She stared at her wound before her fangs dropped from her gums, and she rushed in demon speed toward 3 mercenaries who continued to fire at her. She sank her fangs into the face of one of them while she reached to her right and left, slamming the remaining 2 mercenaries into each other. I have a better idea. Remy grabbed the amulet from Anastasia and he rushed off toward the back room. She took off after him, jumping over the bodies of dead and dying humans as she angrily called out his name. He was going for Kai, to kill him, and that wasn't part of the plan. He broke through the office door and he paused in the entryway at Veronica's father, who remained chained against the wall. Anastasia pushed him inside and began to free Mr. Austin. Gawking at Kai's unlucky situation, Remy walked around the desk, staring at him staked to the top of the wooden desk. They really had some fun with you. He admired Kai's gruesome state. Our plan is to free Veronica's father, Anastasia said. I know. Can I just stir in the moment? Continuous sounds of human screams coming from the commotion outside of the office didn't persuade Remy to move a step faster. Instead, he took his time. He snagged at one stake embedded in Kai's stomach, yanking it free. Kai screeched in agony, distracting Anastasia from Veronica's father. He positioned the amulet an inch away from Kai's heart. You killed Veronica's mother. Kai spat, and a glob of spit mixed with blood landed on his cheek. In return, Remy smacked him across the face. Remy, if you're going to kill him, do it now. Anastasia turned her attention to Mr. Austin. She cocked her head, noticing that his right hand was missing, and the nub wrapped in a blood-soaked towel. She easily freed him from his chains. His weak body, caked with blood, fell forward and she caught him, placing him over her shoulder. Remy slowly wiped the spit from his cheek and he clutched onto Kai's neck. Patience is a virtue. Remy? All right, fine. He walked over to Mr. Austin. He proceeded to slap his forehead, getting the old man's attention. When Mr. Austin opened his heavy eyes, he placed his hand underneath his chin and turned his head in Kai's direction. He needs to see this. He walked back to Kai. This amulet is supposed to protect the wearer from Deamhan. I wonder if it acts just like a stake. He placed the amulet over Kai's chest, and he stepped back, watching Kai scream and gasp in pain. With his eyes widened, Kai grasped at the amulet, trying to toss it off his body, but he was unable to do so. Just then, the skin underneath the amulet began to turn dark. His eyes rolled into the back of his head, and his arms turned into dust, followed by his legs, his torso, and eventually his head. Blood pooled onto the floor, and the amulet, now sizzling, fell to the floor. Wow, I didn't expect that. Remy grabbed the amulet from the floor. It looked pretty painful. Remy, Anastasia whispered, we have to go, now. Remy poked at Kai's sizzling remains. Yeah, it's time to go. They walked out of the office. Get him out of here. She handed Mr. Austin over to Remy, and in return, he handed her the amulet. The plan was back on track. Now she needed to use it against Selene and Lucius before they gained the upper hand. Little did she know that Selene headed straight for them. She looked around, watching as Lucius continued to strike down the human mercenaries, while Aiden remained near Kyra's cage, trying to free her. She then felt a hard blow to her back, which pushed her to the floor and onto her stomach. Cold hands lifted her to her feet, and she found herself airborne again, landing against the wall and barely missing a stack of pallets by inches. The amulet flew from her grasp, landing nearby. Dazed, she watched Selene push Remy aside, and she reached down, grabbing Mr. Austin by the neck. She lifted him in the air and began to feed. Anastasia shook off her dazed state, and she headed straight for Selene in hopes of stopping her. Instead, Selene dropped the body, grabbed Anastasia in mid-stride and pinned her to the nearest wall. Selene's knee gently pressed up against Anastasia's crotch, lifting her a few inches off the ground. Staring back into Selene's cold, dark eyes, Anastasia felt her long Ramanga teeth reveal themselves. "I've waited so long for this moment," Selene replied. Anastasia continued to struggle, finding Selene's strength hard to overcome. "I don't see what Lucius saw in you," Selene said. "You're nothing. You're weak. You can't defeat me." Anastasia gathered enough strength to push her off her. Selene promptly returned in her attack, grabbing a handful of Anastasia's dark hair and dragging her to the ground. With one hand, she grabbed both of Anastasia's wrists and moved her arms above her head. Anastasia moved her feet, trying to find leverage. "Why not face me when you don't have pure blood in your veins?" Anastasia asked to get Selene off her. Selene's mouth opened and her eyes danced devilishly in the dark. She struck Anastasia across her face, blinding her for a second. That moment was all Selene needed to hastily revert to the office, grab a stake, and return, stabbing Anastasia in her upper left arm near the armpit. The pain caused Anastasia to slightly jerk and grit her teeth. Selene held the stake by her teeth, and she punched at Anastasia's chest, breaking through her sternum. Anastasia felt her bones being pulled back by Selene's grip and the air tickling her now exposed organs. Without delay, her body shut down and grew extremely weak. Her wound throbbed in uncontrollable pain and her eyes fluttered. No demon in existence had ever brought so much pain to her like Selene did now. She opened her mouth, wanting to scream, but she told herself that no one, especially Selene, would hear her call out in torment. She welcomed death, however. She welcomed Selene's death even more. Looking to her right, she saw that Lucius had Maris cornered. Selene took the stake from her mouth, raised it, and Anastasia closed her eyes, waiting for the strike. Selene stopped short, and the sharp edge of the stake pricked Anastasia's heart. A gust of wind blew over them, and Anastasia no longer felt the stake at her flesh. She opened her tired eyes to see Selene's stake now in Remy's hands, deeply embedded into Selene's heart. Anastasia looked at Mr. Austin's still body. She tried to listen for a heartbeat, but heard nothing. "Remy, grab the amulet. Get Mr. Austin out of here." "But the plan is not working," Remy yelled back at her. "We still have to kill Maris." "Just get him out of here." She watched Remy grunt before he left Selene and headed back to Mr. Austin. He lifted Mr. Austin's body over his shoulder, grabbed the amulet, and rushed in demon speed for the exit. Anastasia slowly stood to her feet, but her body, weakened from Selene's attack, made it almost impossible to walk. She covered her open chest with her hands, and with each step she took, her bones arched out and she lurched forward. Still standing against the wall, Selene grabbed the stake and pulled it from her chest. "Stakes don't harm me anymore." Her wound slowly closed. "Their blood protects me." Anastasia stepped back in awe, watching Selene approach her. Blood curdled in her throat. "You won't win. Not today." Selene struck her across the face and she fell back. For once, Anastasia felt defeated. Remy's plan had dissipated right before her eyes, and without the amulet, there wasn't any way she could take on both Lucius and Selene. A loud explosion from the rear of the room caught their attention, and Anastasia turned to see Maris hitting the wall like a rag doll and Lucius slowly walking toward her. Body parts of mercenaries lay strewn about the room and blood dotted the concrete walls and floors. Ahead, she saw Aiden had ripped the cage open. He grabbed Kyra and dragged her toward the elevator. Anastasia felt a gust of wind and hands that pushed her onto the grated walkway. She regained her focus, watching Lucius twist Maris's arm behind her back and push her to the floor. He then slammed his foot onto her back, keeping her held down. Eat, Anastasia. I don't want to kill you when you're at your weakest. Anastasia looked over her shoulder at Selene, who stood over her. She crawled forward, and to her right, she grabbed onto the lifeless body of a mercenary. She bit into his thigh and began to suckle. She felt her sternum start to heal, and the pain slowly faded away. Her bones moved back into position, and her skin moved itself back, covering her chest. The dead blood helped a little. She continued drinking as fast as she could, until the flow of blood decreased. Her body filled with little energy, and she stood to her feet, facing Selene. If ever there was an opening to strike Selene, the time was now, even though they weren't prepared for what was to come next. She rushed at Selene again and again. In one hit, Selene sent her on her back. She stood over her, smiling. "This is pathetic." She moved back. "You can do better than this." Anastasia grunted, and again she got to her feet. Selene was right. She couldn't win, but she wasn't going to run away with her tail between her legs. She never ran, not from anyone or anything. She was a Ramanga, and she would fight to the death. "You don't have the dark curse. You can't free them. It's over, Selene." "Who says we need it when we have her?" Selene looked over her shoulder at Maris. "She doesn't know anything," Anastasia replied, knowing that what she said wasn't the truth. "Oh, we have exactly what we need," Selene said with a smile. "Even with one piece missing, Kyra's mind told us how to translate the entire tablet. Maris's blood will allow the gates of Limbo to open, and you," she pointed to Anastasia, "you're going to be the Dark Mother's first meal." Anastasia charged at Selene, only to feel a sharp pain in her stomach, chest, and both legs, which crippled her in mid-stride. She fell and gazed at her body, now riddled with wood fragments. She turned her head to her right, watching what looked like pieces of wood hovering in mid-air. They began to pepper her, striking her in the face and her arms, yet none of them struck her heart. The pieces that remained in the air suddenly dropped to the ground. Anastasia reached into her wound in her upper thigh, attempting to pull out the biggest shard. It burned the tips of her fingers, and she jerked her hand away. She looked up at Selene, who smiled deviously back at her. "Like I said before, you have no idea who you're up against." She placed her hands on her hips. "You can't fight against the power of the gods." She slammed her foot into Anastasia's back. "Face it! You and your friends have lost. All you can do now is embrace the change and welcome the pure ones back to this world with open arms." Chapter 25. The Dark Mother. Anastasia felt whatever blood remaining in her ravaged body flow to her chest and to her legs. With her arms pinned high by a thick metal chain, she felt helpless as she watched Selene and Lucius standing back and admiring their victory. Lucius dragged Maris, who kicked and struggled against him, and he chained her next to Anastasia. He gently placed his hand underneath Maris's chin and raised her head slightly. "You should be thrilled. You are the only Deamhan who can give us our salvation." Maris jerked her head away. Anastasia no longer underestimated the power both Lucius and Selene gained from the Pure Ones. For Deamhan, they were stronger than anything she had faced in her lifetime. Bestowing power such as that into them just proved how far the Pure Ones would go to want out of Limbo. Anastasia couldn't fathom what else they would do once they had their freedom. She had to free herself, and she struggled against the chains, capturing Selene's attention. "You might as well stop. Those chains are strong and thick enough to hold you." Lucius leaned toward Maris. His eyes altered, turning red, and as he continued his drawn-out gaze, entering her thoughts. "This might hurt at first." He seized her by the neck. "Salvation," Maris snarled. "Is that what you call it? Oh, please, spare me the lecture." Lucius squeezed harder, and Maris grunted at his strength. "Yes, it is our salvation." Maris scoffed. "I never wanted any part in this. I never wanted to be a Deamhan." Lucius placed his hand on her chest. "Once you have this knowledge, You will do the spell. And what if I don't want to? You won't have a choice. Maris released a horrified yell, and her head tilted back. Lucius' compulsion became too much to bear. In seconds she stopped, and her body went limp. When she awakes, she will be ready. Lucius took a step back from her, and he turned to Anastasia. Now what to do with you? The left corner of Selene's mouth curled upward. I thought it'd be best that she would be the Dark Mother's first meal. A present for Ameniadis? Lucius questioned. Anastasia couldn't believe what she heard. You're both crazy. Selene rushed over to her and slapped her across her face. Don't mock us. Anastasia felt her mouth beginning to fill with blood from Selene's hard slap. I'm just stating the obvious. Of all people, I thought you would understand, Lucius said. I wanted you to be by Ameniadis' side and guide all the pure ones into this new world. So she and the others can destroy it, she argued back. That's what they're going to do, Lucius. They're going to kill us all at once as soon as they're able. No. He shook his head. Your purpose was to be her obedient servant, to help them all understand this world. It is an important task that Selene and I can't do. She eyed them carefully. Why not? You're doing a wonderful job now. This spell needs sacrifices. He turned back to Maris. She's starting to awake. Sacrifices? Would Lucius and Selene take their own lives to free them? Anastasia attempted to search their thoughts, but she found herself blocked. After all the centuries she'd known Lucius, she expected him to not die in this way. Maris moaned and opened her eyes. Lucius looked her over, and he smiled. You know the words. Start the spell. I'm not saying anything, she yelled. We will make you. Maris fought against his influence. Her mouth opened slowly, and with her eyes widened, she looked to Anastasia for help. She began to chant. Gods of the old, gods of the new, dark gods of our flesh, we honor you with the blood of our brethren. Anastasia restarted her struggle to free herself. Gods of the old, gods of the new, dark goddess of our flesh, we honor you with the blood of your children. Lucius pulled out a long, sharp wooden stake. I strike true, and I offer you her blood, the blood of the Descendant, in exchange for their freedom. Jumbled, Anastasia whispered to Maris, Can you stop this? Gasping for air, Maris replied, No, I'm trying but I can't. He's somehow forcing me to chant. He's too strong. Keep fighting him. I can't, Anastasia growled. Yes, you can. Lucius grabbed Maris's wrist, and he made a long cut extending from her forearm to her wrist. Gods of the old, gods of the new, dark gods of our flesh. Maris struggled as Lucius telepathically forced the chant from her lips. I honor you with my blood. Lucius began to rub the stake in her blood. He walked over to Selene. Are you ready? He placed his hand on her cheek. Selene smiled and nodded slowly. I think. He drew Selene close and kissed her on the top of her head. I've always loved you, Selene, like a daughter. Anastasia studied their behavior. The idea of Lucius killing Selene to free the pure ones bewildered her. She looked at Maris, who also stared at the spectacle, amazed. Maris, keep trying. He's going to kill her, Maris whispered back. There isn't anything I can do. The ritual took a dark turn. Selene held her arms out to the side. I strike true and I offer you her blood, the blood of my dark daughter, in exchange for their freedom. Lucius spoke the chant. He paused and stared at Selene. Close your eyes. Following his instruction, Selene closed her eyes, and Lucius struck the stake into her heart. Selene's body lurched forward, and now her eyes opened slowly. They glanced at the stake in her chest, then at her skin that started to deteriorate into ash. The skin on her face began to shrivel, falling off in long pieces. Her smile withered away, and what remained of her tumbled to the floor, leaving behind a pile of ash and blood. For a few moments, Lucius stood quietly, staring at what remained of his offspring. He then walked back over to Maris. "Gods of the old, gods of the new, dark goddess of our flesh, we honor you with the blood of your children. Gods of the old, gods of the new, dark gods of our flesh." Again, Maris struggled as the words escaped her lips. "I honor you with my blood." Again, Lucius rubbed the tip of the stake in her blood, and he looked at her. "It's almost over. They will be freed." He stepped back. "I strike true, and I offer you her blood, the blood of the Descendant, in exchange for their freedom." He placed the stake against his chest, closed his eyes, and pushed the tip through his body and into his heart. Almost immediately, he dropped to his knees. A shriek expelled from his mouth, and his head leaned back with his eyes facing the ceiling. His body then jerked forward, and blood spurted from his mouth. The sight was uncanny, but only when Anastasia saw Kyra standing behind Lucius and another stake sticking out of Lucius's chest from the opposite side did she know that Kyra had struck first. Anastasia didn't care how she managed to get behind him, or if the stake had actually hurt him. She appeared too late. Lucius had finished the ritual. Aidan also appeared, and he rushed over to them. We had to wait until Lucius was vulnerable. He began to free Maris. "You left me!" Maris barked back at him. "Why did you leave me?" "I didn't leave you. I told you I would never leave you." Kyra stepped slowly away from Lucius. "We're too late." She broke Anastasia's chains. Now freed, Anastasia wanted to rush to Lucius's side, but Kyra stopped her. "It's too late for him. We must go before they arrive." At that moment, Anastasia felt a large jolt ravage her body. She arched forward. Aidan, Maris, and Kyra also felt it, and they leaned forward in pain. Maris dropped to her knees and she gripped her chest. Kyra curled up in a fetal position in pain, and Aidan fell onto his side. "What the hell was that?" he asked in a belated breath. "They're here," Kyra said in agony. The pain stopped. The air went silent. Anastasia glanced up in time to see Kyra and Maris stand to their feet. The room began to light up in a fluorescent glow. It formed into a large circular ball, and it moved in breakneck speed, circling through the air. It then hovered and turned from white to a reddish colour. An explosion of light followed by an immense yellow light blinded them all. Then again, silence. Anastasia opened her eyes, finding that Selene's sacrificed remains had disappeared. She raised her body slowly from the ground, just in time to see a naked woman, in flesh, standing in the centre of the room, next to Lucius. Her waist-length dark hair rested over her shoulders, covering her breasts. Her brown skin glowed. Her young and exotic features astounded even Kyra, who cautiously examined every inch of the woman's body with her eyes. Power and age seeped from her. Amenerdis. Lucius's thought echoed through their minds. The woman examined her hands as if she'd never seen them before, and her red glowing eyes moved to Lucius. She knelt down and gently caressed the side of his face. Anastasia cautiously looked around the room, waiting for the remaining 7 pure ones to appear, but nothing happened. No one else came, just Amenerdis. Immediately, Maris, with her eyes the colour of charcoal and her sharp teeth exposed, took a defensive stand. Amenerdis caressed Lucius in his final moments. She began to speak to him in a language that none of them understood. Anastasia couldn't find any strength inside her to battle even the youngest demon, let alone a pure one, fresh out of Limbo. Amenerdis stood up to her feet, cradling Lucius, who remained barely alive, in her arms. Anastasia whispered to Kyra, "What is she saying?" "She's comforting him," she slowly replied. Lucius lifted his hand up to her face and he whispered, "Mother, I failed you. I'm sorry." Amenerdis shrugged, and finally she replied in a language they all understood. But you haven't failed. I'm free. But the others... Lucius held out his hand to her. Sleep now. Amanirdis kissed him on his cheek. He opened his mouth again, but she hushed him. Your work is done here. She pushed the stake further into his chest and his body arched forward. He closed his eyes and his body began its disintegration. His remains draped over Amanirdis's forearms. Blood and ash peppered her face. She wiped the bloodied contents away and her eyes scrutinized Kyra, Maris, Aiden, and Anastasia. She wants us to bow down to her, Kyra said slowly. Like hell I will, Maris replied. It's all of us against her. We can take her. Kyra shook her head. No, we can't. Amanirdis examined her body again. I thought the ritual was supposed to free all of them, Aiden said in a hushed tone to Kyra. Picking up on his question, Amanirdis replied, If the ritual was completed, my child. She looked at her breasts and she held her arms out in front of her face. She stepped forward, then collapsed onto the floor. They all stepped back, watching her struggle to raise herself up again. What's wrong with her? Aiden asked. She's weak, Kyra replied. So, let's kill her now, Maris suggested. No. She silenced her. If we kill her, we kill everyone in her lineage. She isn't Ramanga. She isn't any of the 4 first clans, Aiden argued back with her. She's of the other 4, an Ikimu, so what does it matter? It matters, Aiden, Kyra whispered her reply. There are Ikimu Deamhan still alive. We kill her. We kill them. Amanirdis raised herself to her feet. You are me and I am you. She reached out her hand to Maris. Together, we are all one. Kyra grabbed Maris. We have to leave, now. Still holding on to her, Kyra began to pull Maris toward the exit. You can't hide my servant from me. Amanirdis dropped her hand. Maris broke away from Kyra. I'm not your servant. Amanirdis smiled. You are the Descendant, therefore, you are my servant. Aiden gently shoved Maris toward the exit. Curiosity overcame her fear, and instead of leaving, Anastasia remained where she stood, observing Amanirdis, who didn't take her eyes of Maris until she left the building. Now alone with her, Anastasia spoke. You belong in Limbo, not here. We all belong in Limbo, Ramanga. Amanirdis finally refocused her gaze on Anastasia. You know the truth. You understand. I showed it to you the day you came into the cave to free Lucius. Remember what? The revelation. She veered her foot along the ground. The day that will signal the rebirth of our kind. Anastasia turned her head slightly to the right. Rebirth? Yes, the day when Demon will die by the thousands. Anastasia stepped back. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, you do, Ramanga. You just refuse to see the truth. It will come, and in that day, Demon will suffer tremendously. They will scratch out their own eyes in pain. Their knees will become calloused and bloody from constant prayer. And this is the golden age that Lucius was referring to? Anastasia smacked her lips. Yeah, I think I'll pass. It will come. Amanirdis closed her eyes, and her tongue slithered over her lips. And when it does, the Descendant will be martyred, and those demon who remain will rejoice in her much-needed sacrifice. Chapter 26. An Offspring's Threat. Anastasia stood still, looking out of the window in blind, bluff manner. The trees swayed in a rhythm to the wind. She saw the yellowish tint on the horizon, signaling that sunrise was only moments away. It was a sign she and Deamhan knew all too well. If they hadn't found any resting area or place, they needed to move quickly. She no longer had to worry about that. A book slamming onto a table broke her solemn concentration, and she looked back for a quick moment to see Nathan grab the book and move to the comfort of his chair in front of the fireplace. For days he spent his time with his head in his father's journals, figuring out why they failed in their mission at the warehouse. It didn't matter how long he spent with his head immersed in old writings, he would never find his answer there. Nothing in those books could tell him why the ritual only freed Amanirdis from Limbo. However, Anastasia knew, and she kept the information to herself. She didn't tell anyone of how she suspected that Amanirdis would eventually come for Maris, and there wasn't any demon in the world who could stop her, how she planned to sacrifice Maris for her blood to start what Amanirdis called the revelation. She assumed that Kyra knew exactly what the Akimu wanted. After all, Kyra spent majority of her existence in making sure that the dark curse remained a mystery. Whatever the case, Anastasia began to rethink killing Maris. Instead, she wanted to mend the fragile relationship she had with her. Remy walked into the room and he placed his hand on the table next to Nathan. "The warehouse is still littered with bodies," he said. "And Mr. Austin?" Nathan didn't look at Remy as he questioned. "I don't know," he answered. "I think the Brotherhood took him or he ran off." "More than likely they have him," Nathan answered. Overhearing their conversation, Anastasia rolled her eyes. Since leaving the warehouse, Remy remained quiet about the events of that night. Anastasia sensed nothing from him when it came to Kai, which she understood. But how could Remy have lost Mr. Austin and the amulet that easily? According to what he told them after they left the warehouse, he left Mr. Austin alone in an alley across the street. When he came back, the old man was gone. He didn't mention anything about tracking down his scent to locate him. It was as if Remy just released him. He turned to walk out of the room, but before doing so, he walked up to Anastasia and placed his hand on her shoulder. "You've been quiet lately. I have nothing to talk about. Or maybe you're worried that Aiden and Maris are still alive and coming for you." "I've changed my mind about Maris." "Oh, have you now?" Remy smiled. "Maybe I'm more worried about how you could lose Veronica's father and the amulet." She threw a question back in his face. His smile turned into a prominent snicker. "Who said I lost the amulet?" He walked out of the room. Anastasia turned back to Nathan. "I'm heading out tonight. See what I can find." "Kyra said you should stay in while Amanirdis is out there." "Kyra has said many things, but she is a liar." Anastasia walked out of the study and out the front door. She stood on the porch, taking in the fresh air while she thought about Lucius. Part of her missed him, mourned him. She wanted to turn back the clock, to a time when things were simple, when she hunted and travelled across Europe with him. He freed her after being confined in a coffin for 100 years. She wanted to take it out on herself for not doing enough to stop him. Just then, a familiar smell of a ramanga entered her nose and Anastasia looked, finding Maris standing by one of the tall oak trees in the front yard. Her sudden appearance surprised Anastasia, and she descended the porch steps. "Are you here for your revenge, Maris?" Maris leaned against the tree. "I guess we could settle things now." "I'd rather not fight." Anastasia approached her. "I know you have questions for me." Maris exhaled. "It's not that easy." "Sure it is. Do you want to know why I betrayed you? Why I never came looking for you? Why I sired you in the first place? I know all the answers to those questions. Or why Kyra and Aiden left the city without you." Anastasia cocked her head to the side and blinked slowly. Why they're putting distance between themselves and you. Aiden is loyal to Kyra. He always will be. He'll go wherever she goes. Anastasia folded her arms across her chest. He isn't your friend, and neither is Kyra. And you are? Maris yapped at her. No, but perhaps we can find a mutual understanding. Maris chuckled. Aiden was right. You say the most ridiculous things. She kicked the dirt at her feet and lowered her gaze. Once I accept you back into my life, you'll just turn around and stab me in the back like you always have. I couldn't care less about acceptance. This isn't about that. It's about Amanirdis. "And why are you so interested in Amanirdis all of the sudden?" Maris replied. "Is it because of what she said?" Anastasia remained quiet. "You remained behind and spoke with her." Maris walked over to her. "What did she tell you anyway?" "Maris, there is a lot you don't know." "What I do know is that Amanirdis doesn't need my blood to release the remaining pure ones," Maris continued. "I'm free from all this shit. That's all I care about." "Oh, you don't know how wrong you are. You're more important to her." Anastasia stopped in mid-sentence. "Trust me when I say that you don't know the entire truth." "Why? Because Amanirdis said so?" "She could kill us now if she wanted to, but she hasn't. Think about it for a moment." Anastasia exhaled out of exhaustion. "For once, just listen to me." "No, been there, done that. I'm done talking to you." Maris pointed to the manor. "I'm going to kill everyone in your life, Anastasia. Then, maybe you'll know how it feels to lose those you care about." Anastasia slowly walked up to her, stopping just inches away. "I won't let you." "You gonna kill me?" Maris stood solid in her threat. "You've already killed me, Anastasia." She stepped forward. "You did that deed long ago when you sired and betrayed me." Anastasia grinded her teeth, and she held in her distaste for now. "But you won't kill me, because you still see me as your leverage, don't you?" Maris's body language changed. Her eyes turned dark, and her fangs showed from her gums. "You still think that somehow, with having me by your side, that you'll gain some sort of upper hand." "That's not it," Anastasia replied. "Whatever. It doesn't change the fact that you're still a conniving bitch who needs to be put down." Maris took a step back from her. "Minneapolis is now my home, Anastasia, and I'm not leaving until I make your life as miserable as possible." Anastasia watched as Maris took off at a fast pace toward Minneapolis. She readied herself to follow her, but the sky signaled the oncoming sunrise with a hint of yellow in the horizon. She bit her lower lip, disgusted at the conversation, but she instilled in herself that she had to maintain her hardened persona. She couldn't let Maris see that she had change. No longer did Anastasia see her as leverage, but as a demon who played an important role in Amanirdis' plan, which scared her. Maris's blood meant two things: the return of demon dominance over vampires, and in her eyes, she saw it as a balance long overdue. It meant breaking down the established hierarchy set forth centuries ago by ancient demon like Kyra. No longer could they be hunted by vampires, researched and killed at will by researchers. Anastasia didn't object to this part of the revelation. Or Maris's blood meant destruction of demon by the thousands. With the possibility of the Dorvo Coven joining forces with the Brotherhood, Anastasia embraced the first option. She needed to make sure that Maris, who wanted her dead, remained alive long enough to figure out Amanirdis' true agenda, which was a challenge in and of itself.